The city of love forging dreams for some, but a cruel mistress for others. Our first day of the champion stage saw Heroic continue their playoff romance. No tragedy striking for the Great Danes. The heartthrobs of the arena vitality creating history before our very eyes with the Org's deepest major run so far. Semi-final secured and the hearts of the arena safe for now. The other side of the tale, heartbreak unfortunately for FaZe, no longer a chance to add a second major trophy to their already brimming cabinets. On the other side as well, we saw unfortunately Into the Breach departing the major early. The UK lads, a valiant effort, but unfortunately heading home from the major quarterfinal. My name is Ferris Spears, and joining me down here on the desk, we've got Matthew and Mary Snake to open up another epic day of Counter-Strike. Gentlemen, yesterday it was amazing to be back in an arena once again.
The energy was electric. More so for the second game, of course, when Vitality was playing. Those Golden Hornets were going absolutely crazy. I stood in the arena for just a little bit there, and it was just like, oh my goodness. Like, it's contagious. It's contagious. Arena CS is the best CS. If money allowed, I would say every BO3 should be in Arena.
I mean, just play in Arena the entire year?
Yeah.
What we're doing then?
No online qualifiers, Arena
Nothing.
qualifiers. All Arena qualifiers.
Yeah, listen, I think we were blessed in both ways, in both possible ways. Yes, yesterday in Counter-Strike. Of course, we had the home crowd champion in the form of Vitality making it through, but we also had a very high-quality Counter-Strike game between FaZe and Heroic, one that we could talk about for hours, and that was very impressive to witness.
A game that was worthy of being a grand finals, right? We look at these two names, it's a shame to see them clashing in that quarterfinal, but I think Matthew was totally right. We saw incredible level coming out from both sides. Unfortunately, though, for FaZe, they do lose out in this one, as you coined them, the procrastination kings. Left it too late to submit the essay this time.
Yeah, the great procrastinators fell this time, not getting the paper in by due date. We saw the great comeback that they were pulling off on Nuke, falling just a little bit short. Second map, Overpass, they look convincing, but map number 3, Heroic showed class. Why they are the best overall team in CS. They might not have the same firepower, the stars that FaZe Clan have, but they know how to get it done as a unit. Everybody on the team delivering. I think the differential between the top fragger, bottom fragger was something like 5. It's crazy how they all were able to put it forward, and that was obviously to the detriment of FaZe, and Kerrigan, just the one major for him. You know he wanted more, but that's going to end his story.
Yeah, what a journey they've had. We have the results here, the path, the adventure that FaZe had to go on to here in Paris. And I have to admit, yes, the romantic in me saw some of the comebacks they've done here in Paris and had me believe. I still remember the comeback against Na'Vi in the Legend stage, which, again, a potential grand final type situation, and still they were able to pull it through. But then I think this was sort of a smokescreen for some of the issues in terms of quality of game that we witnessed, and no one can really argue that Heroic wasn't the better team.
You can literally see it on every single page that we go through in terms of FaZe's results, almost playing every single match that they needed to be qualifying here. And as you aptly said, Matthew, that Na'Vi game, that was really something special to see from FaZe. Of course, pushing Na'Vi out, they didn't make it to the playoffs because of that clash.
Yes, I mean, this in itself kind of had me believe, as I said, but it was an apt reminder that FaZe did drop maps along the way. There was obviously that 16-7 against Heroic that happened. They lost to Into the Breach as well. And the third map against Heroic is all you needed if you wanted to debate that FaZe should win that game. This is the end of the argument. The fact that Heroic on their CT side just constricted FaZe, and it literally felt like I was watching a YouTube video, and then Heroic were just on 1.5 speed. They were playing faster than FaZe. They had faster rotations, faster decisions. They were together. They were in synchrony. And then FaZe were just running after the game, and they were very much more static. So for me, the result is very logical.
And we could see just the way that Heroic played. You talked about it being 1.5x. And yeah, all those moments of transition where FaZe was trying to get into the right spaces so that they could go for their split, try to hit that execute. It was Heroic that were meeting them every single time. Every time FaZe was trying to approach, Heroic had an answer for it. They caught them consistently with their pants down. Cadian made FaZe look foolish. Shush on that A-site defense on Mirage was a standout player, and we don't say his name enough because he is a support player, but in that game, he showed that he is one of the best, if not the best, in that role.
Listen, I don't know what you think, Moe, but for my money, Heroic plays the best Counter-Strike, period. That is
Agreed.
the best Counter-Strike in
Yes.
terms of if you're really in love with the game and if you really like to kind of pinpoint rotations and timings and again kind of synergy between players, like Heroic is your go-to. They optimize what can be done in Counter-Strike, whereas in a team there's a couple of seconds here and there where people are second-guessing themselves. Heroic have none of that. They just move as a unit. They reclaim map control. They abandon positions if they have to, but then they have a player coming in behind to cover them. This is what we like to call team play. They embody team play.
And now Heroic clawing themselves ever closer to lifting their first ever major trophy. We know the heartbreak that they experienced back in Rio just last year, but no heartbreak, gladly, for the Arena. This time around Into the Breach, they did have quite a hot start to that first map, but then it ended up just being a Vitality show kind of after that.
At the very least, we're going to remember one guy's name on Into the Breach. Cypher made life miserable for Vitality. His entries on the A side of Vertigo made Vitality sweat. I saw the worry in their faces. People like Magisk, multiple-time major champion. Yeah, I'm sure both of your guys' faces were a little bit worried too, because that was so impressive from Into the Breach. An underdog story. You look at some of their wins, though, and there is quality with this team.
Yeah.
The fact that in the Legend stage, they took down FaZe in the BO1, ENCE in the BO1, and then actually made Vitality in an arena worry for their tournament lives. These guys should be proud of themselves because they put UKCS back on the map. It felt like a laughingstock for the longest of times. Sure, Endpoint, yeah, they're working their way through those RMRs. Sometimes they get close here and there, but you were never actually expecting them to do anything at the major, and the reality is Endpoint never did anything at a major. Into the Breach showed that there is talent in the UK.
And they defied expectations every single step, right? I don't think much people had them qualifying from the RMR in the first place. We know how hard it is to make it through the European qualifier. Coming into the Challenger stage as well, they didn't. They were straight in that Legends. We thought, that's it. 0-3. I'm sure like most people had ITB as an 0-3, and they proved us all wrong. They proved us that stories don't matter. It's what happens in the game.
I love that Maui's just gassing up the UK for me. I don't even have to do that.
Just have that one time.
Myself.
Just have that
Long live the king, Freya.
Long live
the king.
Thomas, he
Long
is
live
my
Cypher.
king. My real king actually was Zywoo yesterday because, man, he made history for himself. For the organization of Vitality, finally, Matthew, we get to see him in a semi-final of a major. It seems like we have been robbed of that occasion so many times.
Listen, he was correcting what I like to refer to as an astronomical mistake. The fact that Zywoo has never set foot on a semi-final of a major stage. But again, it's a reminder of the issues that he, as an individual, and the Vitality project had throughout the years. It truly felt this time, though, that everything was coming in together. And people are getting that belief, that deep belief that Vitality can have the way to the grand final. I made a claim during the Legend stage. I said if Vitality survived the quarterfinal, they would win the major. I'll stand by it. I have Vitality winning this goddamn major. But Heroic got me a little worried. I'm not going to lie. The Counter-Strike they played got me a little worried.
I think that is a legitimate concern, Maniac. I mean, what
I'm scared, Maui. I'm scared.
What Cadian did, what Heroic did, it actually made the Vitality audience, the Golden Hornets, when Heroic are coming out on the stage,
They're getting booed.
They're booing them. They're even cheering. They're cheering for Vitality. When Heroic is out there, they're saying Vitality, 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 because
they want them to lose.
Inside, they're crying. They're saying, this is the one team that could beat us. So Vitality, they look good. What they did at IEM Rio, it's showing that everybody is becoming a contributing member again. Dupree is looking like his former self. Magisk is, to me, the second best player, and it's supposed to be Spinks. So there's a lot of people that you can choose from if you're Apeks and say, get me this frag. Get me this round that we need in order to get past a team like Into the Breach.
Yeah, and the work is coming in together, right? We talked about the T side. We talked about their struggles over the months to try to find an attitude, find an idea on how to play the game, and it's really, really happening. Magisk was an unsung hero of that best of three. T sides as well, just under Zywoo in stats, which in itself is kind of a compliment. And then the man, Zywoo is providing 1.45 rating in his first playoff here. These are the numbers we like.
Things you absolutely love to see. We also love to see the bracket settling after our first day of the quarterfinals. Of course, 2 more quarterfinals coming up today, but I feel like everything has kind of gone as expected, right? We expected a really close fought battle in that first game, and then we expected Vitality to be going through. Order has kind of been restored coming into the
Is that going to happen today?
Right?
Is that happening?
I think Chaos is just going to be ensuing today. So let's see what we've got on the cards. 2 more best of 3s and 2 more quarterfinals going down here in the Accor Arena. Last thing of the day is going to be Apeks taking on Team Liquid, but first it's Monte versus GamerLegion.
In a tech sense, there's nothing more complex than a major. The complexities are insane. Kilometers of cable, hundreds of screens, a lot of people making sure that everything is running smoothly. Hello, I'm Sebastian. I am the in-game specialist for Blast. I do everything that has anything to do with the in-game part of our shows. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of connections between sound, between internet, between video, and between people. We have so many people, and if everyone is not completely focused and have their head in the game, the show's just not gonna run. If something goes wrong, there's a huge risk involved. Obviously, the worst thing that can happen is that the show stops. Whenever something goes wrong, and it always will. And it's just about preventing it, having a backup plan, making sure you have extra stuff on side, and having the best people in the business to fix it. And I think the last one is by far the most important one. This is where the office of the most important people in the production is. Don't tell them that I told them that. But this is where tech resides. Without tech, we have no show. That's why the tech team, you need to be there. The show must go on. So this is my favorite tent because this is where I work most of the time. It's the in-game tent. This is where we show everything that has anything to do with Counter-Strike and the Major. On this side we have the A stream going out, and down there the B stream. This is the A stream. And if you walk slowly with me, the gentleman sitting here is controlling all graphical assets that comes up on stream. And whenever you see graphics, these are the magicians. Right here, this is a slow-mo machine. You see he has all the player cams that we have. So whenever you see a cool reaction, someone going crazy or someone crying because they lost, that's your star. Down here is an EVS machine, and whenever anything cool happens, he'll show the replay of it. If you look at the monitor wall, you'll easily have an idea of how many cameras and how many people are involved. All those small boxes are a camera that our director up here can cut to. Stream B, as we are having two shows going on at the same time. We have one guy doing graphics, we have the director, Smil, who is the man, who's running everything. We have two people doing EVS, and then we have a slow-mo machine to show player reactions. Now we actually have to be very quiet. I actually don't think I can talk in here because this is the sound booth. Sound is actually way more complicated and more complex than you think. And it's also way more important because no one really thinks about sound because we take it for granted. But when sound is not working, you cannot hear your gameplay, or you cannot hear your commentators, or it's too loud so you can't think. Sound has to work. So behind me right now is probably one of the most important parts of any show. It's the brain, it's the server, it's here where all connections going in and out. If this doesn't work, we don't have a show. So we can't show anything in here because it's business secrets, basically. It's a very mysterious room. As you can see, it takes a ton of people to put on an esports major. But I hope you enjoyed the rare view and rare insight on how we do it here at Blast.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream. So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, get right. Think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
It would not be right to wrap up a decade of CSGO history without getting an absolute legend up here to join us on the desk. Christopher, thank you so much for taking the time. First of all, how are you enjoying Paris? Are you getting emotional thinking that this is the last one?
Yes, and especially yesterday when it was the introduction of the whole major playoffs and all those things, and then you see some of the players through the years, how young they were before, and you see older, and then, like when I saw Elise crying, I actually sat next to Jason and cried myself. I sat there like, God damn it, and like hearing, everyone saying basically the same line, I owe everything to CS. I owe everything to CS. But the thing is, for a lot of us people who work in the industry, even behind the scene as a player and a coach, manager, organization that's been here forever, everyone has the same answer, and that's the beautiful answer. It's pretty simple, straightforward. It's like, I owe everything to it. Because it means that we're getting friends for life. We're seeing people all over the world. We're also competing against the best, and we have also seen like bad and good times and all those things combined. And it's such a small group of people that actually been part of it, and it's very, very special. So I consider a lot of people family.
It's mad, isn't it, when we just look around this arena and we think about how much the community has grown, right? Obviously, you were back at the first ever CSGO Major, a lot smaller crowd then, but an incredibly intimate vibe, right? And I feel like we're just extending this, expanding this out to this amazing audience now. I mean, it is still mind-blowing because, like, when I was 10, my mom and my dad asked me, like, yeah, you're putting so much time into this game, Counter-Strike. I've only played for a year. I'm 10 years old. It came out 1 year before, and I'm like, one day it's gonna be big. They're like, yeah, like yeah, like one day I'm gonna be. So I was already having that dream when I was a kid, and then the first ever big real one was like probably Katowice, which is sadly not the Blast tournament, but in the same time showing off, the audience coming there, bringing it up, and you're like, actually, there's something here, and then the years go by, it's like everyone is having it. It just shows the support. Every bit of fans all over the world have the chance to be and see it like in front of themselves instead of seeing on a monitor or a TV or anything like that. And it's just amazing to see like the faces of the people are standing super happy
Chris,
to see.
do you, sometimes I think about how crazy Counter-Strike has become, and I wonder, did I realize when I was part of it how incredible it was when we were playing at the time? Do you feel like when you were on that stage, you could realize what it has become? Or did we need maybe a couple of years, a bit more maturity to fully embrace like holy shit, esports become huge?
I mean, I still don't understand how big it is sometimes. Like even now when I'm not even playing for the last 3 years, like professional or sitting on a stage like this anymore, but I'm like still mind blown every time when I'm standing. And I mean, especially this time when this is gonna be the last CSGO major ever. Like it's a lot of weight on it, and it's something for us for the last 10, 11 years been playing like day out and in and being pro, or just having a casual night with your friends on a Saturday, having a good time playing matchmaking and all of those things, It's not gonna be there again. It's like it's surreal, the whole thing,
It's going away, and I think the growth to me has been the most shocking aspect of all of it. I was watching back some old NIP footage, I think from 2013. Anders was casting on NIP TV, and in the cast, he was like just so happy. He's like, oh, the viewership numbers got to 8,000. Like, let's go. Tell your friends about this game and everything. And it's just like 8,000 today is like a tier 2.5 game, and there's just like random people in Twitch chat just getting angry, But now people are just celebrating Counter-Strike to such a great degree. Like, it wouldn't have surprised me if that FaZe Heroic game yesterday, concurrent viewers maybe hit 900,000, 1 million, whatever. And the fact that it's 100x or 10x, 100x, whatever, that's so brilliant. I mean, and it's seriously such a testament to how amazing this game is.
Yeah, but I think that's the beauty of it, and you have to remember the history of CS. Like, we have to go back 20 plus years looking on all the versions and everyone being part of different scene, like even the Source people, I didn't know them that well and so on, and hearing their stories of what they did and so on, it's like so similar for me from 1.6, even the little battle between the games in a way. But it's just beautiful to see that everyone eventually came together and played the next version and actually really believed in it, and especially beginning how weird the game were. Like in the beginning, it's like, is this really CS anymore? Is this the thing that's gonna take us to the next step? And now we see 10 years later, yes, it was.
Chris, we got to see your winning moment, obviously with NIP at the major trophy that you lifted. You had your arm around Exist, which is kind of crazy thinking. He is now standing behind Heroic. Is that kind of surreal for you to see?
It is, and I am cheering for him. If someone's going to ask me which team I'm cheering on, I'm not going to say it out. I don't want to say it out loud because I feel like that's a small jinx in a way, so I'm not saying it out. Even everyone knows.
Yeah, nobody heard it.
Yeah,
no one's listening right now.
But it's surreal because, like, I was a long time player with him, like a teammate of him, you know, and knowing him in and out of the game, and you know, that's experience itself. And then you see like, we're done, like every one of us started stepping down more and more, and you're like, what are you gonna do, etc. Like, does he exist? Jump in Heroic, you know. I'm like, that makes sense. A lot of people were questioning a little bit beginning, you know. All of a sudden, he's actually the head coach. He's taking over for not even an analyst, and now he's standing on his second major. Last time was they came so close. He came second. I think it's time. I think it's time he's becoming the second manager or coach ever to also get it as a player and as a coach. And I believe in it.
Yeah, he'd truly be making history doing that. Christopher, I just want to give you the opportunity, if you want to say anything to fans at home that have maybe been watching you since you were competing all the way up until now, a decade later. Anything you want to say?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's like, it's just a lot of love because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys watching and follow my career and like even playing against Maniac for the years as well. And he's a long-time friend of mine now, which I'm super happy to be, and people around the industry and even like people who works on the tournament, etc. Like I get very close friends with them, and it's like for me, from the bottom of my heart, no matter where, it's like just a big thank you. It's like because of how amazing everyone is.
So much love up here, man. This is a beautiful way to open things up. But we have a battle to be going down on the server. Our third quarterfinal here at the Blast TV Paris Major. It's Monte versus GamerLegion going down after this.
Hello, my name is Flames. I'm from Team OG.
Floppy from Complexity CSGO.
Hey, I'm Frozen.
Config from NIP.
My name is Vikander.
This is Navi from INS.
And this is Zoe. How low can you go challenge?
It's very simple. I get 5 tries to kill a bot.
If I kill a bot, then we lower the settings, lower the hurt. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, let's get to it. And no one's causing, so it's good. Okay, I got 1 out of 1, so it's very good.
All right, got 1. Let's go, let's go. 2.
I mean, this is easy so far.
Oosh, first shot. No, I missed 1.
Too fast.
What? That counts on my screen. I'm an offer now. All right, tagged him to the door.
Yeah, I hit 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 I got.
And he's finished 4 kills out of 5 shots. Killed 4 bots.
I mean, I guess I missed the first one. I missed the second one already. Hello, what's going on? Oh, I just hit him. Oh, I missed him.
Oh, okay, now I'm missing. I missed again, okay.
I'm getting scanned by the game. No, that shouldn't count.
And boom. I'm still super instant. Everything is so fast still. Okay, I didn't hit him at all. Nice. Okay, that's 5 shots I missed, dude. That's pathetic.
Okay, so I think I'm 3 out of 5 in this challenge, and now we're gonna be going down to 120 hits.
Okay, I killed 2. Did I kill 3?
I tagged the guy. I missed the guy. Oh, and I double killed 4 out of 5. Yeah.
4-3.
And now I have 1 more shot, I think, and I missed. No way. And you can easily see that it's important to have high refresh rate.
Let's switch it to 60, yeah?
Nothing looks good in this. It's just moving horrible.
Yeah, miss first, miss second. It looks like the bullets hit now, but they don't.
Okay.
I missed the 3rd one.
My bullets go through them now, I swear.
2 kills out of 5. Come to Papa. Okay, that's so bad. And now this is where I expect absolutely 0 hits to go through. Okay, why are you jumping like that, man? The game runs like a trash can with wheels.
No, I whiffed 1.
I have to get 1 at least. No, man. They move so quick now. No, I cannot hit them.
He was walking across this guy. You have to focus up really good.
I'm gonna sit here until I kill one, sorry. They're unkillable. I killed the 4th guy, killed the 5th guy. Well, this was one hell of a challenge, I would say. I never experienced like 20 hertz.
Feels a lot smoother and a lot better to play on 240 hertz.
Also, like the colors on those monitors, they're very fun just to play with instead of like having, you know, a gray monitor dead. If you want to like the game, you also need to look at it and be like, that game is beautiful.
2 Cinderella stories, and for one, the fairy tale run will continue. We open up this quarterfinal with the collision of 2 underdogs, and the first time either of these squads have found themselves in a major top 8. We have Monte, we have GamerLegion going head-to-head as 2 of the most unexpected additions here in the Accor Arena, Matthew.
Absolutely, Freya. There is no other way to put it. They were on nobody's cards for making it to the playoffs. And this is why this game is emotionally exciting for me. This is why I get involved in what's happening in the action. Because my dear people at home listening and watching this broadcast, if they are in quarterfinal, so can you. They're your everybody. They're your journeyman. They're not Astralis, crazy organization. They're not Simple or Zywoo, best players in the world. They're a bunch of dudes together playing Counter-Strike, having a good time. And suddenly everything clicks and they exceed expectations. They play much better than we think. They play without pressure. They are vindicated. This is why this game is so precious, because they represent what we like to call the openness of the circuit. It's the major. Everybody can come in. If you have a good result, you'll make it through. Doesn't matter your budget isn't a bunch of millions. If you play good, you are here. That's what they represent.
I think that's actually a beautiful point. Just the fact that without the organizational support that so many people think you need to be investing, this is not necessarily an indictment on orgs that are spending a lot of money. It's just that it doesn't need to be the only way, because a lot of people look at what's going on with the teams like Astralis, with the teams like Heroic, where they have this huge staff, the support guy, the mental coach, all these different aspects that are helping their performance, but you can get it done by yourself. Monte doesn't even have their coach here, and they still made it through the Legend stage. They still made it through the Challenger stage. They still looked like an incredibly strong team that has so much more to give.
That's the point, right? We talk about Monte particularly putting them under the microscope. Obviously, their coach not able to come with them. We talk about, you know, the political adversity that some of these players have been facing in the world currently. They're also changing up their in-game leader basically a minute before they're going live with the first Challenger stage game, and they've smiled in the face of adversity, Matthew.
Yeah, they've thrived in the face of adversity. I'm right there with you, Freya. I think this is what everybody has noticed when it comes to Monte. And I know the matchup against Na'Vi was a very specific one. I'm aware of it. But the intensity with which they've been playing and how much will and grit they were putting on the server makes me feel like they're ready for battle. Like they're not going onto the server to shy away from the fight or to half play a game and leave with regrets. I'm expecting from these guys to put it all on the table, to play exactly the type of Counter-Strike they do. If it works or it doesn't, then if they do, then if they don't. But they will stay true to their identity with that same passion.
Particularly in that Na'Vi game, right? Waro put his money where the mouse was, and he absolutely danced on Simple.
Oh, yeah. That was a little bit of a revenge game for Waro. Obviously, having played with him in a charity match before that, Simple trash-talked him in the charity match, which for one is uncalled for, and two, it's also a great and sweet reason to hype yourself up for this game. So many other players, too, that have also just stepped up. SDY in that Na'Vi game, too. The one thing that is worrying for me, though, when it comes to Monte, is where will they get that motivation for this game? Because you're against another team that's in the Tier 2 space. They have no history between them, but with the veto here, looks like we're going to get Mirage from them.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Mirage and Overpass, I'm assuming. I know you had a couple of thoughts about how obvious or relatively obvious the picks of each teams would be moving into this series.
Yes, yes. Mirage has really been the map that Monte like to go to if they can't get Anubis, and we'll see what the decider is in just a moment. It looks like it'll be Vertigo. But Overpass for GamerLegion also 8-map win streak on that right now. They're looking untouchable on the map. And for me, this veto actually favors GamerLegion quite a bit. This feels like one where they're definitely in the driver's seat because Monte couldn't pick Anubis, which is something they always want to do.
I just want to zoom out for half a second. We got the veto coming over. Of course, we attacked it. We talked about the maps, but you just mentioned SDY. we need to take a minute
Yes.
to realize what he's been through and all of the roles and challenges he had to tackle to be in that position. Starts with being in Spirit, one of the pillar of Spirit, being removed. When that roster actually finds the most success, then he gets a golden, luxurious chance to be in that prestigious Na'Vi team. He wins the first event, he goes with them, and then everything just unravels. Not able to keep up with the expectations, not able to keep up with the input, he's been put aside. You have been deemed insufficient. We are going to remove you now. He comes into this team of Monte, he's a player, he's a fragger, and a couple of weeks before, he becomes the IGL of this structure without his coach by his side, and now he's leading them into the quarterfinal. If you're in Hollywood out there, there's a script. Just buy the script now.
Write a movie
We're gonna
about
cast a
that
couple of
man.
actors. Matthew McConaughey maybe can do that. I don't know, but there is a movie in there. It's a crazy story from SDY.
Matthew McConaughey, Matthew Kikore sounds pretty
I'm not
similar
I'm
right
gonna
now.
stay on desk. I'm good.
Well, let's talk about some other star-studded individuals. A name that we always associate with Monte has to be Boris, looking so aggressive on the server. So, Mahone, what have you got to break down from this wonderful gentleman?
Yeah, we always talk about Boros and just how good he is on the openings, and I want to break down one of the most creative openings I've seen him do on Mirage. So this actually comes back a little bit further back from the RMR against Heroic. This is really when he first cemented himself. Take a look at this round right here. So first starts off, he's here towards ramp, his teammate goes down towards Palace. He understands that Shush, he's probably here towards his balcony area somewhere. But look at the smoke that he throws. This smoke here is a lurk smoke. But what you might notice about this smoke is that it lands a little bit deeper. It lands a little bit deeper right here. Typically, when you see a lurk smoke, it usually lands a little bit closer. Now, keeping that in mind, with this deep smoke, it actually creates an opening. There's actually an opening here on this right side where a CT could peek it. But look at how Boros circumvents this. What he does is he actually crouches across. By crouching across, look at Shush's point of view. He actually can't see him crouch across. And the reason why is because there's actually an elevation dip in this floor here. That allows Boros to crouch across without Shush being able to see him, because the box covers him just enough with that lowered elevation that he can't see him. This allows him to cross that first angle. And next, pay attention to this next play. With that deep smoke, he's actually going to cross into Sandwich. By crossing into Sandwich, this is the effect of the deep smoke, because now if you look at this from up here, Shush, he can't actually spot Boros coming into Sandwich. This is why he throws this deep smoke. This allows Boros to then push in, find Cadian towards that triple side, and then find Shush in the side. And if you look at this from Shush's point of view, that smoke, because it's so deep, he can't see Boros coming towards Sandwich. And that's really the effect of it. This is why Boros is such a great player. It's not only because he has this raw aim, but he also has some creativity as well.
That is such an excellent illustration from Mahone, because it really goes to show that Boris, he's not just, this mindless entry fragger, right? You put it perfectly, right? You said this proactivity has really been paying off for Monte.
Right. We see that Boros had a great round there against Heroic. I think my favorite quote throughout the entire RMR was that when they were playing against Cloud9 and upset them in that victory there, they told Boros to just start running at Nafany because he's playing connector. Boros was able to show what he was made of there with a multitude of flash plays, smoke setups, and just ways that Monte allot him that space in order to find those kinds of openers.
I have to say he's going to be important in that series is like the understatement of the year. Literally, like the amount of duels he takes first, he's put numbers of Art and Yekinder in the bin. We're talking 37% on the T side of opening duels for Boros, and he's got not only the creativity, but he's also a little bit reckless. Like he'll take the risk, he'll cross the smoke, and of course sometimes it doesn't pay off, but if he does, think about what he does to your opponent. You've just had a smoke. I have a game in mind against FaZe, I think it was, I'm not exactly sure, where he crosses the smoke, finds a double kill. If you're playing against him, your first reaction is, what is dumbass doing? What did he cross that smoke? It's true. That's how you feel as a player, because when people take risks like that and they assume it fully, you find yourself in situations where you can have these multi-kills.
And it's kind of crazy, right? When we look at the level of opposition that Monte have had to play against, Boris has actually been pretty consistent, no matter whether it's been lower tier versus higher tier opponents, right?
I think he's one of the only one that kept kind of the ball rolling against Vitality. This was sort of the filter that I applied to that team. I kept their statistics under the microscope. He was sort of the only one that was still able to have that input against Vitality, where the rest, like Voro2K, for example, fell a little bit more silent.
Yeah, and for a player that comes from such an underrepresented region, from Jordan, for example, I think that it's pretty interesting that he's able to keep this up because he's used to playing with like 150 ping. He's usually playing most tournaments with such high ping, and I think that it's fair to say that LAN nerves have gotten to some of the other players on Monte, but whereas LAN nerves may be affecting Boros, he's getting a LAN buff because now he's finally playing on 0 ping, good computer, and it's actually showing that on the way he's holding angles too on CT side, man, he's just laser beaming people in the face so consistently. He doesn't even have to play this like weird jiggle game when you're on high ping. It's just set your crosshair, nail the shot.
Well, Machi, you mentioned the name Waro earlier on, and I believe Dinko had a chance to catch up with him earlier.
Hey, well, great to have you here ahead of the playoffs. You're about to walk out on that stage for your first playoff game at the last ever CSGO major playoffs. I just want to ask you how you guys as a team are feeling coming into today.
We feel good, very good, but we will see everything when we will start to play, how it's feeling. And yeah, first round, and we will understand fully how it is to play here.
Is there a little bit of nerves knowing you're going out there? There's a huge crowd going to be playing in front of you. A lot of you guys are inexperienced in that kind of environment. Is there a little bit of nerves for you guys, or are you fully ready?
No nervous. Everything good, and I think everything will be fine.
Throughout your career, on a personal note, I think some people have maybe said that some of your best work is done online, right? We haven't maybe seen you on these big stages of these LAN events getting the same performances. So how hungry are you today to walk out on that stage and play in the biggest Counter-Strike stage there is and prove everyone wrong?
It's my first big event, and I'm very hungry to win.
And in terms of looking at your teams going up against GamerLegion today, obviously an opponent that isn't one of the biggest names of the world, it's their inexperience coming in as well, playing in one of these bigger stages. How do you think you guys fare against those, the side of GamerLegion today?
I think GamerLegion is a good team, but if we will play our game, our best, with our moral, with our confidence, it should be win for us.
My favorite ever Waro quote is, if you believe, you can do anything. He coined that verbatim, original gangster right there.
Original gangster from World 2K. Listen, I think he summed it pretty well at the end of that interview with Dinko. He said, if we keep our morale and if we keep our confidence, we'll be fine. I agree with that statement, but I feel like the question cannot just be slipped in that easily. In fact, it is the one question we have when it comes to Monte. That's going to be the first time that everybody bar SDY has an experience as close at what's happening over here in terms of the magnitude of the arena and how much space there is in it. We talked about how much intensity they put into this Na'Vi game. We knew for sure there was some emotional connection to it. I don't think they have an emotional connection to GamerLegion. So they're going to have to manufacture a way to be implicated with that level of intensity in that quarterfinal if we want to see the best of Monte.
I mean, on the other side of the server, GamerLegion also going to be feeling that same intensity. We're talking about a squad who have never made it this far together. Obviously, Accor experience now in his home crowd of the Accor Arena, arguably.
Good one, Freya. Good one.
Original, man.
Make sure the crowd doesn't miss that joke right there. Yeah, Accor in his very own arena. They named it after him and they added a C. But with the rest of this team, I think that it's kind of been a team effort for GamerLegion. The one guy that I would really focus on in terms of output has been Ima, IM, whatever you want to call him. All I know is he's not intermediate. He's damn good, okay? So Ima has been the playmaker for them so consistently. And because of that, Shuhei is able to put the pieces together, and also we talk about the revenge story from the side of SDY, World 2K when they were against Na'Vi. These guys had their own revenge story. They took down Mouse. We saw that Accor obviously was playing on that roster, that he had a little bit more to give in that one, highest rated player in that series, and Shuhei himself on that Mao's NXT team, leading Mao's NXT to 4 consecutive WePlay Academy League championships and showing that he can get it done on the biggest stages as well, and that it was a mistake for Mao's to pass him up. Look at where Mao's ended in this tournament, and look at where GamerLegion ended, and will you look at the personnel that Shuhei is working with? They're not as good as the Mao's players, bar none. There is no chance you're going to sell me that these players are as good as the ones on Mao's, but the teamwork is there, the structure is there. Shuhei's mid-rounding calling is better than Dexter's.
I know, and honestly, here is my issue when I think about GamerLegion. My brain goes into this mode where I'm thinking, individually, this is an amazing audition. Right? Think about it. If you're Shuhei, we know how hard it is to find a great IGL out there. Now he's put his name under the spotlight a couple of times. If you're Ima, you just mentioned him, huge output. Accor, bit of a different topic. I think he's been given a chance. He struggled a little bit in Mouse, but maybe he might be regaining credit. But here is my issue. They are not allowed to think like that. I might be thinking like that. I might be thinking, hey, Shuhei, maybe, you know what, there's a team going to be picking you up at the end of this. Who knows? If you're Ima, hey, maybe you're going to be under the radar of some of the great scoutings out there. But they cannot think like that because they will undo the bind that links them. And that's the end. You can never think that this stage is for you to shine as an individual, because if you do so, you will lose. So for today, they have to come together to make the most out of an incredible situation that they have. This is an audition for the world that they're starring in right now.
I think, you know, Ima, Shuhei have been the two kind of greatest discoveries of this major, right? We're talking about two players that have such great synergy together. As you said, Maui, have some great mid-round calling coming out of Shuhei that was really crucial in what was an arduous journey throughout that Challengers and Legends stage.
Yes, and really there's just one number I would point to just also solidify this point about Shuhei. They have the best 4v5 win percentage of any team once we hit the Legend stage. That is not easy to come up with plans even when you do lose that opening frag, when Accor or Ima aren't handing it to you on a platter. That is why Shuhei, to me, has been brilliant. Some of the other supporting cast members, Kioz, Isaac, they've been doing their part, but the thing is that once again, I'm tying it back to the fact that Shuhei is one of the best in-game leaders left in this tournament. He is easily the better in-game leader left in this matchup between him and SCY, who has just taken it up a few weeks ago.
And how crazy is it that he's so down to earth and like solid on an individual level? I have this conversation stuck in my brain. I saw him outside the hotel after they qualified for the playoffs, right? And I hadn't really talked to him too much before in the past, so I thought, hey, that's an opportunity for me. I'm going to get to know this guy a little bit. Like, I'm a fan of how you play in Counter-Strike, and we came to talk about the Apeks game, and I said, like, why was it so easy? What happened? And he just looked me straight in the eye and said, yeah, they were worried. They couldn't play the Counter-Strike they wanted. And I'm like, why are you giving me a talk like that? You're supposed to be the one that doesn't play your Counter-Strike. You're supposed to be the rookie. The nerve is supposed to get to you. And he felt like he was standing in this position where, you know what, my team, they know what they're doing. I know what I'm doing. I'm not worried at all. And this was such a disconnect between his actual situation and the way he plays. I was like, respect, man.
Maui, you mentioned Kioz's name as well. I think it was a surprise for a lot of us to hear the roars in the crowd yesterday when the intro video was playing, obviously hailing from Belgium, playing for some French organizations as well. So let's go ahead and check in with him, courtesy of Dinko.
Well, Kioz, is a big day today. Going to be heading out there for the playoffs with GamerLegion. And I just want to ask, is there any nerves today? You feeling any of that when you woke up this morning?
Actually, no nerves. I will totally enjoy it, and I'm happy to play here.
Now, we heard yesterday, any time your name was mentioned, any sort of glimpse of Kioz, the crowd just started erupting with cheers. They have a lot of support. Have you felt that already?
Yeah, whenever I was here in the arena yesterday, I felt the support of the fans, and it feels just amazing.
And in terms of your history with the French scene, obviously you speak French, right? So you're looking at your history with some of the French teams you've played with as well. You played with LDLC, Falcons for a bit. Can you talk to us a bit about the relationship with the French scene in your career so far?
I'm actually a really good friend with most of them, so yeah.
Do you think that's going to help today, that knowing that there's people out there, they've got your back, they're going to be supporting you? Vitality aren't playing today, so you're going to be their #1 fan club out there for you guys.
For sure, it will push us forward even more than we were doing so far, so I'm looking forward for them to cheer for us.
In your young career already, you've played with so many different teams in so many different regions, but you've never made it through to this stage of the major. You've never had this much success as you have with GamerLegion. What makes this team so different that has allowed you to get to this level?
I think the working ethic of this team is really amazing. Like even the staff that we have around us, that GamerLegion brought it, it's amazing. We feel always good whenever we go to tournaments. And also the team atmosphere is like really awesome.
How do you think you match up in terms of firepower against Monte? Because we've seen those guys come out really strong in both stages of the major so far, you know, outmatching Na'Vi, for example, in the firepower department. How do you think you guys fare in that firepower?
I think, yeah, they do have a good firepower, but there's nothing to be scared of, and especially when we have our lineup.
Is certainly going to be matching the decibels that this arena can reach, because, man, he was screaming his way through the Challengers and Legends stage, right?
Yeah, he's been really putting that coal in that engine. Like, he was the one screaming around. And honestly, just to get technical for half a second, he's been such a last resort to use for Shuhei as well. Like, on the T side, he's got 80% of a success rate in the attempt when he's trying to go for the entry. It doesn't happen too often, but you can kind of use it every now and then. Every now and then, you know, he's going to unlock the situation, he's going to give you that free entry kill, and he's going to be needed today for that as well.
Yeah, I think that with Kioz, It was pretty much like a deafening, shrill, just like scream. Like I thought there was a wraith that was like in our studio or something every time this guy was playing there. I'm interested to know if he's going to bring that energy. He said he wasn't nervous coming into this, but come on.
We've heard that before.
You don't know until you're on this stage.
We've heard it before.
You know, everybody gets nervous when they're in a big arena like this. So I want to see it. I want him to prove it. And I just honestly think that Kioz, he's not really the guy we're looking to in order to just make the difference in this game. It still comes down to people like Imma, people like Accor, and if Shuhei can call a good game on top of it.
And I think that's where it's really interesting when we're putting Accor under the microscope, right? Because you talked about, you know, having these opportunities in teams gone by. We're seeing, you know, again, a resurgence of him coming into things and a chance for him to prove himself once more.
You're absolutely correct. And I think I'm just being the old man meme, you know, refusing to adapt to the new times. This is how my brain feels like that. My brain is telling me, no, Accor is going to drop the ball. Remember the days in MOUZ. That's how I feel right now because he let me down so much in MOUZ, but maybe, just maybe I have to let go of that time. I have to accept that this was a different constellation, this was a different time. He was probably feeling different as an individual because his numbers have been much better in that GamerLegion team. He's not the one dropping, he's the one dropping the frag.
Well, two major newcomers now ready to be entering the arena. It's time to welcome the teams onto the stage.
Yesterday, we kicked things off in the right way with two epic games to see who will be making it a step further at the last ever CSGO major. Now, we go on to our other quarterfinal games where the pressure is still so high. Accor Arena, how are we feeling? Now later on today, we've got Liquid taking on Apeks in here. They faced off in a best of one, but on the stage, we know things are different. We know that the pressure gets that so much higher, and it certainly won't be easy for either team. But first up, I know we got some GamerLegion fans in here. But what about Monte? I think that's pretty split. Let me try that again. GamerLegion? Monte? You ready to see the teams? Oh, you want to see the teams? That's more like it. It's time for you guys, as always, to bring the hype, bring the energy, bring the noise for me. It's time for our first game. It's Monte taking on GamerLegion. With me one last time. Let's bring the hype! This is GamerLegion. Kioz, a unique path taken throughout his career, from competing at the minors in the CIS scene to heading back to Europe to see if he could go further than before. Perseverance is the most traveled path to success, and he has persevered in his own way. Now it's time to make it pay off. Accor, it seems fitting that he would make it inside the Accor Arena. But the pressure is high and the job is not done yet. Another mouse that has grown since joining the Legion, it's time to see the gamer in him hit his mark when needed. Sui, a four-time Academy League champion that was never given the chance to succeed on the main team, but he was ready to be next. With GamerLegion, he's carved his own way to success and taken them to their biggest stage yet. I am hitting his career best form at an international event, wearing his heart on his sleeve, never afraid to show his true self. He's now become the superstar the team desperately needed. Isaac, the supportive element of the team that has been far more than that. The Swedish player has come up huge at the perfect time, and he's rode that wave all the way into the champion stage. Let us hear it for GamerLegion! This is Monte. Boris, a Jordanian talent with aspirations to compete on the world stage, making tough decisions to further his career and never give up on his dreams. The pure aim machine who's been given the spotlight to succeed. Krasnal, showcasing his ability within the Polish scene. The firepower and positive energy has been a welcomed addition, bringing balance and a new lease of life to his team. SDY, he's always had the spirit with the ferociousness of a lion, but he wasn't quite born to win, at least in their eyes. Now he stands before us all as the experienced leader. His name might be some die young, but he could be immortalized in Paris. Demku, fighting through all the struggles of his past teams, determined to show the world that he can do and discovering the beast inside of him, activating at the most important tournament of his career. Waro 2K, the vital piece holding the most powerful weapon, alleviating the pressures of being an in-game leader from himself in order to have the impact required to perform at the major. Now he can show us what he is made of. Make some noise for Monte! It's an epic clash between these two in the quarterfinals. And these are two teams that many did not expect to even make it this far. A lot of change has gone on for both of these teams. They've had their fights. They've gone up against some of the toughest opponents so far. But now they need to show it on the stage. And that is certainly not an easy thing to do. Some of them have extra experience here, but overall it all changes when you get on that server. When it comes to the major, and especially the last CSGO major, this is one that matters the most. This is one where they can be immortalized on the final time. you have had one hell of a journey, man, coming from the Academy Leagues to this now. What does it feel like looking out here?
Oh, it feels amazing. I'm so happy to be here.
And you obviously got an extra set of fans, really, for the GamerLegion side. Kiyo's helping with that a bit?
Of course. I mean, I hope we get the support from French fans today.
Yeah, I think they're there for sure. Now, SDY.
Yep.
You managed to take down Na'Vi on your way to this, right? You managed to put your team, who was unexpected to go this far, onto the stage. How much does it mean to you, especially as you only just took over the IGL role?
We, like a team overall, very happy to be here and represent our country like it was our dream, so we will try to play our best Counter-Strike as possible.
And what's interesting for me is, considering yourselves and GamerLegion, you're playing so much CS at the moment, you've never faced each other in an official game. What do you expect from this matchup? It's going to be a lot of mind games?
We watch a lot of their demos, and I can say like it could be a very great game if both teams can perform under pressure.
That's what it's about, right? Are you feeling that pressure at all, mate?
Of course there is a little bit of pressure, but it's good to stay, straight in the game, focus on the game. That's what we are here for.
And in terms of SDY only just becoming the IGL and taking over from this, is that something you can feel more of a confidence in your own calling, that you're going up against someone that doesn't just have it naturally in them?
We don't focus on that. We just focus on ourselves as a team.
I like it. Well, guys, shake hands, take your seat. Yes, you can say one word, of course. Go one more.
Merci d'être venu. Je vous aime.
Well, he's getting the French side on him there. Thank you very much, guys. It's time for us to move into our opening quarterfinal game of the day. It's time to see Monte taking on GamerLegion.
The Dark Horses at full speed throughout the Legend stage, but now their biggest hurdle is fast approaching down the track, because Matthew, a major playoff stage is not for the faint of heart. You can say, hell no, I'm not feeling nervous, but that walkout, that has got to be putting into perspective the feat that you have already managed to accomplish as a team.
Definitely, and you have to use that as fuel. I think one of your favorite idiom in this whole major was fight or flight. And this is pretty much what it comes down to when you're a professional player. When you step on the stage, you either let the context, you let the pressure crush you and you disappear and you suffer through it, or you actually just take it by the horn and you ride that damn pressure and you have a good time. And this is what we're about to figure out. On that note, I think GamerLegion might be the most polished team. I think in the details, when you go down to the nitty-gritty, to the flashes, to the team play, they might just be out there. For the likes of Monte, not a whole lot of flash assist. It's more about individual making the difference. And isn't this the scariest prospect, to think that what we rely on right now is individuals to shine on the stage?
For GamerLegion and Monte, I have no doubt that they're actually going to be delivering a great game. I know a lot of people are tuning in right now. They're saying, what is this CSGO major? Why are we seeing Monte versus GamerLegion? I've never heard of any of these guys. And to be fair, they haven't actually done too much in terms of world competition, in terms of the biggest stages, but they have both been playing to their win conditions. They have both shown in the Legend stage that they deserve to be here. And Maniac, you already said that GamerLegion, they play that polished style. I love when I watch GamerLegion in any situation past the first 30 seconds. But what's scary is what Monte can do to you in the first 30 seconds. They are so aggressive. They do go for those individual plays. If it gets too out of their reach too quickly, that's where I think GamerLegion can falter in this one. But if you give this team a chance to catch their breath, Shuhei's going to make the right read. He's going to make the right call, and he's going to convert. Even if he's down a man, up a man, it doesn't matter.
But that's where the individuals are really going to be paying in their dividends coming onto this very stage. We've got some Kios fans for certain in the audience here. Of course we do. I mean, if you're gracing teams like LDLC, Falcon, sure, maybe a couple of years later, you're speaking French
just
as
cash
well.
In your check.
Got some fans.
Cash in your credit here in the arena as well. And on that note, we have to give it to Shui as well. Like, he checks all the boxes of an IGL. He knew how to buy the heart of the fan. I mean, he's seen the Carrigan VODs. He knows you have to create a relationship with your audience, and he did just that. I'm telling you, we're going to see this man. We're going to see this name in the next few years of Counter-Strike.
Circling back to the individuals conversation, we've got to put Ema, we've got to put Boros under the spotlight, going head-to-head in this one, because we know how much pain Boros can be delivering on the server. But Ema is coming out of that Legend stage as the second highest rated player from that particular stage.
A slight difference in style, I would say. Boros might be the chaos to Ema's order. I think Ema is more about trading and making the most out of the situation that's happening. You'll see him being, we're going to play overpass fast. For example, he'll be in the middle of the pack and he'll be trading people once the hit is happening, whereas Boros is basically just manufacturing. He's manufacturing madness. And I think both of these players have so much riding on their shoulders. In fact, I would argue they have too much. For my money, they have too much on their shoulders. I don't know that it is healthy for the long term, but today these are the two bulls that we set up to clash on the server.
Yeah, and I'm incredibly worried about GamerLegion for one reason. We already said his name, Boros. When he is going for any type of space, any type of control, Mahone did a great job breaking down how he has these little bits, these little tricks here and there, these little ways to play around smokes. And what he was able to do to Cloud9 and Nafany at Connector, I think he's got a new target right in his eyes. It's going to be Shuhei right there at Connector, and I expect him to go for the same type of plays, the same type of maneuvers, because he thinks he's better than him. And I'll be honest, he is better than Shuhei as an individual. So it's going to be up to Shuhei to move his pieces in the right way in order to help him, because if it's just a head-on battle, that is going to be a losing one for GamerLegion on that part of the map.
And you know who can stop Boros? Well, definitely Accor. That could be the one. I would posit that there is going to be a duel happening on the server most times. Accor on the CT side, he's one of the most needed player to make the entry kill. He's one of the highest rated player in the opening on the CT side, and his ability to stop the first line, I think is going to be key, is going to be paramount. If you're able to punish Boros in any of these risks that he takes and the tricks that Mahone put out, for example, and you force Monte into a more tactical game, which I don't think they're really comfortable in. I don't think this is the kind of Counter-Strike they want to play. You put them in that corner, and I think you have them where you need them as GamerLegion.
We're looking at Waro on the other side of the server as well, transitioning from that FPL star, taking the role of in-game leader upon his shoulders, then relinquishing himself of that coming into the major. Do you feel like we've been able to see him shine to new levels?
I'm going to be honest, Freya. Actually, I haven't really loved what I've been seeing from Waro. Other than the game that he played against Na'Vi, which was by far his best series, I feel like he's been kind of missing for them. I think that some of the nerve, some of the pressure is still getting to this budding Opper, and I actually think that Accor, to me, even though rating-wise it still looks decent for Waro, I just don't think like this is not what we were getting from what Waro was producing before. In terms of when he was coming on to the space in a lot of qualifiers, he looked like the hottest next thing coming out of Ukraine. But in this one, I think he looks a little bit more average, which is, I think, why we've also just been focusing on Boros. He's really the tip of the spear for this matchup when it comes to what Monte can provide. And on top of that, though, I do want to say Demq has been a sleeper player at this event. He has, to me, been one of those kind of support players, oftentimes anchoring bomb sites, and he has produced beyond what I thought he was going to coming into this event. So in terms of expectations and where some of these players have reached or not reached, I think that Demq has exceeded my expectations, and Waro has fell just about where I thought, if not a little bit beneath.
I like that you talk about Demq, because if you think about the style that Monte will play now, we're going to go on to Overpass, to Mirage rather, on the first map. Whenever these trades are happening, whenever the chaos is being put on, Demq has the responsibility to strike. When you play on the extremity of the map, and we'll see him lurk towards the A side, A ramp, A apps, it will depend on the round they're playing. Whenever you have a timing for the 1v1, you are not allowed to let the pressure get to you and hide behind that smoke. The whole modus operandi of Monte is to find these moments, localize these moments, and play for the duels that you feel you're better at than your opponent. If they don't, and if they just regress into being shy, this is it. The whole thing is going to come tumbling down.
And we've seen that paying off for Monte, right? They were on a hell of a win streak on that ground of Mirage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think it's 8 games, or at least they've won 11 of their last 12. I know that for sure. And that's why I think the guy that we've been talking about as maybe a hometown hero, just to build off your point, Maniac, is Kioz. If Demq is going to lurk out on that A site, Kioz has got to show that these French fans are cheering for something. Because if he's just going to fall flat, then the cheers are going to come pretty silent for him. And I think that Monte fandom is going to build up. Because when these two teams came out, it was louder for Monte.
You can feel that they've already sort of created personas for them. And in a way, they found a way to connect with the fans. They found a way for the fans to, I guess, identify with them. And this is why we get reaction. And this is what it's all about. We have some of the flags out there for EMA, for example. You have to give them something. You have to let them know who you are. If it's by taking a beef with someone, or if it's by being vocal about what you represent, you have to be able for the fan to see more than just a player. You're just more than a nickname. You're more than just a mistake that the Swiss system has produced, and we don't care who you are because we want to move on to the semi-final. Give them something to connect to, and I think Monte have been doing that.
They are the everyman of this beautiful Parisian tale, right, on both sides of the equation. And we also have kind of, I guess, a bit of a villain arc coming out of both SDY and Shuhei. We've obviously talked about Shuhei taking down the team that we all thought he was going to get picked up by, or should have been picked up by, from Mao's NXT into the main roster. For SDY, taking down Na'Vi as well to be getting a spot here, that's an incredible feat.
Yes, it is. A lot of great proactive play from Monte in that one, just such a sick CT side. They made it impossible for Na'Vi to ever even enact a game plan. But I will say the one caveat with that game is that that is the best performance by rating from SDY and from Woro. And that is such a huge issue for me, that they're going to overperform because there was bad blood in the server. They knew that they can just pull deep on that revenge tour in terms of just finding some sort of motivation. But like, what's going to get you out of bed to be GamerLegion?
What's going to get you out of bed is the quarterfinal of the fucking major. That's what's going to get you out of bed. That's what I want them to do. Because I'm right there with you. I know there was an emotional singularity to the Na'Vi game. It's undeniable. But hey, let's just tap into this. Just maybe today when we're playing a quarterfinal of the last CSGO major, if you have just a little bit of rage
I'll say this, they're just going to regress to the means. They're going to regress to their means. That's where I'm going to go. That's where I'm going to go with that. Like, that was... Okay,
so you're going GamerLegion. Is that what is happening? Are you think GamerLegion is going to take that one?
I got GamerLegion in this one, Maniac.
Yeah?
I got GamerLegion.
You go for Monte?
I have Monte, yeah.
Oh, wow, we got a split desk.
The fire, I got the fire burning, you know?
I think what's kind of made me believe in Monte, I've also gone for them as my pick, is Chad used the word stubborn to categorize them, right? They are so hella focused on their game plan. That's what I think could be so dangerous if they do start really hot, particularly on their pick of Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can completely eat their opponents alive if they start well. That is a big if.
Well, the pressure is palpable in the arena, and we are ready to get this quarterfinal matchup underway. We have Mirage, we have Overpass, and we have Vertigo if we do so need it in the clash of GamerLegion versus Monte.
To the Parisian fans, the French fans, and the international fans alike, thank you so much for being here to join us in what will be a celebration of the final CSGO major. And for one of these teams, the run ends today, and for the other, an amazing story that continues on forward. But just like objects in the rearview mirror, this match might be closer than it appears.
It's time! Paris! Make some noise!
All right, let's get to it. Monte versus GamerLegion, the sleeper match of the playoffs.
The matchup where all of a sudden someone's going to the semis. What a way to start. Accor. Singular USP tap. Nice one. He's gonna go for the bench player too. Woro responds, Boros responds, and he's now got that edge. Dual Beretta's off of the catwalk, fast flank, he gets himself the kill. We got a bloodbath to kick it off, and I think that you guys are in for a treat because I expect every round to be something like this, back and forth between the individual level of each of these teams.
We had Oro in the interview talk about how important this pistol will be for figuring out how they feel. And look at the position they got themselves in now. Bomb will be planted, and a creep in comes.
Little flank from IM. Oh, Woro stuffs him then and there. It's gonna fall on Isaac to deny the T-side pistol. Now he's made a bunch of noise, but, oh! Just like that! Woro 2K picks up a three-piece in the pistol, and we've got Monte with first blood.
Yeah, Maui brought it up about Woro. You know, we talk a lot about what Boros has done, and outside of the Na'Vi game, Woro hasn't necessarily been the superstar of all of these matches. But in the interview, in the pregame, talked so much about how important this opening round would be for sensing how they feel. And they've started off correctly. So much mood comes out of this win. We're instantly onto pistols for GamerLegion. Monte's game plan coming forward into mid is going to be no surprise here to GamerLegion. They stacked up on Cat. 2 players left over, looking for any kills that they can get, and Accor as the last man standing. Spotting up in the ladder room. Will probably go down, no problem. Demka right on his tail. That's Monte up 2-0 quick. Now we know that with Monte's game plan on Mirage, it will be about taking mid control quickly and trying to, under the instruction of SDY, have Boros get into connector, fight into the window, and then also bring in variety with the different tempos and mid attacks. GamerLegion, when they play Mirage, they are very good at answering into middle. It's possible to counter Boros. A good HE to the bottom of connector on a good timing could be the key. Got a quick kill here from Krasnal. But GamerLegion finds some compensation. They've stuck around. Nade gets thrown to the top of mid here to establish presence. And again, it's the lack of fear that makes you wonder if GamerLegion can stand to the test. They keep pushing forward.
I was wondering at what point in this matchup we were going to start to see, the pace subside, slower Counter-Strike get played, if ever. Do Monte want to give GamerLegion that space in the mid rounds? Because right now, Shuhei from bottom middle is going to claw back man advantage. Didn't last too long. It's in the silence that I think GamerLegion can find their edge versus Monte. It's in the minutia. That's where Shuhei shines. That's where he makes the most out of pieces that you wouldn't otherwise be talking about. 2 smoke grenades left.
Shuhei sets him up. In the con, waiting for the late lurk. Monte press up on the attack. Nades come cascading over the site. Opening duel here, lost by Shuhei. But we got one back from Kios.
Lower health for Monte, but they definitely have an opening to sight. It's their chance to cross. Smokes fade. Ema's gonna punish. Kios there in the second. And GamerLegion with rifles look good.
This is what I was talking about. They match their energy. Monte into connector, GamerLegion not leaving mid. They get the opening trade. We'll take a pause in the action to see what. Oh my God, okay.
What the hell?
All right. Just keep trying. But right here, Shuhei, IGL plays connector, stays inside of middle. Monte coming forward towards connector. They both understand how the other team will play. They both just believe that they've got the better players to do it. We'll find out who will actually be the victor, but we've already got a 2-for-2 trade. Shuhei with the double. And like clockwork, Monte keep coming back to the well.
Pull back off of middle, giving the space over, giving the respect. It's a dangerous game when you play versus Monte. You do not want to get caught in the flames. So they stall, they sit back, they wait. No move from Monte. Big chance early on here. Still enough, of course, to get in with an exec. SDY would have to set that up. We've talked SDY all event, the reins of Monte in his hands. And so the explosiveness slowly gets closer. When do they pull the trigger? When do all of them sprint in?
They're letting the round breathe right now. Let the doubt seep into the GamerLegion's minds. One man will take first contact on the explode. He loses the opening trade, but we've got one back from Ima. He's looking for a second, but Krasnal, the Polish talent, comes through.
And here he is now. Kios.
Fan favorite.
He who was chanted for on his approach. Vitality's homeboy. Frag grenade goes out, not destined to find either two. Oh! The shots are clean now, huge advantage. Singular bullet for each of those deaths. But it's the pressure of that moment, and it's the skill of Monte's members that still could have taken his head off, not to be had. GamerLegion tie up 2-2 early.
When he had the first nade go out to Van, it looked like he might not have read that 1v2 correctly, but he was prepared to be reactive, and there was pressure on the safe plant to peek, because if he walked out, there was no good angle to attack from. But the flick was good. The HP was too low there for Monte, and as good as the opening kills were for Krasnal as they turned the corner on Cat, the 1v2 was better. And for Kios, he knows about the fan support in this arena. So to get a 1v2 out of the way, surely he's shooken off some nerves. Shuhei, again, we know, is going to be fighting for control. He does this every single time they play for Mirage. And now they've earned the respect of Monte.
You know, Ima's performance has just been phenomenal. Second highest rated player coming into the playoffs of the entire Legend stage. First Romanian to ever make top 8. Yeah. You like that.
Yeah.
That's one of the beautiful things I think about these runs from these teams is we're starting to get another showcase of underrepresented countries claiming their titles and their ground within the CS space, just on the doorsteps of the next iteration of the game.
Congratulations to the UK.
They're back.
And Volt also British and Romanian.
Sure.
Another Academy League standout. Okay.
Ima's ready. That one AK falls back, and it's going to be Shuhei with the mid peek instead, but quick response out of Krasnal. And his entries towards this B site is really what got that last round going. But now he's got Ima to deal with, and Isaac's going to pull attention away. It's Waro with a team kill. Awkward, of course, on the approach, but so be it. That one AK not destined to break through B yet again.
Yeah, if we talk about nerves, SDY is the one quarterfinalist here out of these 10 players that has played in a major playoffs. So we're going to see rounds lost on mistakes like that. Mechanics, nerves are going to play a factor. And again, it's one of those matchups where they could have been seeded differently. They could have had to play FaZe, Heroic, Vitality, Liquid. They know that on their best day they can win this match. That only makes it harder.
What a beautiful opportunity for both of these teams, for each of their careers, to finish CSGO on the highest possible high they could have asked for. At least that's the story of one of them, the other to fall in quarterfinals.
Eyes wide open in mid once again.
Another smoke for Shuhei to play around. He is somebody that loves to put himself in the front of the fight to gather information and moments off of his own accord. But we've got Boros lined up. We've got Waro not far off. The duality of Monte. When it comes to the entrying, these two players combined taking 75% of all entry attempts from Monte. This is their front line. And Ima meets it off of Catwalk with a quick kill just over top of it. It's another round where Boros gets no impact. And he is the heart of Monte. Waro takes place, gets closer. As the pinch is about to unfold, we get Accor to throw himself into it. So all of a sudden, GamerLegion looking great yet again. Can they hold off this second volley? Shuhei from the stairs falls, Kios gets one, and sure enough, it's GamerLegion yet again.
Uh-oh. Things are looking rough. We know the game plan from both teams. They're both enacting the same game plans today, but for one team, it's working much better. I think the key move here for GamerLegion is always two at the top of connector. Shuhei, as the first line of defense, will take that first peek, but will always be a rotator ready to refrag, to fight mid, to open up lines again. They do not like playing blind. And right now, they're in control of that space. Half buy-in from Monte. See what the setup is here for GamerLegion.
Hasn't been nearly as fast as what I was expecting out of Monte's T side. This one's looking like they're gonna try to tap into that, but the nade finds them. And Kios is just gonna stuff this push. Oh! One-man army! And he's gunned down by Sungda Young, but Shuei's got it from the bomb site. Dispatching of the sidearms like they're nothing.
My favorite part is the Kios roars every single round. And the payoff when he wins the big match at the end, where he doesn't roar, he just slinks into his chair and really absorbs the energy of the room. You could tell that he was built to play in LAN environments. And I can tell that Monte are scared. They can't get away with what they could versus many other teams. And that's why you cannot sleep on GamerLegion.
Kios ready yet again. Anticipating more of a Palace hit, but sure enough, they're already exiting out ramp. So Kios, another incendiary which needs to be respected, and he's gonna find nothing this time. Shuei's on a similar angle. We've got the ticket player in position. Demka's looking for his entry, and Shuhei, in the middle of the smokes, has let Boros close. But he takes his head off, and Demka answers. Still, he finds his line of sight. Still, Demka gets the trades. And GamerLegion now on a retake. They've lost track of Demka. And with them working forward off of the ticket, he's going to waste no time starting to flank back behind them.
Oh my God.
They go to check it. Ema finds him. Denies that end of this post plant, but it's Sumdai Young's chance to shine. 2 players ahead of him. But when and where? And how do they pull this off? They don't expect it. He drops Isaac, but can't escape. Ema with a clutch and a 3K to keep the success of GamerLegion going.
They just look so composed in that moment. They check the flank at CT after Shuhei takes first contact in jungle, and they walked by him. Demka had every right to come on that big flank, and they just made sure, not skipping protocols, prepared for the kind of game plan that Monte wants. They want to try to create chaotic situations. They want to slip through every crevice. But if GamerLegion stay aware, then the novelty of those lurks will wear off quickly. And maybe they already have. Shuhei's calmness in that situation to lock down his 1 frag off the corner of the smoke, it speaks volumes. There's never been a moment in the Legends stage where it felt like Shuhei was slightly off his game. Again, this team is Ima being supported and being set up. But Shuhei right beside him, leading from the front. And as we come out of the freeze time, Monte's T-sides shouldn't be a question, but now it's something that we'll be talking about. They have a high expectation to do better in this half. Mirage is a map that they love to go to.
Pre-match, Maui Snake bringing up the fact that Waro 2K's presence hasn't really been felt in all of the series so far in Legend stage. That match versus Na'Vi was absolutely his. But we'll see if his support behind Boros, as it always is, the 2 layers of Monte's assault. We swear the ceiling's high, if not uncapped. Boros just missed the timing. Silence falls in middle. And these are the sorts of moments where we've yet to see GamerLegion give anything away in this, right? Comfortable to just let Monte make that first move.
But they keep vision, they keep updating.
They're doing it without taking the biggest risks. And that assessment of the situation each and every time is what has kept them in the lead on this CT half. But Krasnal hunts,
They're
and
a little
he hears.
prepared for this split.
And the pressure's coming with Bomb not far away, but still, there it is. Waro 2K getting the first one. Pressure on Shuhei in the backbench, wins the duel versus the Opper. Boros catches a double kill, and Shuhei feels desperate as he is pitched from 3 sides. It's a trident of an offense. It's the trident of Monte that pierces through B and reopens the conversation about this T side.
Yeah, and we've got that round out of Boros. The 3 frag entry here as he lurks to the bottom of Con, then turns that into a B split. Demka also gets a key frag as they come in because the rotations from GamerLegion were sound. Even though they had a player inside of Cat, they had 2 in the back of the site to help out Shuhei, excuse me, as the first rotation. So they were well prepared and fortified for any kind of split that came that way. But between the 3 of those players, they only got that 1 kill. So the game remains alive here for Monte, even if they've been tested so well by GamerLegion. I know that Boros is Monte's biggest asset, but he's also the player who has now been exposed to so many conversations. He's been taken seriously to a point that he hasn't ever before this in his career. He's being watched by all the top dogs. And so it's still, there's a lot of reliance on him to continue to be inventive, unfortunately.
One of the conversation points with Monte coming into this event way back when was just with so much game tape, with them having played so much more Counter-Strike than everybody else combined, that it should be easy to counter-strap them. A new in-game leader, a coach who can't be present here in the Accor Arena.
We're looking at an interesting idea, take formation at the moment. Multifaceted from both squads.
Contact towards B, Krasno comes out on top. Back-to-back rounds, he's making that presence felt. In addition to the B apartments, the GamerLegion are gonna have to adapt to. But if there's a win condition for GamerLegion today, it should be Shuhei, his calls, his intuition.
How do we not blow a 5v4 is what Monte asked themselves if they still fan the map. 35 seconds.
They've lost them already so far on Mirage. It's Kios to kick one off.
Ooh.
That makes things awkward for the exit up middle. Boros, he sees him, and just at that moment, Shuhei puts his gun away.
Wait.
Demka's gonna make the B contact. Bomb is creeping out. We still have fights on multiple fronts, but it all comes down to this one. Boros clears Tetris. Accor sliding just far enough, and he puts Waro 2K to the clutch, but exposed to Catwalk will not kill him. Time. Ooh, he missed it, I think.
It's so close.
Does it? He's got it. Oh, by the skin of his teeth. And with 13 HP, he awaits the press up from Accor. And he misses his first shot. Excellent dive out. That creates space for the other Opper to move this back around. He is sticking this all the way. This is his arena.
Welcome, Accor, to the Accor Arena. A beautiful clutch to call him out. And that's pressing tab, understanding what Waros wants to do. You don't do that versus everybody. Waros tagged by Imma, but the spray was not good. That was a position that if Imma disengaged and came back, it was round over. Accor still saves the day.
He just sits on it. He just calls him out. No peek,
well,
no bluff.
He fell back to jungle, and the bomb is planted on the inside of triple. He had to do the play of jumping out to the bottom of connector, and maybe thought that Accor had a smoke.
Okay. Either way, Accor from the clutch in the last one to the opening kill here.
Yep.
Ooh. But that
the
bait. That bait! There's a response, though. Monte able to get one out. However, middle, yet again, being claimed by GamerLegion. Although Boros has a little timing, and he's looking to join his teammate. They still have to deal with Shuhei deep, and there's the double kills right back. And a missed shot out of Accor means he gets gunned down. Isaac running this up. What a response out of Monte, but what a critical mistake. They left behind a very important piece of this puzzle. And Isaac at the perfect moment. Oh! But he just can't hang on.
That's a full house between SDY and Boros, and by the grace of SDY's spray alone, they win that. But as you mentioned, a massive error. In a position where SDY and Boros were committed out the A site, had control of CT, and took down everybody between the two of them. SDY approaches carefully just in case, and Isaac hadn't seen the bomb. He just came in and had to be ready. That's a close call for GamerLegion. Nearly tragic for Monte, but for the sake of this game, thank God that Monte won it. Oh, a sliver angle as Accor is blind inside the window and fully committed on the bench.
Can't press out just yet. Biggest advantage Monte have had thus far on map one. Smoke fades, nice shot. A little spice out of Shuhei.
Yeah, it's a patient moment. Of course, half the map is vacant. Looking to phase the smoke now. Waro will recede. Bomb left in this interesting position. Oh my God! Imma! He steps up and says, Monte, step down.
Bomb down again. Forces SDY to double back, and they're going to jump on this in an instant. But Kios, oh, there's an answer!
And Imma, does he have a little bit more?
It's right there for him. Fresh mag to the Deagle. Oh, a third kill out of him. Almost enough. Shuhei invigorates GamerLegion with the first one. Imma with 3 back and a chance at a 4th.
He's already up to 16 kills in this half, playing off of Cat, where it felt like all the action was coming down towards Connector. Such a key figure, but the same can be said for SDY, a rating leader for Monte, on a team with Woro, on a team with Boros. And he comes clutch once again. The most experienced player in the server.
Still an open door for Monte to capitalize, to tie this up. Uh-oh. Down he goes. Boros just that much faster, always. Bomb looking to join this pack of players. USP not destined for this one. And so GamerLegion, they gotta let this one go. Your Deagles were a thing of beauty, but a cleanup inside of middle gets this game to a 1-round difference. Back and forth, and Monte making the absolute most of a late approach to this T side.
Yeah, Boros getting on the scoreboard there. But SDY's kills have been key in these last few, the clutch, the recovery on the anti-eco. And they have no mechanical failures, unlike this guy with his computer. Oh. GamerLegion will take a timeout as we round out this half. When we move into the next half, GamerLegion's T side will be up for a discussion. They definitely are looking for 9 in this position. Monte, on the other hand, are going to be very comfortable in creating a comeback. So in surviving, this T side will feel just fine.
Honestly, great price.
Yeah. We were 7-3 at one point. And in the pit of their stomach, GamerLegion know we've shown some great rounds, but the numbers really matter here. So let's see what they can get out of round 14.
They've tried to put Woro on this angle a few times, but GamerLegion have done a good job of not crossing immediately. They counter it by just coming at it with rifles.
Oh, and Shuhei shoots.
Moments later, but spotted. Krasnul on that top shelf. Ton of pressure on Ima's shoulders. His teammates trying to rotate in. What? Sectioning off Boros. Demka comes out from Palace, his second victim. He's gonna try to do it all from inside this site. Third one too much to ask. Isaac's up next, and Woro's come through with the close. Monte tie, 7 rounds apiece.
Listen, great shots on the hold, but the opening 2 kills from Monte. The idea to be careful about the 8 ramp, having Shuhei shoot and then punish him. That's when the round ended. So a massive round from the beginning from Boros, where it has been some other openers throughout. And now it's the money gone for GamerLegion. They're not gonna have a single M4. FAMAS, 3 MP9s, a scout on Accor. They'll need to show up or get shut out, because this has been a massive comeback out of Monte.
Pinned inside that corner, desperate. Oh, they don't even need the nades. Woro slams one through the wall. Demka had that critical pickup in the last round as well, just making the contact out of Palace, putting too much pressure on Ima. Now Boros, yet again a nuisance towards middle. One half of the map gets stuffed as Boros continues to pick up kills, but confirming more bodies on the other end would probably just power up Monte to roll this momentum into this side of the map. Do they clear every corner? Do they check every spot? Or do they fall victim to a late half mistake? No, sir. Boros starting to find his groove. GamerLegion finding themselves stacked in the graveyard. Krasnul, he's gonna make sure Kios gets no further space, and so despite GamerLegion's best efforts out the gate, it is Monte to respond towards the tail end of this half. And Shuhei shut down with a final tap as Monte take the lead.
Unique journey to go on. To create something this significant, this cool, and with such meaning built into it. It's definitely pushing buttons in the right way. For those who know us, they also know that we try to push things. And I think if we ever find ourselves in situations where people love every single thing that we're doing, it means that we're comfortable. It's just not exciting. A trophy is no different. It's obviously what is lifted at the end. It's probably the most iconic piece it's not even equipment, of lore, I guess, from an event. That's why I think we always try to and strive to make it different and out the box. So the process for the design itself is pretty straightforward. Normally in the past we have done other abstract things, and I think this was just no different. We knew we were in France, such a deep-rooted culture with arts. There was obviously many iterations, and there always is when you try to build something like this. So went through tons of iterations, picked some favorites, hashed it out in meetings, which ones we wanted to go with, and then worked with our vendors to try to, push the boundaries of how to make it. It may feel a little bit alien when you see it first, but I think when you see the full show, the spectacle, our motion, visuals for the screens, etc., then it'll hopefully feel a full circle. Playful, fun, different, vibrant, all of that kind of went into it. I think we've created a beautiful trophy. Can't wait to see it on stage, be lifted, and winners bringing it home.
So there we have it, Monte taking the 1 round edge and 5 rounds in a row for them to close out that T side. Now GamerLegion get to set the mood. Now they get to set the tempo. And it's you in here who gets to set the mood. So Paris, let me hear a little noise.
A lot of people showed up today.
And we appreciate that. It was a long day yesterday, action-packed. You got real rowdy for Vitality. And we've got all weekend long to keep this one going.
Yeah, and this might be the closest match of all. What a start from GamerLegion. What a comeback into the half from Monte, and their shoulders can come down. They have CT side to look forward to. I'm not even sure at this point that a pistol will be enough for GamerLegion, so we can call it imperative as they start to approach on the attack.
So many questions about pace, about tempo. Layers to it all. Are there going to be splits? What is Shuhei going to get up to? What is he prepared for this moment? The biggest moment of his career. SDY gets pressured in jungle. Shuhei going to get to the helm of this. Holds off on the window. Double kill, looking good. And everybody else has faltered here for Monte. That push, that clearing of the bomb site looked way too easy for them. And there's nothing here Krasnal can do. Stuck on the other side of Murder Hole. He'll respond with a little violence. But it's not going to be the round win. No way.
Yeah, Emma opens up. And again, never played in a major playoffs. So to continue from Legends to be the carry into the quarters, that's a massively good sign. And I'm sure for Shuhei, for someone who at least has some LAN experience, now the 4th-time We Play Academy League champion, that'll feel good. As the IGL, he can still rely on everybody to put up. Isaac still hasn't really entered the server. Had some trouble on B. No shame in that. Krasnal always brings the ferocity on the attacks on T side. And now that we switch over, maybe he'll be more looking forward to this, being able to stage the approach instead of defend against it. This will be a very telling round. You know, with how lopsided these two sides are at the moment, it's the perfect recipe for an upset with a low buy. The calls need to be impeccable, and everyone needs to be relied upon here for GamerLegion. This will not be for free.
We get the heavy lean from Monte. And the same space, the same affordability that was offered up in the first half is given here to the T's yet again. Utility starts to dry up. We've got another smoke and molly, of course, still from Monte, and the first bit of damage comes out of Woro, a deadly scout.
We know what Boros can do.
Nima picks up one, but that's what I'm talking about. Wallbang through the connector. Demka pushed close, can't manage to hold on to Kios. And so the CT's just still holding in their positions, and with the entries going well one way, Krasnal starts to peel away, but the bomb's coming at him. And he's getting that damage in. The numbers here are being thinned out ever so slightly. SDY, however, on the other side is just nowhere near to stop this. GamerLegion's T side will start with that pistol.
Yes.
And a smooth conversion right after.
And they spend their money, right? They get rifles into this round. There's everyone who's taking this seriously is thinking, we want to set up so that we can build up an economy, but at the same time, we know we could lose right here. So they prioritize the round win. And between these 5 guns, there are 4 different players who get kills. And now SDY will look to punish exits. I don't think GamerLegion are worried about him really testing this retake. And now we'll see. We do have the makings of an interesting setup. Of course, this MP9 can get carried forward for what it's worth. But there won't be much more invested behind this.
To stop that momentum of Monte.
Oh, they're trying to keep him close.
Hold up.
He's got a kit.
Hold up.
Oh my God, he's gonna lock it in.
No way!
Oh! Jesus. They said we knew the timing. They said all good. He's got 4.9 seconds. There's no way he has it. Wow, that's millimeters and milliseconds.
Keeping everybody on their toes, keeping you on the edge of your seat. Beautiful attempt. Nice try.
Yeah, gotta have a good time with it. Monte coming light.
I love the golf clap that went around the arena with that one.
Nice go that high, strong.
Demka gonna burn out Boros. Woo. Careful. GamerLegion themselves almost pulled off a round upset like this. If it were to happen, I expect it out of Monte. People in the right position.
Oh man.
And GamerLegion aren't pulling back. They're not leaving.
Woro's got his face pressed against this wall right now, waiting for an opportunity to swing a bit. He's got an angle now. Deagle goes dry. Accor.
Yeah.
Kios come in for 2, and now it's a 3-on-1. Krasnal, he got a little bit at the end last time. They've got back turn. Oh my God.
Accor back around default, all good.
Okay.
But again, these last 2 rounds, I think, are just those reminders that in this matchup, both teams can make mistakes.
Yes.
Both teams have the individual pop-off potential. It's a beautiful mix in this head-to-head.
Now, if this isn't a 2-3 round lead here for GamerLegion, Monte will come back and win this game. Mark my words. So GamerLegion know that. We move into another rifle. Right now, Isaac is not having a good time on stage. 3 and 14 at the moment. And we've seen his presence felt. Oh,
so blind.
Spotted. What? Still? And he gets away?
Vision. Gets himself the kill. Woro can't answer right away, but he's also not far off.
Only half of all murders are solved, and that's one of them. Somehow, Boros escapes that danger.
What is this? They just trade positions and walk away.
Who would you rather be right now, though? They've got the bottom of window.
It's watch.
Yeah, it's a spot here from Demka, but unbeknownst to GamerLegion, as they keep coming forward, Woros does the rest.
Yeah, it's the sheer numbers here inside of the A site. Way too difficult for Kios to creep out with that threat down beneath him, and with the jungle player who ends him. It is damage on 2, though. This isn't an impossible one to imagine that GamerLegion could draw back, but with that deep anchor from Monte now pushed in, it's gonna get difficult. SDY awaiting another chance to shine. And Demka just has to keep his head down.
He just has to do nothing in this position.
Don't play your hand too soon. Don't give it up here. Wait! And you shall receive exactly what you need to take Monte into 9. Demka comes back, triple kill from him. And the desk mentioned it, the sleeper pick at this stage of the major for the entire thing. Came in unexpected to shine the way he truly has. He has put his name amongst the rest. The stars of Monte. Demka's not too far off.
And these LAN matches out of Demka have shown off exactly how good he can be. Only getting better and better. No bottom fraggers on Monte, says Demka. Next grenade comes out. Now it's a one-round game. GamerLegion will have some time to think.
Double flashbang prime for this one. We're gonna keep it simple.
Oh, he missed the jump spot. Late nade comes out.
But great position from SDY. Nobody's gonna get past him here, not with measly blocks. Shuhei, go ahead. So, Monte tying this up at 10, giving us what we would have hoped for with as much that is on the line in this head-to-head, with as strong as GamerLegion started that defense.
Yeah.
With Monte drawing it back T-side, we've got the makings of a 30-round game, and we've got a chance now for Shuhei to figure out this CT half. How does Monte give them an opening back in?
It's hard. You've got Mirage Demons on the other side. They have just as much freedom, just as much autonomy as they did on T-side. And now they've got some more CT advantages to work with and a lot more confidence. Ooh, Accor narrowly missing across into connector. But Waros' itinerary was here all the way to the top of middle. Spotted, but not given the fight, and he continues forward.
Great position. Missed chance, however. Now gonna feel stranded.
Molly comes forward.
But he's got Boros to work with, and then they both get out.
Yeah, they let him go. They're happy to take over mid, but GamerLegion, maybe that was an opportunity.
Definitely for the 5v4, and obviously dangerous game if you decide that you want to go swing in that top corner. You've given Monte a chance to fall back.
They crossed him at 2 different impasses while he crossed connector into the top of middle, let him go free. It's like Boros finding that trade-off cat and then receding back into B site. They can't let these ones go. If anything, GamerLegion have shown some of the best punishment game of all the teams in the Legends stage. We'll get a display of that on Overpass, but for now, they have to think about the thought that they could win this game. It's 10-10.
Man, evacuated site, though. Content to just take it back from GamerLegion.
Yeah, the right amount of utility.
And the flash is on the dot. There's the duel. And Sumdai Young can't hold it. Krasnow's gonna slide into the similar angle. He will at least clock Kiosk off the play. Bomb still yet to exit. Time becomes of the essence, and Boros is given a chance. But his counterpart, Nima, shuts it down. Krasnow in the open floor, 15 to that clock. Now things start to get hectic. And Acor's found his spacing within this bomb site. A retake between Demka and Waro queued up. Low health on the star of GamerLegion. Window gets pressed.
He's on 4.
He's gonna try to take it every step of the way.
Look at this confidence. Hits the inspect,
and
Accor does the rest. Imma put him on T-shirts.
Way too easy getting into that bomb site. Yeah, 2 hands.
Wow, what a beautiful play on the call as well. Punishment for not playing in the back of the site. The flash transition with a second peek from Imma as his first teammate gets out to allow him to lodge himself into the second window. And then he does the rest. And he knows that he's cold right now. The headshots speak for themselves. Now the tempo is faster, and oh my god.
Yeah, now they're kind of feeling the wave of that last one.
Oh, a punishment.
And Accor pressed in. Feels to me like Kiosk has been waiting for his chance to get out from Palace as well.
They find the same gap that Monte found, but can they reason out the rest of the players? Now Accor
with 2.
He's got the bomb.
Not ready.
He's decapitated.
Quickly, Kiosk tries to flank. He gets the best of Demka, but they know Boros is still deep on top of this one. Pistol out.
It's a trade from the entire pack of GamerLegion. Now, they could just leave. But if they get drawn back, they could still fall victim. Oh, no, hold on. With the smoke, it's been announced.
But this is
surely they're on high alert.
Hold on. Yeah, bomb gets caught going back. Krasnal, what a pickup.
And Ema's going to catch a back turn from Sumda Young.
Oh, now they just have to build a connection. This will be a hard round for Krasnal to figure out. No secret where everybody is in this position. So he goes for something a little different. Krasnal says, Pasha, keep biking.
Ooh, the timing here. Check the way the GamerLegion obviously just hyper-fixated on the bomb. They have a decision to make right here. What's the destination? Krasnal starts to fall back.
Oh, the read, and he goes back for...
As bomb crosses over.
Yeah, a long flank, and now we'll see if the coverage is going to be here.
But it's just for the bomb. He sprays. It's close. And Isaac gets that in. Down he goes. GamerLegion reclaim the bomb control, get back into the A site, nearly throwing away what was another great moment. And we saw those similar little mistakes with bomb possession being made by Monte's T side.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an opportunity here for Monte. Boros made this very scary. Off down, bomb down in the same frag. And then Krasnal set himself up for the correct play. He just didn't trust the timing. And then he tried to split the difference. Instead of coming back to the stairs, went around a CT. Probably thought, all right, this ends B, and he needed to meet them halfway. At least he felt so. And is it real? GamerLegion improving on T side right before our eyes here on Mirage.
They found the runway.
It's the most obvious map choice for Monte, and they won't be surprised about overpass as well. Monte might have to face the reality of a 2-0 if they don't take Mirage. They recognize the stakes right now. But the close moments going back and forth favoring the T side and Boros.
Every time that deagle's in his hands, but a little too rambunctious. What was once clear, Accor occupies the angle. Just one from Boros. 23 kills so far on the map, but nobody can compare themselves to Ema at the moment. Getting close to that 5-7. Beautiful first kill out of SDY. That sends a shiver down their spine, and the Mac 10 attempt to jump could have been something. Waro 2K with a P250 from across the map, drops the bomb, slows it down, and pushes Demka to a curious situation.
Yeah, now they know he's likely to be far away.
Doesn't grab the gun.
What's going to be the avenue in?
Wants to play the timing, goes for the op. Now, I mean, a scoped weapon in this position, they're not going to plant exposed to him, but will they expect his point of entry? This moment, his contact, where is it, and when does it come in? Getting ever closer, T's hide back. They're giving him this space. They've given him this chance. Isaac in the corner, Demka dead.
And the smooth move into the perfect post plant as Demka cannot find an opponent. And he gets too close to the point that even if he finds one, a second will trade instantaneously. Great organization here from GamerLegion. Honestly, a clutch shot from Accor. The ladder movement from SDY could have displaced him. That one wasn't guaranteed. SDY with a clean first 5-7 kill, but that's all he'll get. And another rifle round attempt from Monte. Where are the pristine CT sides?
Oh, just shut down again. But when the opper falls, the rifle's always there with it. The tethering of Monte's stars. Sumda Young trying to kick up his individual level, as we've seen throughout this stage, but dropped off at the top of the stairs by the poorest performing player in the server. Isaac just gets his 5th, but it's still his, and it's theirs. GamerLegion man advantage. Looking to press that reset button. No rush. Do not make a mistake in this critical turning point.
Mashuhei, they've been in safe hands, but there's no telling what one man from Monte can do, and that says a lot about these players individually have shown up this year, setting a record in 139 maps played in the first quarter.
Ridiculous.
The grind to this point, and you could see they instilled fear in a lot of their opponents.
Ooh.
Oh, Krasnell's been a part of that conversation, but Ima doesn't miss.
Look at the pounce. Look at the pace. And look at the chance Demka has as he gets his head back down. Look at this. IM gives him nothing and a bit more damage. It's just enough time for Boros to move over. Insta-kill to Kios. Took very little damage, offers up a bit more health by stepping in the flames. And this man, oh, he gets shut right down because Isaac has found his biggest moment so far in this series. A three-piece that started on that A ramp and closed on Boros in B.
Did Isaac get warmed up? 4 kills before entering this round. And playing from a scary moment, puts up 3 clutch frags to put himself on 7. Of course, so far away from the next lowest fragging player on either side of the server. But at this point, when they get 14, it couldn't matter more.
It's the classic tale of Counter-Strike. Play every single round, every single moment. And Isaac has just had his. On the brink of 30 kills, Ima sets up with the rest of the team. An entire bomb site to be tested. Shuhei calls for the full-blown exec and the follow-through that will come with it. It is 15 on the line for the Legion, but a great amount of damage comes out of Boros. Q's Demka, peeks off, can only manage 1, and then that force out from Ticket gets punished. But Boros has been able to survive this attack the entire time, just maintaining control until Ima strikes them down one by one, step by step. And Sum Da Young's position known. So how can he get back into this? The little that's left of Ima over towards the Ticket. Sum Da Young given space again, but this time no kit. We've got a Molotov on Ima. If he can just stay alive and drop it, then this one's his. Oh, but it gets cleared out with no utility. And now I'm telling you, this bomb's not planted for ramp, but it's also no kit.
No kit.
So close, so far. GamerLegion take 15.
Oh, and Accor comes right out, but it doesn't matter. There's no chance here for SDY to try and stick, even from the ramp post plant, and GamerLegion hit 15.
What a risk to run. Playing that last position with the bomb on the opposite side, you already know Sum Da Young came mere milliseconds from robbing with a defuse. And if he had all he needed, this one was his too.
And Ima has left an imprint, 30 and 17 as they touch 15. On both defense and attack, he can be relied upon. His first time playing a major quarterfinal. And he looks unfazed. And again, they know Monte's money will be low. They know it's going to be a force, but they can read into this. There won't be an op crutch here for Monte. They're gonna have to try to put this together with imperfect weaponry, with low utility versus the full strength GamerLegion, who are showing a better T side that they've shown in most of their games on Mirage.
The map where Monte made their mark. Mirage is where they strike fear versus almost any opponent. Boros has tried his absolute damnedest. He'll do it yet again and get away safely.
Oh.
Acor's up, seeking a victim. But Boro has got a little gap on that smoke, but with the lesser weapon, doesn't want to take too much of a chance.
Yeah, he's shy, and you know, it's a 5v4.
Can't blame him.
So he's got the textbook open. He says, all right, let's peel back. We've got an edge. GamerLegion 5v4.
Timing here is huge. Ima just slipped through. Boro had just cleared that. He had just checked connector. And give it another second, I swear he turns back around. But now there's an open door being just taken off its hinges. Demka's gonna try to put up some kind of a defense, but this one has been evened out. And while on fire, with 3 kills separating them from a map win on Mirage, Ima goes above and beyond.
Aim high, me high. He has done so well tonight.
Krasnell's answer. Tries to pushes it back to the stairs, and Kios pinned. He wants the AK, swaps. They peek, and they hit them. Mirage means nothing in the face of GamerLegion. Led by Shuhei, but Ima, the star of the show. This guy is the real deal. From the Legend stage as the second highest rated player onto the playoff stage. his first moment to shine in front of a crowd and bask in the glory of the Accor Arena.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream.
So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people, because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, Get Right, think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
Slaps back and forth on Mirage. Things got chaotic at times. Things definitely got scrappy, but things came up GamerLegion in the end. An incredible ramp up with some solid cooling from Shui, paying off in dividends. But it was really the star-studded form of Ima Machu that absolutely blinded us at the tail end of that map.
And it was a hell of a messy game of Counter-Strike. It was like a boxing fight, but no one is really following the rules. There's some low-hanging fights been happening. And I thought that at that game, Monte would have the better hand. I thought they would thrive into these weird mid-round chaotic situations. Turns out I was immensely wrong. GamerLegion all the way to the bank.
Yeah, I think that the GamerLegion just style, the way that they play off of each other, the way that they had better plans, that all was enacted, but obviously there was one guy that stole the show. Already said his name right there in Ima. On the other side, we had Boros doing a really great job for Monte, but it just felt a little too one-dimensional for Monte. It was basically, is this the Boros show today, or is Boros dead and is the round over? Like, Monte don't always seem to have that second plan, that contingency plan. If the Boros plan, Boros is the A plan and he's the B plan.
All the plans.
We need to attack this one, I think, in a linear fashion, because as you said, it got quite chaotic, incredibly scrappy during the midsection of this game. But to start off with, apparently all Kios needed was the crowd behind him to really get ignited in this first half.
And he did all he had to do that. Round 4, we can kick it off. This was what GamerLegion needed to kind of kick off the situation we have here. The 3v2, that's kind of a hard to read. Isaac doesn't really position himself to the best. Ima is going to get traded pretty fast. And now Kios, granted against low HP opponent, is going to put the clutch on his back here. He's got a good way to kind of decompose the map, and he's beautiful fake onto Krasnal now. I just want to put it this way. In the context of this very game, finding a 1v2 so early on is immensely important. Just to get your team fired up, get the crowd reacting. Off the back of that, Kios had a great streak of rounds because I think this just put him in the right zone.
For GamerLegion too, I mean, just the fact that if they didn't have that sort of buffer at the beginning of this one, it was a great run from Monte in that first half. After the first handful of rounds, I think they won about 5 straight or so.
Yeah.
And so that clutch, even though it was very early, it actually became pivotal in terms of just ending the half and seeing that it's just an 8-7 breakdown. We can come out ahead, especially if we win the pistol.
Let's talk about the round that kind of started off that streak. Then for Monte to be answering back, we spoke about Boros, we hyped him up so much, and he was just punching GamerLegion in the face, particularly in this round.
And this round scared me a lot as a potential GamerLegion fan because this was relatively unacceptable. We see the trades heavily favoring the defense. It's a 4 versus 2 with positions being known. Just Boros is unaccounted for, and you will see here his kind of intuition for the game, great cross replacement, and he's moving very silently. He's working face-to-face with ASDY. He trades Shuhi. There's a miss from Accor going on, and the situation turned on its head. This is the 4th round for Monte. It was a very complicated situation here. You could argue Isaac had the drop onto SDY. He was having a hell of a rough game, by the way. He's probably going to thank his teammates for that. But when they won this round, when Monte won this round, I thought, holy hell, GamerLegion is about to crumble. This was an unacceptable 4v2. They did an okay job tempering it down.
Yeah, this was a little bit reminiscent to me of how it felt when FaZe and Heroic were playing against each other. It really just felt like one team was playing better, Team CS, and the other team just had that X factor. Round to round, Boros was a wrecking ball. He was one of those players that when he was moving around the map, he was just basically spinning in 5 different directions and killing everybody. It's not that necessarily Boros is even setting himself up for the best fights. It's just that if it's a 50-50 duel, his aim is so pristine. And you look at this, and we've seen some highlight packages of other riflers so far at this tournament. I want to bring up Robs. Robs had perfect crosshair placement. Boros has incredible corrections.
Yes.
When Boros is swinging out, he's not always even looking the right way, but he's so quick and so swift to actually move his crosshair exactly where his opponent's head is.
Now, just to be a little bit annoying, a bit of a Debbie Downer right here, you talked about how if Boros wasn't successful, then everything would fall apart for Monte. I would posit that Boros felt that too during the second half. And I thought he had a couple of moments where he went overboard. He crossed the Rubicon. He was way too aggressive because he felt like, holy hell, if I'm not going to do this by myself, no one's going to do it on my team. He had a couple of moments. He's in T-spawn with the bomb in front of him, switches to the USP because he really wants to get that second kill, unbeknownst to the fact that there are 3 opponents waiting for him. So just a little bit more balance. If he just kept the positive and then, you know, rein it in just a little bit, but he couldn't. I think he overcommitted a couple times. I mean, what can you do when you have his level and nothing's going your way?
Right, and that's the thing with Monte. It's just that we've been looking out for this Waro 2K glow up for such a long time now. Like, I've been hearing his name so much in the Tier 2 space. People are saying, oh, he's the next best opera out of Eastern Europe. You know, he's gonna do it. But I've actually, again, it's just like, this feels like such a one-man show for Monte. If you actually go head-to-head on operas here, Accor did better than Waro 2K, and yet the narrative surrounding Accor for the last year, 2 years is like, this guy's washed, this guy can't even play on mouse sports, he's the reason they're losing, and yet he's out dueling a guy who's supposed to be the next big thing out of Ukraine.
Look at the camera. I think they understand what's the story of that first map as well. We've been following Ima this entire time in the hallway, and what an absolute superstar performance for him. His debut on the stage, 34 kills, more than 120 ADR. He's got 10 multi-kills, 6 out of 10 opening kills, and I will even add on top of that, early on in the game, there is a key moment where Ima messes it up completely. We're talking about a sitter from catwalk to A side, a spray that goes completely out of control, and they lose the round off the bat of that. He even looked at the camera and he said, oh my Jesus, don't look at me right now, I just messed up. So for him to find it in himself, to bounce back after this shameful moment, that's what it was, and still have this performance, whew, respect.
Yeah, with Ima, honestly, I think that it's just like, he's making smarter decisions for himself. He's putting himself in better spots. When we put him against Boros, we talked about it in the pregame, just the fact that he's using his brain a little bit more. He's more cerebral of a player. And so even though he had that one whiff spray from catwalk, he was able to recover because he just kept putting himself in good positions to succeed. He was catching opponents off guard with positioning, with timings, by working with his teammates. And that's the whole GamerLegion system. It sets someone else up like Ima. If Ima were on Monte, he wouldn't be able to do that because the system isn't there. That's why it feels like Boros has to do this Herculean effort to try to get Monte across the finish line. And for Ima, he was a product of the system, but he exceeded even what that system provided him too.
Well, let's listen in for what was one of many Ima highlights in this mic'd up moment.
Flashing con now. Flashing con.
Stairs. No smoke top con, guys. Firebox.
I'm blind. Dead firebox.
I'll sit in there. Stairs one.
I plant this.
I'm
on triple. I'm on. Going triple. Cabin. Dead.
Freddy has no nades.
2v2. Stay alive if you can. I'm safe. Nice. He's connector. Don't see him. Cap behind you, CT. CT out. He's going back now. Inside.
10.
9. 8.
Yes, we'll keep it.
7. 6.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Mia, you're so good, bro.
Pure elation from the GamerLegion camp in that one, and I don't blame them because the fact that Ima was able to pull off those crucial kills in that moment, obviously sealing the fate for GamerLegion.
Oh, absolutely game defining for Ima, and I think it's a great round to illustrate some of the points we've been making. This situation was supposed to be Monte all the way. Roro crosses a smoke completely on his own from CT spawn, gives away his life, unnecessary. Then it's a 2 versus 3 where Boros is committed like a bird. He's basically like a hawk on top of stairs, gets immediately removed. Then Ima has the ability to just single out Krasnal, which is again committed out of jungle. These are all moments where one individual is putting himself in a position that commits him to a fight, but the rest of the gang is not ready to. And this is what he was able to sort of abuse. And yes, a little bit of skill on top of that doesn't help, or help rather.
Yes, I think that if we're going to get this sort of firepower from GamerLegion, that to me was the one win condition for Monte. The firepower that they showed in the Legend stage was spectacular, especially in the game versus Na'Vi. And it begs the question once again, just who is going to be there to step up, because Ima did such a good job for GamerLegion. Boros did as well, but there was a supporting cast behind Ima. It wasn't even just him. We had a good showing from Accor. Kioz was able to deliver some key moments as well, and yet for Monte, I feel like all I'm thinking about in terms of what they were able to produce was off the back of one man.
And things only continuing to look up for GamerLegion as we do move on to their map pick. That is Overpass, and when we talk about streaks, it's just some incredible numbers that come up from the side of GamerLegion. Out of the last 12 times they played it, 11 times in their favor, and they've taken down, you know, some big names within that mix as well. What has been so dominant then for your money, Maui, about GamerLegion's Overpass?
I love Shuhei's calling on the T side of Overpass. The reason they're okay with picking the most CT-sided map in professional Counter-Strike play is because Shuhei knows, based off of the first contact in a round, what to do next. If you get killed in a certain way, if you find a kill in a certain way, Shuhei has that flowchart mapped out in his head. He knows how to get the absolute most out of his players, and he is constantly toying with opponents. It is tough to outwork CTs in terms of their rotations, but Shuhei has found a way to keep the CTs guessing so frequently on this map. They are flying blind so frequently, and unless Monte just go for some random pushes here and there, then it's going to be GamerLegion in the driver's seat.
You almost feel like they have to. Yeah. I think they have to be that aggressive. I rewatched the demo against Apeks, and I agree 100% with you. The fact that Shuhei knows how to play the entire map almost in the first 5 to 6 rounds means that on the CT side, you're basically in alert mode every single area of the map. They could be long, they could execute from long, they can execute from bathroom, they can take quick B side, they can do quick monster, they can do all of these checkboxes. They mark it. It's going to be very complicated for Monte. They need to be aggressive and cut it, the snake at the head immediately.
You know what is not complicated? If you're watching over on Blast TV, you can get involved in the map picks and bans, or the veto rather, for the show match that's going to be playing ahead of the grand final on Sunday. Now, we already had our say. Unfortunately, we did ban out Overpass, we did ban out Vertigo. We saw Ancient getting banned yesterday. During this map of this series, if you're watching on Blast TV, make sure to get your votes in. Gentlemen, before we do get this show underway once again, do you feel like this is written in the stars for GamerLegion now? Do you think they're sealing this in 2?
The reason I picked GamerLegion is because I thought Overpass was a sure thing. And so for me, they're ending it here.
Now just one map separates GamerLegion from potentially making it all the way to the semi-finals. That does come down to the map of Overpass, their pick coming into things. So let's get the show on the road.
That second map of Overpass about to begin. GamerLegion able to dispatch of Monte on Mirage, getting themselves now just a single map away from semifinals to do something that none of them have ever done, to put Romania into a semi. That's what's on the line here with this one. Of course, we have Monte on the other end. Can they handle the Overpass pressure? We heard Maui Snake on the analyst desk saying that this one was a shoo-in for GamerLegion, that this map should belong to them. And if it does, then this is the end of Monte. This is where their hopes and their dreams all come to a close.
Into Overpass we go. As Monte's hearts sink, they know they are going up against it here versus GamerLegion. Mirage was a smart pick, but didn't work out, and that's all that matters to Shuhei. Leading the crawl. Couple of defenders. Opening shots, but no kills.
Ooh, a little sloppy. Moro's able to recover somewhat. Ima's slid forward. This could very well catch them off. Ooh, there's two inside, though.
Oh my God.
His head's tucked down beneath. Starts to tap, but he misses his chance. And Accor, give it a moment.
What?
Recovers with the double. Just like that. What looked like an evacuation route for Monte turned into a road painted by their bodies. Kioz moves bomb down to B. The plant is there. Now he has no support from Accor, but he's coming in.
Yeah.
And because Krasnal lost those teammates on that forward A presence, makes sense that he was running upwards. It's gonna need to be a beautiful retake. Doesn't have a kit, and so he's gonna have to move quick. He's fallen silent. Kioz rounds the corner back. Krasnal peeks to short first, back exposed, and head popped by Accor, who offers up a multi-frag to kick off Overpass, a T-side in GamerLegion's back pocket.
He's a surgeon regardless of the weapon. You saw that slap shot back to the second guy. After Ima failed to kill one with the P250, one would have been compensation enough. Two was the round win. Three was just the garnish on top. They knew they had that locked up. We didn't even have to talk about Accor over on Mirage. Monte, the team we talk about for individuals, and GamerLegion should be offered that conversation as well. Amazing performances from multiple players on this roster, and even Isaac, who was clearly playing in front of a crowd on that first map, got it together when it mattered the most. And together, they closed that 16-10. Monte understand now the demons that they're up against.
Kioz is going to be pretty important throughout this map, and by dying to Boros right away, that total B control that I think a lot of responsibility falls on him.
Yeah.
Floating outside Monster, getting into short pipe, just being the nuisance and the anchor. But give Shuhei a sliver, he'll take your whole entire head.
Okay, Woro's key in the situation. He dies without a kill. No damage as well on the scout, and the flank will be watched. That's Accor in, and Shuhei posted up on Optimus in his prime. And he'll plant this bomb, and this is a calm anti-eco.
Bullets whiz by. Bank smoke soon to fade. That would unravel Demka. He's gonna go for the peek with an instant headshot to Shuhei. Now Ima's pinned behind box. Demka sees this as a chance to push. He'd have shadow advantage right there, but there's also the support in the background. No help needed. Ima, point blank.
When they saw Boros coming through the short pipe into the monster split, they knew they both lost short control, and they're down 5v4, and immediately GamerLegion expand on the top site. They're ready to take A in the first place. There's no massive default towards the B site, so they say you can get this kill, but we're going to make you pay for it. And it's Shuhei, the spearhead of the operation up front, to take out Woro. And that's a round where if Woro gets 2 scout tags, they have the opening kill on Boros, it's very possible for Monte. But now no pistol, no conversion. And GamerLegion enter round 3 with confidence.
No threats to be found here for GamerLegion as they just spread out. They've done an excellent job of minimizing mistakes versus rounds like these all throughout Mirage. We'd see every once in a while the Woro scout tag, the deagle out of Boros, but it was never enough to completely topple GamerLegion. And I credit the calls of Shuhei in those moments. Kios doing his own thing. Again, come to expect this throughout the T side.
Yes.
Constantly floating on his own with a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
But they know the perfect protocol in this. It's a copy and paste round out of Monte. Bathrooms control has been taken over. CT starts to rotate over, but it gets claustrophobic here on the A site. There won't be that many good spots to stand in, so it'll take more than a heroic effort for them to stop anything that comes in.
Nade primed on SDY. Second one for Demka. The right timing and the right position could end up costing GamerLegion. If time is also added to that equation, maybe this one comes up upside down for the T's. This could be the time that the pistols end up working out. USPs find 2. And Isaac now so busy that he lets his guard down. 20 seconds. And finally, they have it so close, but they don't overextend. There's nowhere for GamerLegion to go. Either cut your losses, or you're gonna fall on the front of that A site. Monte, bounce back fast.
They pull off the impossible. They have no investment in this round. Just the stacking. GamerLegion knew what they were walking into and still couldn't get the kills.
Didn't even need those nades. The little that they did buy doesn't even matter. Demka double vanilla pistol.
I'm sorry, I wrote it off. This was a round where instead of Boros even getting the opening on the other side, they don't even get that. And a repeat with no armor to play for. And the first time GamerLegion looked like they might be shaking at their knees. Investment comes right back. Come on to stay active.
Woro's gonna hear all this movement. Shuhei decides to take this incredibly quick up bathroom.
Look at this pace.
Look at the adaptation. An instant call to hit this site while it's not preoccupied, and he is dead on. But so was Woro's AK. Headshot back from Accor. Ima sees the smoke and denies Krasno that ability to creep out. So just like that, GamerLegion keeping up the tempo, fighting fire with fire. But here rolls Boros on the flank of the bathrooms. His teammates pressing out from Banks, still definitely a chance for Monte to claw this one back. Isaac over on long, last player left, cuts off one, but still, it is Monte who thrive.
And they have the kit, they lock in the defuse, and they pull off the retake. That call from GamerLegion, from Shuhei, the flexibility and the trust to come through the smoke in mid. They don't see a single person, and then Acor's haircut, and you think, this is around the GamerLegion. We might not even have a retake attempted from Monte, but they pull it off. The individuals shine through. So yeah, we've got the world's most CT-sided map, but GamerLegion set themselves up to win that T round easily, and yet still Monte come through on the retake. Now everybody on the defending side will be full strength.
Nice time. Gets away from it too. Kios tries to chase it just as the support of Demka shows up. Those Tech-9's still lethal though. Caution.
There's just 9 layers. There's 9 layers coming at them.
They're playing this one quick. Woro into a position to at least claw back Isaac. And so he's got a chance to survive and a decision to make, to fall back onto that A site or continue to get active, because GamerLegion will play this slowly. They have called a quick pause, they've sat here, and with weapons now retrieved, there's pressure on Krasno. He takes it down towards Monster, and we've got a clutch queued up. But this is where Woro has offered us excellence. This is where Woro should strike fear in the heart of the GamerLegion. Ima concerned about short, doubles back, point blank!
Oh my God!
The Romanian comes out on top! And it'll be GamerLegion back with what they started with, an early lead, but slight.
That's a massive flex out of Ima. The fact that he came through on the pre-aim to look far away and not even expecting him to be this close, but the instant adjustment. That's actually unreal. That is such a one fight out of Woro. The perfect timing on the biggest flank to win that clutch as easily as possible, and Ima denies. And the Legion thrive. And they test the default, and look at them avoid all action early again. keeping the same speed. They've got these CT swirling within the middle of the map, and they aren't worried about them. And look at their coverage at the moment. 2 holding back, not seeing anything at the top of Con. SDY coming in. Oh, there's one spotted. Isaac takes names. That's SDY down. One more coming.
He's running as well, so on high alert is Ima. Isaac catches flank, and Woro will clear out the party. Kiosk drawn back. A little gap, but of course Kiosk communicates this. Nobody inside the bomb site offers up an angle, and he locks in the frag versus Boros.
The confidence on these calls. There's no long A setup from the CT side. There's no CTs to stop them in that last round from running through the mid smoke, on this round from running up long.
And I think that while, of course, the star of the show for the GamerLegion is Ima, we have to talk about Shuhei. We have to talk about his calls. You know, he makes the best of whatever he is given. And he watched as his star players were taken into that main Mouse roster just a year ago for them to get to semifinals in Rio, where his team couldn't pick up a single best of 3. And look at him now, doing it with arguably less.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, if you want to compare players 1-to-1, most couldn't even name all 5 before this major began. And now Shuhei's here, Polish representation in the role of IGL. Surviving longer than 9, looking to take out Krasnal. Surpassing Rallin. He might be the last man standing.
Gun here in the hands of Woro, the only thing Monte will be leaning on in round number 7.
Oh my God. No door blown open. We've got one tactic here in play. Nothing to spot. But they're holding on to this, being very stubborn, but they disassemble the boost and make some noise.
Now he's definitely on high alert, and Accor peeks in.
Oh,
yeah,
they waited.
Sees it coming.
Yeah, that's that information corroborated from just beneath them.
The power of audio. And the power of Kiosk. Again, I want to highlight the fact that he can just slip into these corners, plays it patient, does his own thing, and just feeds all Accor needs to come through with the 5v4. Shuhei sees a bit of timing, wants to press out. Remember, there's a second AK, in fact. Krasnal hanging on to it, flash is great!
Oh my God!
But Shuhei with Lady Luck on his side stops that second rifle from finding any impact, and now just USPs. Not meant for this one. It is a flawless round from GamerLegion, where they fight on both bomb sites, where they control the entire map, and when they go into those sites on their own choosing. Meticulous decision making from Shuhei, and shots being hit.
They give Monte the space to bring some ideas into the fold, and then they attack on their terms. They make sure there's no other potential threats coming in from Con on the top of bathrooms. Monte have been dominating towards the A site. And most of the aggressive ideas from Monte have been off of short B, off the monster contact, but they haven't done it safely. They even succumbed to pistols in this game. And even though they pulled off an amazing round with just USPs themselves, it wasn't like, oh, there was tons of tactical depth in Kiosk. He's been a barber today too. A clean one on the jump up, and that's a rifle down. Another push, shut down by Kiosk.
2 rapid headshots. All the pressure on Demka now. Loses the entire support system. Oh, but Demka dominates the monster. And while Kiosk can bring it back, he swaps out. Woro 2K has to run down towards that site. What a moment that Demka has created to put the clutch factor in position, and they've just fed him info. But scoped up, he didn't see Accor fall back.
Yeah, now they've got optimized post-plant positions, and I think we have another smoke coming out. No, watching the flank, and they don't see anyone here. Woro knows what kind of position he's got himself into.
And the roar of Woros as his op approaches this bomb site. He's got the kit. And they're starting to get drawn closer towards short. No smoke, if only to block that off.
I think he, oh my God, he's actually going to go
try
for
to
the stick. Yeah,
they punish that right away. They shut it down.
All right.
Not letting him do what SDY nearly pulled off on Mirage.
Honestly, favoring the op in that situation to keep it forward might have been the best idea. You know, when he saw them exit the site, there's always a chance. Wow. You know, the fact that there's just no makeup to this round whatsoever is all because of Kioz's opening duel. This amazing FaMAS spray transfer, spray down.
I don't know. I think the FaMAS just works better in France.
Yeah. That's all they have to bring it back, and they still lose. They get crushed. And a FaMAS is not a sign of opulence. Monte will be without any money, you know, enough to put together a half investment at best. Situation will be clear as day here to GamerLegion. How loud is that GamerLegion section? I think we're making fans live.
Yeah.
They've earned the respect of Monte too. The Eagles in play. As they fan the map.
It's two teams with comparable journeys who know what the other one has been going through these last 2 weeks, living, breathing, and succeeding in Counter-Strike. Quite literally the biggest opportunity of each of these 10 players' lives. And for 5 of them, dreams crushed tonight. And an even more crushing reality is this CT side is ill-equipped again. Monte would love to tear off their heads, as we saw that one-time front A site. But GamerLegion's so good at minimizing these kinds of mistakes. They fell victim to it once, only once thus far. P250 primed with the Shadow Edge, but Shuhei slides out, gets his.
Yeah, they find their one puzzle piece right here, and then they immediately take heed.
And Shuhei always so willing to go that much more forward, to sacrifice himself for information.
Unlike the last Eco, where there was the full commitment. However, they decide to have Shuhei scout on the A site. That's what was missing last time. This time, they'll fan both, but now they have enough information to go anywhere, honestly. Kills come in. And Boros, as stylish as he's been, has not been able to stand to Imma, honestly. Best player on the server tonight.
Take his AK, he'll walk away. That's a 7th one queued in for GamerLegion.
Where is the Woro-Boros combo? It's about time that the two most infamous names on this team had a round to work with to give themselves a chance to get back into this, because this one is beyond tactics. One massive clutch, and that can open up your playbook. Bring elation to your team. Make yourself feel like you can beat the odds. Because without that, they're gonna get stomped out like a cigarette on the ground. GamerLegion on fire. And it doesn't feel like they're gonna stop soon.
All the equipment Monte could ask for. You know, when it comes to that T side, we see the tethering between Boros and Woro just be way too much for lesser teams. And that's, I think, where Accor is going to start to be tested. His CT side ratings, comparable to that of Woro. Woro is meant to be the defense. We're talking CT side overpass. So with that op, show me something. But he takes a shot and sprints away, maybe for the better. Sets up that second line of defense and strikes down Shuhei, who's decided to pick up the tempo on this one. Oh, and Sumdai Young with the headshot through the edge of that smoke. Shaves off his second, slides into the cover, back into his crypt. He knows the bomb's been dropped. He knows these T's have been frazzled. We see Shuhei preemptively try to take a quick play. And I think unlike the last time we saw that exact same call from GamerLegion, which was off the back of the force by victory, this is just kind of out of the blue. This is off of the cuff. This is an attempt to catch Monte off guard, but Woro and SDY were ready.
Yeah, they had it in the plan to flash the top of Con so that SDY could exit and help out Woro, who, while he did show an opening, also showed shyness. Taking his first look, Krasno gets a new piece of data, and at 45 seconds, more valuable than ever. We're looking at a 2v5 to get out of this spot. But GamerLegion rate themselves. They start to press on in.
Yeah, why not take a chance? You've got an excellent T-side already rolling.
Oh.
You've got a 2v5 attempt queued up. You've got Woro pushed forward. The bomb site's looking like yours. But SDY offers up yet another double.
It's about time. SDY was doing nothing but treading water on Mirage. He's been a kill leader on this squad all throughout Legends. And again, the one of the 10 players who has experience in a stadium like this in a quarterfinals. And now he's playing like it's playoffs. But they've still got a lot of work to do. There's no doubting that. They can win individual rounds, but they need a streak. And needing one hell of a CT side in general. Even if the best they can settle for now is 8. This will be the test to see who is the truest underdog story, who wants it the most, and who came to play. Because it feels like if you take this back to a group stage, you might get a different result. Monte were the favorite coming into this matchup, but it does not look like it.
Fast play to short. It's been a while since we talked about Demcut, and Kiosk makes sure that he only gets the one. Short water control given over to GamerLegion. Of course, the rumblings of Monte are not too far off.
You gotta love how GamerLegion skip a step on a different part of the map in every single round.
Right. Yeah, like pushing.
This is the problem with Overpass, that it can feel like miles across if you decide to respect every piece of utility, and Shuhei has managed to find a way to do that safely. The immaculate spacing brings a 1-for-1 trade. Core control retained, and now the CTs will know that. And they play blind. Look at the amount of map here dominated by the T side. What is the adjustment? You need CT retakes. You need protocols in place. You can't live without this space, or you'll die by suffocation.
Utility's dwindling. Oh, and a chance. Accor very well could have just pulled off SDY. Now, at least op presence known. Krasnal hearing this movement, getting closer. Flash doesn't blind him. Shuhei's ready for the next one. And because he's looking the wrong way, the triple entry off of Long, the collapse inside the A site. And you saw poor Krasnal caught between Long and bathrooms. Flashes popping all around him. He looks the wrong way at the wrong time. And GamerLegion capitalize on top of it. Woro's gonna strike down Isaac. Flash over. A second position known. Time to make this happen. And remember, this is still just a 1v2 on this bomb site. But there's too much to lose for Woro. There is too many rounds on the board for GamerLegion. And that just takes the wind out of the sails of Woro 2K. That puts him back on a leash.
Yeah, he's been playing rotation simulator. He's not the guy starting rounds out. What they've got is some closers and using SDY to try to make up for the fact that there are no other openers. It's not the time to be timid. You're not trying to go home and sleep tonight and think, why did I play like that?
Why did I lose myself?
Why did I lose myself? Why did I play to survive and not to win? That position, though, on that sign is so massive for stopping long attacks, but the flash attack was beautiful from GamerLegion. They layered it with such a timing that there was no way to figure out when the last one would come in.
Such grace.
Yeah, honestly. It wasn't frantic whatsoever.
And to that, once more, I credit a smooth in-game leader. Boost, though, gonna be caught out by Demcut. They're stuck in the corner. This FaMAS hits hard, but he doesn't want to take too long of a chance. Excellent decision to dive back, draws the connector player in, and that's where Woro shines. We've got a man edge, but they also saw the move towards the barrels. Kios able to jump on top of this, low health, and he takes down the 2 players inside sight. Woro, again, pulling back safely. But does that just give enough space for GamerLegion to work it out? Kios standing on top of the wood, caught out by Woro 2K, and he wants some, but he's not gonna get it. It's Shuhei to drop him and to push the pressure on to SDY.
And the only chance is for SDY to take a fight into the pit, and Shuhei looks for a better spot.
With a scout.
He's coming in to try to do it, but barely a shoulder is seen. Oh my God, SDY.
Hold up. Doesn't have a kit, does have the smoke.
Oh, he wants to go for it so bad.
But without that kit, without the economy behind them, and with a missed jump onto the bomb site, let's say that's it. Accor sticks around, shuts him down, and gives GamerLegion 9.
Wow.
A phenomenal T-side taking place.
Yeah, it's a master class right now. It's what they expected, and it's what they're getting. You know, the only thing that went wrong for them on Mirage is maybe Isaac 3 and 14, but then they still won 16-10 despite that. And look at Kios go, you know? If you play in front of a crowd, there's 2 kinds of players. There's ones that want to get booted against, there's ones that want to get cheered for. But in both of those cases, just the fact that there's a crowd can be too much. Sometimes the pressure you put on yourself to win can be too much. It just does not look like Kios is having any trouble. He's absorbing the energy, not reflecting it, not running from it. He's benefiting.
Mag 7 desperate, but does set up. Oh! Was meant to. Isaac!
He said, you talked about me. You know, that's something to behold. To recover within a match in a game of this stature. He's never been in a situation like this before. It's been a fantastic resurgence in the last 30 minutes from Isaac.
Now what's left of it just hides. You could see them getting excited about that connector setup, thinking they had something to throw at GamerLegion, but Isaac just dominated. 3 swift headshots.
Their mentality is so good, and Shuhei is one of the IGLs who is talking about enjoying the game, living in the moments. And when he says that, you can see it. You can see it, that he's calling with reckless abandon. He's willing to take risks. He's delivering. All of his teammates feel like they're playing free. They're not seizing up. They're not getting dry mouth. They're playing actively and flexibly. And almost every single plan is working. The best we can do here for Monte is save a single gun. But GamerLegion don't even want them to have that.
Kios is so consistently on this chase. Shuhei's gonna take it up instead. Flash comes through to distract him. You know what he wants.
Yeah.
But he'll give it to him anyway.
And that's the confidence. Play with some bravado, kid. You earned your spot. And you didn't do it by playing scared.
Currently earning his stripes. 10 rounds on a T side of overpass. Look at these headshots out of Isaac. This third one said, open that door.
Show me my opponent. Doesn't matter what name's on the board. Boros and Boro go down in tandem. Completely absent.
Monte's second timeout to try and cool things off, to try to pick up the remnants of this CT half, to get 5, and then to start off your T half and hope that you can pull this one out. It's a dire road ahead for Monte.
Yeah, they need to be able to stop this con game plan and stop GamerLegion from being able to take short so easily. But there are so many issues right now, even on the top of bathrooms. It feels like Shuhei has no problem calling run-throughs because he knows what the setup is when one guy's spotted. Would he call them one-dimensional?
Oh, Boros just dies through the monster smoke. Just stray shots find their home. At least CT is getting up, getting ever closer. Shuhei awaits them. And SDY more concerned about the possibility of somebody in the playground.
They think they're everywhere right now.
Yeah, they're inside their minds. Woro with the FAMAS gets the better of Accor.
But two rifles have shown themselves.
And now there's this pinch coming up from Connector, but there's still a chance for this to all get stopped. Krasnal ends one half. There's gonna be timing coming out of the playground peak.
But look how they're approaching from both sides at once.
Perfect.
Layer on layer again. Just replenishing their attacks and not letting Monte get into new positions. And now Demka, spotted, last alone. One opponent here, on for the 1v3. There's a chance.
Important to pick up the first one, but it was even more important to do it still with a full bar of health.
Oh wow, the
exposed
call
plant.
What
Shuhei finding confidence in his calls. And you can see that sigh of relief on Demka as he thinks he can walk away, but there's one man who wants more blood. Someone who's never satisfied, who has chased every single moment and is on the track of the last player up from Monte.
This has been an unbelievable day here for GamerLegion as a whole. Looking at 11 T rounds, everybody could take a page out of their T side overpass. It's been fantastic to watch. Let the fire fly. It's a celebration for GamerLegion as another bomb explodes. One last round here in this half. And these are the kills they can't afford to happen, you know? As fortunate as it comes, and as often as that's going to happen to you, they just cannot afford it right now.
Final round of these 15 for Monte to show us some kind of life, to shoo away Shuhei. And look what happens.
One more tactic.
Talk about insult to injury.
He was in the
Boros
rafters of the arena for that one.
Has been so incredibly muzzled in this series as Accor has managed to unleash. We talked about Boros as an MVP candidate in the first stage of the major. We talked about how he could do it in every step of the way. But here in the playoffs, he finds himself 5-12. Demka denied the fallback. Woro will have to do everything. And albeit yet another difficult clutch, one that he's pulled off already here in Paris, there's just no life left on this Monte camp. GamerLegion have taken everything away from them. And off the back of this 12th round, they will be 4 rounds, in fact, from taking the one thing Monte have wanted more in their lives than anything else, and that is this semifinals. That is what fuels this final 1v3, because no longer is a save thought about. Woro knows one thing, and that is violence. A flash off the mark, he gets ever closer. Shuhei slides into the cover. And that corner could be huge, but Woro gives up the second, only to fall at the final hurdle. And those hurdles have been Monte's tripping time and time again. A desperate situation, while GamerLegion bask yet again in glory.
There is a feeling in the air. Hesitance to acknowledge that this is a goodbye of sorts. 10 years on from the first major competition, Paris will be the last major in global offensive history. A decade with a game we have obsessed over, lost sleep over, and can't get enough of. In life, it is often remarked, we don't always know when the last time is the last time. An observation often used to remain present. But what difference would it make if you did? An art form in constant evolution, no answer or theory final. A battlefield that platforms individual perfection, while simultaneously encouraging the most elaborate cohesion. Victory, an honor reserved for just one. 16 legends begin. Only 8 will take center stage for this farewell. French Counter-Strike, a region that has generated some of the most formidable rosters and individuals in history. All eyes on the Woo. CSGO's most precise weapon and his protege share a profound gift, combined into a daunting blend for any opposition. G2 are to be feared. Every combination of 5 souls has a different feel, personality visible in their unified decision-making, an unflinching trust in their leader backed by prodigious aim, heroic indeed. Some players believe in luck. Simple, he believes in himself and his squad. Na'Vi tend to rise to the occasion, and there is no greater occasion than this. All 16 of our legends house players who share that same compulsion to compete. As one team overcomes adversity, the other succumbs to it. The understanding shared by these competitors is that euphoria and despair are a package deal. We, the enamored Counter-Strike fans, gather to witness who will lift Global Offensive's last major trophy. A question we will not have answered until Championship Sunday. But, like life, it is less about the destination, but the journey.
It's a wonderful moment for both of these teams to have inside the Accor Arena. A dream came true today as they rolled out of bed and stepped forward onto this stage. But only one team can continue said journey, and the other feels the grueling crush of defeat. Unfortunately for Monte, that CT side had no legs to stand on. Shuhei called impeccably on the offense, and every member of the GamerLegion has showed up here on their map pick, 4 rounds away from closing out this series. Let's see what Monte have left to offer. With a smoke and flash, they're gonna try to keep this one simple. They set up outside of sight. The GamerLegion get active. And that little bit of control on the opposite side is gonna be held on to as Isaac attempts to draw the line across this B site. Demka's 1 kill so far. Isaac, another double. And it's Shuhei up in heaven. They need this. Monte have what they take. Inside of the bomb site, finds Sumda Young, 9 kills with a glimpse up to heaven and a chance towards Graffiti to at least cut off one. He knows their positions, just hit shots. And as one falls out from the heavens, SDY wants to put them in their graves. Another moment where he could hit a shot, but none of these are landing. So many attempts with this pistol. They jump on top of that bomb. Shuhei sticks it, coverage given, and the GamerLegion will waste no time.
This is looking like one team story today. And it's not looking like SDY's. This is the revenge major here in CSGO. It's GamerLegion Monte to be 2 parts to that story, 2 different ends. Monte taking down Na'Vi, Shuhei and Accor taking down their former team in Maus to get an honor roll matchup against each other. And unfortunately, only one of them will succeed. But it looks like the better one will be clear. 13-3 and GamerLegion are gonna leave no questions behind.
Accor falls back with presence spotted. And Monte are gonna try to give us a look of GamerLegion's offense, something quicker to reclaim the bathrooms. But wasting no time are these CTs. And with no intimidation, they take that step forward. No reason to cower and hide in your bomb sites. No monster to have you underneath your covers. GamerLegion confident that they can hold this, and they press into Krasnal to cut off one end. Boros dies empty-handed, and this is nothing but a slaughter. No entries, no attempt, no Boros. 5 kills across Overpass. He has simply disappeared.
Yes. He's going to need better magic tricks than that. Monte on death's doorstep. 1 round away from match point, spending everything that they have and getting Mac 10s at best. We've got the fans already celebrating what they feel like is a given outcome. And maybe it's warranted.
A peek though from Shuhei. Finds Demko while blind, survives. There's no answer. There's simply not enough. And with Shuhei's nade catching Woro, Monte can feel this falling all around them as GamerLegion step 1 foot closer into the spotlight.
SDY might be the soul of Monte, but right now, he can only see the soles of Shuhei's feet. GamerLegion walking over top of them in this quarterfinal, making us wonder why this is even a matchup when it's in fact an upset. Monte looked flat on the CT side and somehow flatter now. What will be a final attack staged as the investment comes in. And Monte are thin on utility. They don't see this one.
No. What a contrast between maps where Ima's able to just go total carry, 30 some odd frags across Mirage, looked like a one-man army. And this time, it is every member of GamerLegion side by side to achieve the greatest thing they have ever done in their lives, together as brothers in arms. Monte with weapons, but near non-existent utility and shattered confidence. Kioz claps Boros yet again. He gets nothing. We were promised a glimpse of the magnificent Ouroboros, but it seems like every beginning truly does have an end. We are on the steps of the farewell for Monte and jubilation for the GamerLegion as this team faced elimination at this major where they could never win best of 3s, but they brought it back step by step, written off each and every time. The curse of Rio that loomed over them. Shuhei watched all his old teammates do what he wanted, and now he has done it himself. He leads by example here on Overpass with every member of the Legion taking it a step above.
Monte had their wheels spinning, while Shuhei gave Pasha a reason to keep going. A beautiful performance out of him and his boys. And he would be the first to give them credit. You might doubt them, but you must respect GamerLegion.
For Accor to enact revenge, for Shuhei to have to eliminate Maus in order to go on this run. That loss hurt them. As Shuhei walked by his old teammates, he made sure to give each and every one of them that extra second. Both these teams walked into the server with respect, but only one can walk away with berth in the semifinals.
Soak it up. You deserve it. A shining moment from one of the most wonderful underdog stories that we've seen.
And those underdogs walked into this server yet again. We had a pack of them in the Paris playoffs. It's unlikely that others will extend their run. We already said farewell to Into the Breach, and now we have eliminated Monte. But it is GamerLegion that will represent the hopes that each of these teams brought forward into playoffs. A miracle in the making.
I've got SDY with me here, and I got to start by saying this. On the first map, you certainly looked good. It was looking competitive at the beginning, but on your CT side, things were quickly falling apart. What did you put that down to?
To be honest, we need to rethink. Like after like 1 hour tour, right now you can't properly think about it. But overall, we didn't have that fire moral to win this game. I feel like, and that was our problem probably.
And we spoke about this before. I was saying when that Na'Vi game came in, you guys wanted it. We saw that passion. Did you feel like some of that energy was missing today?
Yeah, we played differently for sure, like I can say. And props to GamerLegion. They play insanely well. Like they read us, they do everything correctly, perfect. So props to them as well.
And in terms of going into the second map, Overpass, you guys didn't seem in it at all. Would you put that down to more of the pressure of the stage, the pressure of feeling when you're going down so far?
Maybe it's a mix of the pressure and overall how we individually play that game, because we did too many entries, too many mistakes that you can't forgive in this level of game.
But overall, looking at your major experience you had here, how would you round it up? How would you sum it up? Because you guys beat the odds. You did better than what most thought.
Overall, personally, I'm really happy. I'm proud of the boys, how we play this game, how we approach this tournament. And Viva la France, Slava Ukraini!
Now we've got a big fan favorite here. Kios, you've got the arena on their feet right now, and that was one hell of a performance. But just for you personally, how nice is it to have these guys completely on your side?
I honestly just fucking love it.
And they love you as well, that's for sure. Now this game, okay, Mirage was close, but you guys came in swinging. You guys came in with huge confidence. It didn't look like the stage changed anything for you guys.
No, not at all. We just played as it was another day, another game. But with this crowd, it's even more amazing.
And mate, you said to me just a few days ago when we were at the Legend stage, oh, yep, I've got plenty of energy. My voice is still there. Your voice seems to be doing better than mine. You're fully ready for this?
Of course. I'm even more ready for tomorrow.
Woo. And I think they're going to be ready for you as well. But on Overpass, you seem to have their number. Not even their heavy hitters could do anything against you. At what point did you know, okay, we've got this. This is easy?
I don't know. I felt like we had a lot of more composure than them. And I don't know. I just felt like we got it.
And do you think that you're going to have the crowd on your side going up against Heroic tomorrow?
Of course.
Do we agree, crowd? Anything you want to say to all the fans out there for you, Kios?
Merci pour tout le soutien, c'est trop important pour nous, et moi et mon équipe. Et à demain pour encore une meilleure game.
That's what it needs to be said. Kios, congratulations. Welcome to the semi-final, man.
An utter massacre on their own map pick and full steam ahead to the semi-finals. GamerLegion painting the town red on Overpass and confidently doing so in just 2 maps. Maui, you promised us a Shuhei T-side masterclass. We damn well got one on that map.
It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful stuff from Shuhei. I mean, I gave one stat of going into this one that I wanted people to pay attention to, the 4v5 percentage from GamerLegion, and they did even better. Over half the rounds in this series where they lost the opening pick, they still won the round. Shuhei's calling was exceptional. Every time he understands where his opponents are, he knows what he wants to do with his players in order to get the most out of them. The rounds that Monte won in this one.
Which ones?
There were barely any. There were barely any. That's why you can remember them so vividly. The fact that it was a USP stack on a bomb site and SDY pushing a smoke for a Miracle 2K. Through and through, GamerLegion by far the better team here. Imma doing God's work across both maps, but Shuhei this time around, he was in his bag as an individual. 19 kills, 8 deaths, over a 2.0 KD. And what's so unfortunate for Monte in this one is we kept saying Boros' name. He was nowhere to be found on this map. And that's what we've been painting, this picture that Monte is this singular spear that really relies on that singular point of Boros. And when he doesn't show up, this is what happens. There is no secondary plan. And Monte, they've been running off fumes for this event. They have been running with momentum. That Boros has a couple of cheeky plays here and there, and if that doesn't work, there's just nothing left in the tank. And that is unfortunately what we saw from them there. It has been a beautiful run for Monte overall to get this far, but this was always going to be inevitable, at least on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, you had to stay alive on Mirage. I think this is the story of that quarterfinal.
Yeah.
We know that there is discrepancy in how you can utilize that playstyle from Monte. You can utilize this fire and this raw skill that they were bringing to the table. I think Suhi did a beautiful job at containing that on Overpass, and I agree with you comprehensively. Just GamerLegion understood the map much better, knowing what part of the map you can take, at what cost, at what speed. What do we do with that map control? What do we do with that space we've taken? Do we wait for the punish? Do we push our advantage? More often than not, they made the right decisions. How many times in this game did we see Monte with 3 passive players on the A side, just waiting for an execute to come their way, and just basically letting go of the mouse and the keyboard? Because that's it. The util is right, the pathing is right, the trading is correct, and you just see it happening as if you're watching a movie. There's no doubt to the issue.
And Matthew, that's exactly what you were prefacing coming into this, right? You were saying if Monte have any hope at giving anything to GamerLegion on their map pick of Overpass, it would be, you know, throwing some random plays their way, right? Not playing super passive, maybe getting aggressive in that situation. They just were not able to do that.
No, they were not able to. And I'll be honest, I understand when SDY says, you know, we didn't came into this game with the same, like, fire moral. He used these words. I can appreciate it, but I'm also kind of upset about it.
Yeah.
Part of me wishes that they actually had come in to this quarterfinal with the same rage, trying to put it all on the server and trying to fight back. You're outmatched tactically. I can respect that. That's the case on Overpass. No one is going to discuss it. GamerLegion is miles ahead of you. But like, go in and swinging. Like, go down fighting. Try something. Put it all on the table. Gamble. It felt like they were very patiently and kind of calmly waiting for this game to end on Overpass, and that worries me a little bit, that concerns me a little bit. Still, GamerLegion, very respectful victory.
The way I would characterize these two team styles is that GamerLegion is playing what we've seen so many Tier 2 teams that have caused upsets do. They have a deep playbook, they have a lot of ideas out of spawn, and they've drilled themselves by coming up with reactions to different ways that a round is going to break down. Monte are playing like a Tier 1 team, but they don't have Tier 1 players. When we watch FaZe fall apart versus Heroic, it's because they're playing back a lot of the time. They're just waiting for the action to come to them, and when that happens, you bet Shuhei is just so excited. He's like, what, you're giving us all this map control? Wait, what? You're not going to contest us here? You're not going to re-aggress? Okay, I'm just going to exec into your bomb site. And Shuhei and his team had enough nades that other than the one slip up on against the USP stack, it was pretty much just clean. Anytime they wanted to get into a bomb site, they had the right mollies, the smokes, the flashes they needed to burst it open.
Do you feel like we have gotten our answer to the most important question, which is there any contender for Heroic? Because that was one of the questions that this quarterfinal also entailed. Yeah. We are looking for a team to be or not to be able to squash the hopes of Heroic. And my problem is, I don't feel like Monte's gave up enough of a fight for me to stand here and say GamerLegion can do it. It looked a little too easy. They weren't really pushed. Do you think that GamerLegion here runs a Heroic for the money?
This doesn't answer any questions
for me
about what the semis-final matchup is going to look like. I think that Heroic has a wider map pool than Monte. They're not going to look as shell-shocked when they get into an uncomfortable map because they don't have any uncomfortable maps. They can play all the 6-1s that they go for. So if GamerLegion want to go for a similar pick, go for a similar style, what I want to see and what I'm excited about is how Heroic are going to throw their own plays at GamerLegion because Monte looked flaccid on that map.
But what we were weighing up coming into this matchup was, you know, on one side of the equation we had what we thought would be the deadly firepower of Monte, the deadly individuals, versus the team synergy, right? That is what we were praising for the side of GamerLegion. But the individuals also did shine as well, alongside some really great calling from Shuhei.
GamerLegion had both of the best of both worlds. We trying to put this stage as in, yeah, gameplay on one side, fire on the other, discipline and kind of protocols, skill on the other. But it turns out GamerLegion had both. Like, should we talk about Ima, who finishes with a 1.78 rating in a quarterfinal? 1.78. Like, how ridiculous is that number? And he truly had it all once again on Overpass. He might have been a step below what happened on Mirage. He wasn't exactly needed to have the heroic plays that he pulled on the first map, but still, he seemed to have this sweet spot between being aggressive and decisive, but also not making a whole lot of mistakes, being also resilient when they happen. He just literally squashed them.
Resilient is a great word, right? Because I know it was short, but it was slightly shaky start for Ema on that first map of Mirage, right? We saw him getting used to maybe some of the nerves that are going to present you on the most coveted stage in Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, those are in the rearview mirror though, Freya. There's no way that Ema's shaky start was going to persist when he gave himself opportunities. The reason we were almost critical of Ema, or we were ready to pounce on some of those mistakes, is if they kept up, because he was putting himself consistently in advantageous positions, catching opponents looking the wrong way. Even in that highlight package we saw from Ema, I think like 3 of those kills, the guy's just looking the other way. So it's not the same as like Boros, where Boros is taking head-on-head duel and just has to keep up this perfect mechanics to actually give himself and his team a chance. Ema was going to thrive because he played smart CS and he had great aim on top of it.
Speaking of thriving, I'm loving that we're getting to see a bit more of Kios as well, because he was a name we were somewhat sprinkling in back in that Legend stage. Overpass was a map that we were really praising him for in a couple of those series as well. But the fact that he gets to flourish and shine in front of what he dubs as his home crowd, Matthew, that's a beautiful moment.
That's a beautiful moment for him as well. And what a tale of vindication for Kios. Once again, a player that really struggled to find his place in the French Counter-Strike when long years ago, when we were flourishing, he was trying to make his way, couldn't really do it. And then he had to go through the CIS scene as well, playing in Simon Gaming, had an RMR or a minor at the time with them. And now he's being celebrated on the stage in Bercy, in the Accor Arena, in the semi-final. That's a great tale. And he's kind of the soldier you want to have in your team if you're Shuhei, right? You give him a couple of roles, might not be the most romantic ones or the most under the sun ones, but he'll do the job. He'll do it quietly. He'll have a couple of entries when he needs to. He'll be aggressive when he has to, and he provided quite a lot for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, his B lurks there, honestly, were just, I mean, we saw the tap that he got onto Krasnal, going for that jump spot. Kios has been a guy that has also kind of been a slow starter for GamerLegion. So for him to be performing now, it's the perfect time for him to be peaking. Pimp and I were looking at just his ratings on Overpass in the last handful of months, and it's actually not that good. But at this event, he's looking very strong, and that has kind of become this weird X factor that he's powered up right in time for the major. You usually think that's going to be veteran players, but really anybody can do it if they put the time and the work into it.
We've really been hyping up this GamerLegion T side, so why don't we put a round under the microscope? We picked up round 11, obviously coming from that first half. Monte win a round, and then GamerLegion answer right on back, don't they?
Yeah, we're going to see this one play out right here. Early utility being thrown, and DemQ right here, he's actually holding a smoke that GamerLegion just pushed through. This was mentioned on the cast by Launders that GamerLegion oftentimes will go for kind of shortcuts across the map. But look at this, when Monte gave them space, even in a 4v4, it was the perfect execute. It was that opening kill, and then Shuhei just knew what to do. And the thing is, that showed they were just turtled in the site. Yep. Monte, they never took anything back.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned it, because you can look at this 2 ways, right? One way is just appreciating the execute, and it is true for GamerLegion. Protocol is right, the smokes and the molotovs being used, the flashes as well. But you have a defense that is basically just very timidly just shrinking in their boots, just waiting for the execute to happen. It's like, that's not, you're never going to win. You are never going to win. And this might just be a meme right now on a desk, but it represents an attitude when you are on the server, right? If you are Monte at that moment, you have to ask for a flash. It's 30 seconds left, you know the execute is coming, you're turtled up in the position, ask for a flash, peek, do something. Your third rotation is coming from CT spawn, create like a flick-flap movement where we fight from both left and right. They didn't do any of it. They basically waited, prayed to Gaben, and hoped that it would work. And this is straight to hell. You cannot work.
Well, straight to heaven, because they will be going to the semi-finals. Man, I imagine what GamerLegion must be feeling right about now. You are in the top 4 of the final ever CSGO major against all the odds. Despite all of the doubters, they managed to make it. Sure, against Heroic, that is going to be a tough challenge. I'm sure we'll be talking about a lot. But the fact that they make it there, that is such a momentous achievement.
That is so convincing, too, to pick Overpass, a map that is so consistently, so heavily CT-sided, the most CT-sided in professional play, and your in-game leader and your star players carried you to the promised land. If I am Isaac on GamerLegion right now, if I didn't have the best series, I'm going to believe it's my time to shine in that next series, because you know that Shuhei is going to be calling an A+ game against Heroic no matter what. He dominated Monte with that calling in that map there on Overpass, and against Heroic, sure, it's a different kettle of fish, but you know that Shuhei's going to put up a damn good fight.
And a good fight individually as well, right? Like, he not only can call great, but he can frag hard too.
I like the optimism, Maui. I really do, but I believe that the test is going to be
How many times are we seeing underdogs, though? Like, how many times at this major are we going to see underdogs actually just upset us? Like, it keeps happening.
It's true.
If there's one thing we learned from this Legend stage and Challenger stage, it's that nothing is going according to plan. Where's Na'Vi? Where's G2? They all face these kinds of teams.
I like the enthusiasm.
It can happen.
I like the enthusiasm, but I'm thinking under Heroic's pressure. Like, you've seen what they did to FaZe. You've seen what they did to FaZe, and this could happen to GamerLegion. And look, if you're a GamerLegion and you are embarking on this incredible journey that would end up in a final or, Lord knows, a trophy in Paris, it's a series of tests, and these tests are increasingly complicated. You've just survived Monte, and I think you've done it with flying colors. No one is going to hold against you any of that best of 3, but you're going up against Heroic now. The most polished Counter-Strike, most talent distributed from coast to coast on the server, and you'll be put under a new type of pressure that Monte weren't able to apply to you.
I think that is the key factor, right? If it was any other Tier 1 opposition, other than Heroic,
are you telling me Vitality would be fine?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not totally believing in this consistent Vitality force just yet, but Heroic have showed us time and time again that they almost have no issue making it to the Grand Finals. Grand Finals is where they're going to be struggling.
It's no secret that Heroic are the most consistent team in Tier 1 CS. It is still, in some ways, a fairy tale to even believe that GamerLegion will defeat them, but the calling that GamerLegion has shown me at this event so far says that it's ready to go toe-to-toe. Personnel-wise, obviously, Stown will be the best player joining that server. Yabby will probably be a better rifler, then Ima, then Kioz, then Shuhei. And Cadian versus Accor, Danish versus Danish, but also Cadian just has more big stage experience. But if GamerLegion start to apply that pressure, if they start to show that they can play with the rotations of Heroic, because in some ways also, Heroic haven't been tested. FaZe are one of the more passive teams in Tier 1 CS. They haven't actually felt the amount of plans and stagings that GamerLegion are going to throw at them.
I've heard that Don't Stop Believing is Shuei's favorite song, so make of that what you will. Let's wrap up the conversation about Monte, though, because obviously, you know, they were also an incredible underdog coming into this playoff stage. The fact that SDY manages to, you know, bid the demons of Na'Vi goodbye to just make it here. The fact that we see Boros having some star-studded moments. I'm excited for the future of this team, but it does make sense when we're kind of seeing both these teams collide that they wouldn't be the ones to progress any further.
Oh, definitely. It's a very logical result. Now, I do wonder the long-term, or the longevity, rather, of this project. SDY is pretty new in these shoes of an IGL. We'll give him a little bit of time to see where he can take that lineup. There's been, again, discrepancies between maps where they've felt really confident and their playstyle has worked, map where it's been a bit more complicated, so we want to see improvement. We want to see them being able to tackle new challenges. I think teams like that have such a clear identity usually struggle with longevity, because in high-level Counter-Strike, you kind of need to be able to do both. You need to have a couple of different ways you can approach the game, otherwise you're going to be stopped. Individually, Boros, definitely a name we'll remember. We're hoping that he's going to keep establishing himself as one of the very best out there, because that was quite a campaign from him.
Boros was easily the show stealer for Monte, but I do have to agree with the sentiment that there's just not any tactical depth that I really saw from Monte. The fact that they played really Mirage, that's just kind of like a map anybody can play at this point, if we're being honest. And then also just Anubis, one that's so easy for T-side map control. That to me is kind of reading as a one-trick team that kind of got here because they just worked vetoes in a particular way. And so for Monte, I will say this. I think that it's incredibly impressive, the run that they put on. The show, the fact that they were able to represent Ukraine and make a lot of people very proud because they took the other Ukrainian team down in Na'Vi. And so that, to me, speaks volumes about the talent that is coming out of that nation.
Well, GamerLegion do prevail to net their spot in the semi-final tomorrow, but one more quarterfinal is coming your way. It's Apeks versus Team Liquid after this.
Means everything to play in the major. That's the goal of any player of this game. It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
It's the last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
A ship that almost sunk during the Challenger stage, Liquid now completely turned the tides to make it all the way to the playoffs. From 0-2 down to their first major playoff since 2019, it is truly now or never for Team Liquid if they want to etch their name in major history. We see some arrival footage from Liquid this morning. KD and also having a cheeky walk around the arena. We've also got another Dane joining us up here. Pimp joins us for Apeks versus Team Liquid, our last quarterfinal, and this one is a tasty one indeed, Jacob.
It is a spicy one on a lot of different levels, I would argue. But one thing is the two teams have actually met each other before in this tournament, where Apeks got their first big surprise win against Team Liquid. Another one is what we talked about when it comes to Team Liquid. It seems like it's a complete new team. What we saw in the first couple of days at the major was very roaring. We weren't really sure whether or not Liquid would even make it out of the group stage, but coming into this quarterfinal, for the first time in a very long time, Maui, I actually believe in an NA team.
Did I just hear you right, Pimp?
Yes, I said it, and I probably won't say it again, you know, so.
Are you just saying that because you played for Liquid? Or do you actually believe this?
I actually believe it.
Yes, okay, we got him, boys, we got him. Pimp believes in Liquid, as do I, of course. I think that it needs no introduction to the fact that Liquid have been the best North American roster for some time now, despite the fact that it has been quite some time since they've actually made it to a major playoffs. It has been since 2019 Berlin, a different look on Liquid at that point. You had a couple different players, but you still have a few of the core members, and they're still contributing quite well. Elige, Naf, Nitro, but there's been a huge facelift. They brought in the young, rising talent in OC, who has powered up throughout this event, and obviously injected themselves with a little bit of Latvian blood, a little bit of aggression, and a little bit of fire in Yakindar.
You say they've been, you know, the best North American team by far. I would agree with that sentiment entirely, but it has been turbulent times, right? We talk about a Liquid that you don't know what the hell you are going to get when they enter an event. Sometimes a really slow start, sometimes hot out the gates. We just don't know what type of tide we're going to get.
That's true, and like you're saying, right, the best North American team for quite some time, doesn't take a lot. There's no one to contest over there.
Okay, come on.
No, but let's be honest, right? It's still been a rough year for Team Liquid. You look at the players, you are aware of how much these players are getting paid. You're aware of the budgets. You're aware of what Liquid have in terms of ambition. They've not been close winning a trophy yet this year. They haven't really been up there where you expect them to be. So yes, fact of the matter is that they put the bar so low that I now can say I'm starting to believe again because they're not shit anymore. And that's sort of like how I feel about Team Liquid right now. It's a team that is definitely becoming better and better and better. But I still want to see them beat Apeks, go into that semi-final before I'm really ready to say that it's a team that I have any expectations towards in terms of maybe putting up a fight in a semi-final against Vitality.
I have trust issues when it comes to Liquid, to say the least. I don't feel like we can totally rely on them, but I feel like we've seen a shift in the tides, and that comes off the back of Yakinda saying, you know, I'm going to take some more control. We've seen that actually shifting up during the duration of this event.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a little bit more of a hodgepodge calling between Nitro and Yakindar, because Yakindar at times thought, I know this team better, I know how to call against them, I'm going to call this game. And now it seems like, just based off of interviews and everything, seems like it's like 80% Yakindar is the in-game leader of this team. Nitro's still contributing. They've said that if anybody has a good idea, they can call it. But the fact is that Yakindar's calling has made Liquid actually, in some ways, look more consistent to me from what I've seen at this event after the opening stage woes. Those were a little bit scary, but after that, it's a completely different team. If we ignore the Challenger stage, Liquid have looked great. Taking Heroic to 3 maps, winning their other maps and series convincingly in my eyes. This is a Liquid that we want to see, and that's why when they see Apeks in the server against them, a huge underdog, one that many would have counted out from even making it to the playoffs. Liquid have to have just blood coursing through their veins right now. They got to rage into this server because they are coming in as a huge favorite.
I 100% agree. Liquid is looking much, much better. And as you said, the only loss they've had in the past 7 games is against Heroic, a team that, let's be honest, they're one of the heavy favorites to win the entire thing. And even that game was very competitive, very close. And one could argue Liquid should have won Ancient, 3rd deciding map. There's one player I want to put a spotlight on towards, though, because I spoke about it during the group stages, and that's Nitro. You said it yourself. We are discussing whether or not he's the in-game leader anymore, how much he's helping, but in terms of individual output on the server, the man on your screen right here is having the best, statistically speaking, event he's had in 3 years and 6 months. More than 1,200 days it is since that Nitro last time had a rating of this size on a LAN event. So yes, whether or not that's because he's individually just hotter right now, he's in a better shape, or he's been freed from some of that in-game leading stuff, I don't know, but it's great to see Nitro play well.
And to touch on Nitro's story too, the fact that he took a 16th month leave from Counter-Strike professionally to play Valorant and come back. Nobody else has done that. Nobody else has had that long away and made a comeback this strong. There's just a couple people out there that have tried it, but no one's come close to the level of success and performing consistently, at least on big stages in terms of achievements and results, as Nitro.
When we're talking about, you know, the history, the depth within Team Liquid as well, we have to throw Elijah's name into the ring because we're talking about the best not to have ever lifted a major trophy. Elijah is one of the names we immediately throw into the ring for that.
He is, and unfortunately for Elijah and unfortunately for Team Liquid so far in this tournament, he's been struggling a little bit. It hasn't been the same Elijah that we used to see. I would argue even Elijah in some of the rough periods in Team Liquid, he was the one you could count on. We talk about, you know, never knowing what to get with Team Liquid. I feel like Elijah was always a constant. He would always deliver some sort of a level and have a flaw. He hasn't really been playing that well so far in this tournament. That's an issue for Team Liquid, and I think for me, that's what I need to see unleashed as well. If you have Elijah, you have Yakinda, and you have Nafali playing at the absolute best, Liquid can beat anyone.
Yeah, and with Elijah's legacy right now, it's up for grabs who is the North American GOAT player. So? I think it is still up for grabs. Okay. I think right now public sentiment has shifted over, and mine as well, that it is Twist right now. But if they actually go on this run, a miracle run for Liquid to power up for this event, if Elijah actually captures that Majors MVP, say he goes unbelievable, ballistic in these playoffs, there's a world where that conversation opens right back up because Twist, he has so many trophies, he has a lot of hardware, doesn't have a major MVP though.
He has a major trophy though, and he has not one but 2 Intel Grand Slams. So you think this relies on Elijah actually winning it here to have that conversation open up?
Yes, that would open up the conversation, a win. That's why Apeks needs to be a stepping stone for Elijah if he wants to achieve greatness in the eyes of all North Americans.
I think there's a bigger chance I'll get a major MVP than Elijah will at this major, to be completely honest. He hasn't been playing well whatsoever so far. I agree with you. Winning this major for Team Liquid, winning this major for Elijah, it would be nice for him. As you can see, he's been at a lot of majors, and there's still a big round 0 next to him. Been in a couple of finals as well, losing to Astralis. We all remember that period where Liquid just couldn't beat them. So it would be nice for Elijah, but I would still argue that Twist for me is the NA GOAT.
Well, speak of the man, let's get him on the mic. We've got Elige, courtesy of Dinko.
Well, Elige, it's the first time you guys have been here at the major playoffs since 2019. I'm sure there's a lot of excitement level knowing that you're going to be walking back out there for the last ever CSGO major playoffs. Talk to me about some of the thoughts and emotions that have run through your head since you qualified from that Legend stage now into the Champions.
I think overall we're super happy with how things have been going this tournament as a team. I think that for us to be clawing back from how we did in the Challenger stage, playing well in the Legend stage, I think that everyone's feeling like we're peaking at the right time and we're here to take the last major.
Now you're one of our game's greatest players over a very long period of time. Do you feel that sense of occasion in terms of this is that last CSGO major? Do you feel that sort of emotional level?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do. This is the one tournament that we don't have, that I don't have, that I really want to be able to get before, the CSGO is completely done. Because when we look back at our careers in CSGO, it's going to be were we able to get the last big one, the last big major, and that's what we want to get, and that's what I really want.
Now, you're speaking as a team right now, but as an individual, I want to ask you about how that would feel personally, because you've been to the final in 2016 of Cologne. You've been to the playoffs many, many times before in majors, but you've never picked it up. To leave CSGO without a major trophy, how do you think that would make you feel?
It would definitely make me feel a lot worse because, I think that the last couple of years have been a lot harder, and not being able to get something out of it at the end would definitely feel devastating. And I feel like there's been good points in time for some of the majors where we were the favorites, or people expected us to win or do better, and it never ended up happening. And then this tournament's a little bit on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, where we're kind of more a dark horse type of team, and it would just feel really good to be able to make it through in that way. And if we didn't get it, it would be a really big disappointment.
That's an interesting talking point in terms of you're coming into this major slightly different expectations than in the past, right? You're coming in as that dark horse, as you were saying. How does that affect the mentality and the pressure that you feel going onto the stage today?
I think that it helps. I mean, it's just an individual mentality. It's less pressure for us. I think that there's other teams that we feel have more pressure, and I think that does give us a little bit of a mental edge, but it's also just however our team specifically is perceiving it. You can feel more pressure if you perceive the games in a different way, and we're just making sure that we're staying grounded with how we're feeling as soon as we go through each match, and trying to do our best to stay in it in that way.
Bans rolling in. We've got Ancient, Overpass, and Anubis if we do so need it. Obviously, we saw Apeks and Liquid playing in a best of one to be starting off their Challenger stage run here in Paris. What are you making of this, Vito?
I think it's interesting. I think it's fun. I love the fact that Apeks dared to do it again. They know they're facing a different opponent or a different team per se compared to the first time around. But you are Apeks, you are the underdog. You want to go with somewhere you feel comfortable. So the Ancient pick makes sense. And it's not like Liquid have looked like a great team on Ancient ever since. They did lose to Heroic, so it makes sense.
What did you then glean from that initial Apeks victory over the side of Liquid? And what have you learned from Apeks throughout the duration of this this major? Because it's another team that we're throwing into the ring that we didn't necessarily expect to be making it to the top 8.
In my eyes, I think that Apeks were baited pretty hard by that first victory over Liquid. They played against a NAF that barely even joined the server. That was NAF's worst map by far from what I have seen. I think he had a 0.55 rating in that one. Just terrible stuff. And that's not what they're going to face today. NAF's going to be a different beast today. If Apeks want to win this one, they got to hope, they got to pray that NAF doesn't join the server once again, but that's not going to happen. And so for Apeks right now, I think that they feel confident because they actually do play a good Ancient. They played it against NIP to qualify here for the playoffs, and they just simply threw better nades. They had better lurk timings, they had better individuals, and so they're going to feel comfortable in this one, but Liquid, they're going to play a little bit better, and that was already a close game with NAF not playing.
Well, we've got Ancient, we've got Overpass, and then we do have Anubis if we do so get to that third and final decider. So, Danny, what should we be looking out for if we make it to this ground?
Something that Apeks has done very well at this event is have these explosive takes on T side. So Anubis is one of the maps in the pool, so I want to break down this round here against G2. So first, let's look at it from HooXi's point of view here to just see how explosive and how the flashes can be so effective, because with these flashes, it just allows them to flood into the site, catch Hunter, and then HooXi gets taken down out of position. But I want to break down the flashes here because they're really the most important part and something that you should pay attention to whenever you see Apeks play. So the first thing we're going to pay attention to is Kixin's flash right here. This is a typical initiation flash. It pops right about here towards the window side. Now it blinds most of this back area here, anyone close towards pillar, anyone here towards that left side. And the timing of this flash allows the first player to come out while this first player who's taking contact gets blinded. This gives them space to come in. Now the next set of flashes to pay attention to is from Knock. Now these flashes are layered in such a way where they pop up high. They pop right about here. The first one's there, second one up here, up high. And what that does is as they come in, the flashes supplement the push, because if any CTs peek from this left side or from this back corner or anyone up close, they're gonna get blinded. But the key thing here is that they trust the flashes and they know the limitations. This spot that Hunter's in at dark, the flashes may not get them, but pay attention, look at all three of these people. They're all looking at them because they know what the capabilities of their flashes are. So when they come in, you can see this from HooXi's point of view. The first initiation flash takes them off the angle. Then the second layered flashes allow the push to come in. And then with all three of these players understanding where the flashes are going to hit, they can all focus in and tunnel in on Hunter. As well, JL's on the side here, even if Hunter manages to get more than one kill. It's all this space from these flashes that allow them to pour into the site and catch these 2 kills. So this is something to pay attention to, is their explosive nature, and it's all thanks to their flashes. So something that Apeks are going to be very good at, and something that Liquid are going to have to look out for.
Excellent breakdown from the Mahone zone, as always. Has that explosivity then, Jacob, for your money, kind of captured your attention about Apeks? Do you feel like that's a reason why they have made it so far in this tournament?
Yeah, it's part of it, you know. I feel like all teams are getting explosive. I think we had the conversation as well, one of the desks, that I feel like everyone is looking towards Heroic and try to imitate the way they approach, the way they play Counter-Strike. So, yes, you gotta have a certain aggressive element. To me, it's more so the well-roundedness of this lineup. I think they can do both. I think they have the ability to be aggressive, to be a little bit in your face, but also sometimes to play out the time, feel out the map, and make some good mid-round decision. I think Cookson has been one of the best signings of the year so far. The fact that they remain competitive, got into a quarterfinal here as well, is amazing. Said it a couple of times already, but I assume there's some new viewers out there. Just 8 months ago, 128th in the world, Apeks. 128th in the world, and now they find themselves in a quarterfinal at a major. That speaks volumes to how they've been able to restructure this lineup and become a competitive team.
Talk about a glow up. That's pretty epic.
Glow up, yeah.
I'm just thinking about that fact that you said he's the best signing of the year, and it's hard to disagree, because look at where some of these other teams have fell, and where some of the teams that have maybe even made bigger or better signings, how they're not even in these playoffs. And so for Apeks right now, they have a chance. They have a puncher's chance in it. And what Danny was showing so well with the utility usage there on Anubis, they've got the same thing on Ancient. It's why they looked like the better team against NIP. It was a miraculous game that they were able to come back in, but it's one that was based off of the fact that they believe in the strategies that Kixan has devised, Cuban has devised with them, and everybody is bringing to the table. So many names that can pop off as well for Apeks. We haven't really talked too much yet about Jacom or about JL, but these guys are such a sick entry duo. When they're in with those flashes, with that utility, with that setup, then that's when Liquid is going to have their work cut out for them, because there is seriously sometimes not a lot you can do when your screen is completely white.
We're talking about, you know, such a motley crew, an interesting mix of players uniting once again to be fighting for this major title. You mentioned JChem, obviously Stiko as well. A player that has had such tenure in majors gone by. It's kind of crazy to see them coming up once again with this type of squad.
Does feel like he's been around for forever, Stiko, and he's been out of the spotlight for quite some time. We remember him joining Cloud9 as well, which eventually ended up being a failed project. Then he was playing on these tier 2, tier 3 teams, couldn't really find his footing. He's been in Apeks in quite some time now, and as you said, Freya, it's nice to see that if you are persistent, if you continue to work hard, which I know Stiko for a fact is doing, there's still a place for you in top tier Counter-Strike. Individually speaking, he's not at his best right now. He's one of the weak links. I'd even argue for Apeks. I think he's one of those players you single out and you think, if you're Liquid, let's test wherever he's at on the CT side. So that's his weaknesses, but the fact of the matter is he's in a quarterfinal, and that in itself, way above what you could expect.
Well, Maui, you threw JL's name into the ring, so let's throw him on the mic, courtesy of Dinko.
Well, GamerLegion, you've seen the stage setup, you've seen the crowd. What were some of the thoughts going through your head today when you woke up and you knew you were coming out to play here today?
It's crazy. I mean, we witnessed the walkouts yesterday live, and it was crazy. Of course, it was Vitality and Into the Breach. But the energy here is unreal. The French fans love their French teams, and it's crazy.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and they've been bringing the energy for a lot of different teams. And I think you guys are a story everyone's going to get behind, a team coming through and maybe not having the most expectations. But I want to talk about being an underdog side, coming onto a stage, maybe with some players with inexperience playing on an environment like this. You've got Kuben standing behind you, a lot of experience, but I want to know about the conversation that you had and the mentality approaching playing on the big stage today so that your mentality is in check and you don't let the pressure of the moment get to you.
You just focus on your game. I mean, you do have your job to do, and my job is to kill, communicate, and just play the game, and just focus on that. It doesn't matter. The crowd, you're going to feel the pressure, for sure, and you're going to be afraid maybe to make a play, but you have to trust yourself, trust your instinct, and let the pressure fuel you, and not to kind of let you down. And absorb the energy and put it into CS.
Now, on a personal note, you're going out there onto a major stage. This is going to be a very viewed tournament in terms of being the last CSGO major, a lot of eyeballs on this. Right at the end of CSGO, you've got a chance here to be one of the best players at the last event. Does that fill you with a lot of hype excitement that you can prove yourself to the world?
No. I mean, I didn't have the best tournament myself, but we as a team played really well during the RMR, Challenger, Legends. For me, it's not about that. For me, it's just getting as far as we can and just proving that we're worth it, because we play really good CS, in my opinion, and the mental part is what gets to us sometimes.
Well, the mental part didn't get to you in that NIP game. That comeback was huge. What did that comeback prove to you about your own team?
If we just believe in ourselves, believe in the protocols we have, and we trust that what we've made with this team is right, we're going to do it. And I'm not kidding you, 3-14, I don't think a single one was doubted that we're going to lose this Ancient.
Well, it's an incredible comeback coming through from you guys to get to this point, but you mentioned that mentality, and I want to touch a little bit more on that, because you're going out into a big environment. In terms of that mentality issues, can you talk to me a little bit about what some of those are?
I mean, I think not. The main issue would be to not focus on the crowd and the arena, because you have to focus on what's in front of you and CS is in front of you, and you still have to deliver. And I mean, it's a huge opportunity for me to be on this stage and showcase what we've made throughout all these months that we've been together. And I'm just super happy that we're here. And yeah, I'm just super happy.
Well, look, we can see the words from JL coming in there, and he mentions the fact that Apeks, they came to the arena yesterday. We saw it on a couple of shots as well. So what does that mean, Maui?
That was a point where actually I caught Apeks after their big match versus NIP, and we were hanging out with Kerrigan, and they were asking Kerrigan for advice in arenas, and Kerrigan told JL and the rest of Apeks, go to the arena the day before, because you're playing that second day. So if you get to feel some of that energy, then you'll know what it is. You'll actually recognize when you go out for your match what it is to be standing there. And so in some ways, Kerrigan was a bit of a mental coach for them in trying to help them out. So that nerve problem, that crowd problem that JL and Dinko were talking about there, in some ways you would have think that it's a little bit alleviated because they've at least gotten to feel it already, having been here yesterday.
Yeah, that's pretty sage advice, rather than, it slapping you around the face when you're doing those walkouts for the first time to probably the loudest crowd you have ever been in front of. Yeah, take some time to soak it up the day before. Why not?
It's a great idea. Figure out how you order food, figure out where the toilet is, make yourself comfortable.
The essentials.
No, but make sure that the essentials are covered in that regard, because you are prone to go to the toilet at some point. So it does make sense, for Apeks to come in here, experience the arena the day before and that. And also, I guess the way and the atmosphere inside the arena yesterday was at peak level, right? So they can also take that peak level, and then they can walk into the stage today and feel maybe it's a little less, and then by then not be intimidated by it. So yeah, I think that's a great advice for Kerrigan. Cool that he's doing it.
Yeah, no, that's pretty awesome. Dinko also asked about that game versus NIP. Obviously, that was to cement their spot in the playoffs, and we've talked about Revenge Arcs in the match just gone by between Monte and GamerLegion. The fact that Nork put his former team to bed in that one, he was very happy about that.
Oh yeah, you could see the pop off there at the very end. It was a 1v2 for him to seal the whole game right there. I will say though that in this tournament, Nock hasn't really been the standout that a lot of other oppers are. Yeah. He still has some of those same habits that he had when he played on NIP actually, where he's kind of just a more passive opper. He's usually in the back lines, and it's usually still, at least with this roster, some of his riflers that are doing the heavy lifting early on in rounds. We've said JL's name, talking about Jacob too, and Nock, he's just that safe pair of hands that more or less is I would consider him a little bit of a relic from the past where he's kind of a system operator, at least in my eyes.
That's how I feel as well. He's a good player, but he's not that explosive. He's not a player that takes over the game and dictates the game. Neither is OC for that matter. So I think that matchup in this game is going to be just fine for Norg and OC. It could be cool to see them go toe-to-toe. Without taking away anything from Apeks as well, I do just want to highlight for the viewers at home that what we saw in the group stage in that game against NIP was the fact that NIP were up 9-2 on the first map, ended up losing, and 14-3 on the second map, ended up losing. Yes, Apeks are here in the playoff in the quarterfinal because they deserve to be here. Fantastic resilience, fantastic comeback, but there's a world where they would have lost 2-0, 16-5, 16-5, and we wouldn't even discuss them as a team. So it's remarkable that they were able to do it, but we have also seen Apeks sometimes fall a little bit flat in the beginning of the games, and I'm going to mark my words right here, because if you go behind 14-3 against Team Liquid tonight, you're not coming back.
No way. No way.
Simple as that.
Yeah, we talk about the sustainability, I guess, with a squad that's able to do that. JL saying at the, all you've got to do is focus on what is in front of you. But in front of them here, it is going to be that crowd, right? Obviously, you have some tenured, experienced names in the mix. You've got Cuban right behind them as well, who I'm sure will be offering some word of wisdom.
But who do you think they're going to root for, right? I'm not even sure.
I'm not sure.
Liquid. I don't know.
I think the fans will like
Who has
Liquid.
the French ties, I don't even got to find something there.
I think they just like big teams, like how they like FaZe,
True.
Sometimes they just get fan
Or they
favorites
just
out
hated
there.
Heroic more because they can put it up to Vitality. I don't know.
These fans are a little bit hard to read, but my money's that they're going to be rooting for Liquid harder.
Yeah, well, let's you throw the AWPers names into the spotlight. We kind of touched upon OC earlier, but I'm really happy that we're finally seeing the kind of surge in power coming out from him, because he was a name that fairly, maybe unfairly, we were throwing into the ring a lot and saying we need to see more from this guy when it gets to these high pressure situations. This is his stage to be shining on.
I think he's been consistent throughout the tournament. I think the meme surrounding OC has always been the fact that in group stages he's not performing as well as in playoff. We got the playoff OC, and now he's finally entering the stage. Now, if we run by that logic, he's only going to become better. And so far in this tournament, he's been very stable, he's been consistent, and he hasn't been a weak link. And that's honestly all I'm asking for OC. Liquid is not a team that is setting up their AWP players that much. It's still about Yakinda, it's still about Nef, still about Elish. So if OC can just be consistent and reliable, that's enough.
I think that actually they've changed a little bit, Pimp. I think that they've actually, in that big boot camp they were talking about, we saw a couple things change for Liquid. They changed a couple of spots, mostly just with riflers, but I think that they've given OC a bit more in terms of opportunities, just giving him a few more chances per half to get himself involved. I remember a couple times after timeouts, he's the one that's talking the most, then he goes for an aggressive pick. It hasn't always resulted in the biggest round, but this is OC's best event, if you stopped it right here, since last year. This is basically OC coming out to play at the major, a big tournament performance for him thus far, and I expect that he's going to keep it up against Apeks.
Perhaps we should ask them, right? Because I've seen the same thing. Question is it OC demanding more space? Is it OC taking more initiative? Or is it Liquid who's actually fostering into him and allowing him to do it? We don't know, but maybe we should ask.
Well, it's going to be the last quarterfinal here in Paris. It's Team Liquid going up against Apeks. We're going to be welcoming them onto Counter-Strike's most coveted stage after this.
I don't remember any female team manager. So it was like, for many people, it was something strange. How we go, can't manage the guys. I'm like, why not? It's so hard to summarize all my career for like few sentences. I was a pro player, so I know kind of how my players can feel. If you really want to be part of esports, I think there's a room for everybody.
major. The pinnacle of competition. The gateway for legends. Its trophy, a maker of kings.
Counter-Strike in my life for 15 years.
I've been playing this game for 2/3 of my life.
I grew up with Counter-Strike. I got into Counter-Strike because of my brother.
My life is Counter-Strike. I live and breathe it.
CS only in my life forever. I didn't really know what I wanted in my life. CSGO was that answer for me. It's what I've always done. It's my whole life. And I wouldn't have most of the things that happen in my life right now if I didn't have CSGO.
Years of Counter-Strike majors, 10 years of legendary plays. Paris, the last chance, the last moment, the last time to crown a major winner in our beloved game. Are you ready for Counter-Strike?
Counter-Strike has been part of these players, coaches, the talent, and you guys' lives for so long. An emotional send-off, but on to something that's going to be even better, even bigger. We continue to break viewership records. We continue to show the game in the best way that it can be shown. All of you enjoying this last CSGO major, this is special for these players taking to this stage each and every time. To hear your cheers, to feel the emotions, to see it all go down. Now we've got one more team to make it through to the semi-final. One more team that'll be heartbroken before they can even get there. We've got Apeks going up against Team Liquid. Now I see a good group of different shirts in here. We've got a packed out crowd and it's looking nice. So guys, are you with me? Are you ready? Now, have we got some Liquid fans in the house? And what about Apeks? That's not bad at all. One more time. Liquid! Apeks! All right, as always, guys, I want you to bring the hype for me. Our final quarterfinal matchup. It's Team Liquid taking on Apeks. It's time to bring the hype! This is Apeks. Jacob, he grinded his way to this stage once before. The Norwegian with some Aussie flair, he managed to do it again, and right now, he is the star for Apeks. Nork, karma does exist. He proved it versus his former teammates to secure this playoff spot. Now with the AWP in his hand, can he dig deeper than ever before to get the victory? Kixan, bringing honor to North Macedonia and leading his team under the watchful eye of Cuban. He's been handling the pressures of his first ever major, beating expectations and focused on his dream. JL, he crowned himself a legend after the challenger stage. He's full of confidence and positive energy in each and every game. But now, he must showcase his ultimate level and show us everything he's got. Stiko, one of the most experienced players on the roster. His Counter-Strike career has been full of ups and downs, but you never see him frown. He's been here before, and now he's looking to go further than ever. It's time to deliver. Make some noise for Apeks! This is Liquid. Naf, flying high at the major. He never looks stressed, never looks pressured, and holds his nerve. Even with a slow start to the major, it hasn't held him back, and now he's on fire. Yakinda, the Ram Raider, bulldozing through his opposition, still bringing his A-game while taking over the leadership duties that's leveled up Liquid as they've powered through each and every game. Nitro, Liquid and North America's captain, having his best LAN performance since 2019. If he can keep this up, it could be the extra push they need to finish strong at the final CSGO major. Elige, one of the pillars of North American Counter-Strike and Liquid's success. 8 years of competing under their banner, he has one final chance to bring the major trophy home. OC, his development during his time with Liquid has shown that he can weather any storm. And now he's harnessed that power, taking it into his first major stage. Give it up for Team Liquid! Now, going into this matchup, there could be one clear favorite. Yes, Liquid, they have the experience on their side with everything they've done, but Apeks already took them down when it came to a best of one. Anything can happen on this stage. Anything can happen at this major. And we got Kixan and Nitro, the two leaders for the team, up on the stage. Now, Nitro, I'm going to start with you because things have changed a little bit for you, right? The change of IGLing and not being able to do it, but your performances look so much better. How's it feeling for you right now? How's the balance in the team?
It's really good. Obviously, I've been IGLing pretty much like my whole career, so it's definitely a difference. It feels a lot different, so I feel like I have more ability to play my own game.
Okay. And it's definitely working out so far. For you, Kicksan, you come into this major experience for you. The pressure's certainly high, but you guys have delivered. I want to just talk about your relationship with Cuban and how you guys work together, because he obviously has a huge wealth of experience in the game.
The relationship is, of course, good. He helps me a lot. We have some experienced players like Stico and JCam who are helping us, the younger players, and it's nice to have them in the team.
And how much does it help you mentally right now, knowing that you've beat him in a best-of-1 already?
Can you repeat, sorry?
How much does it help you mentally that you've beaten them before in a best-of-1?
I think it will help us. We have some experience playing against some tier 1 teams, and as you said, we already beat them once, so it feels good to play them again.
Any worries about when you faced them before, though, Nitro?
No worries. We're just going to play our own game just like we've been playing since we were down 0-2.
Yes.
We've been playing a lot better every single day, and we've had some really good prep the last 2 days since we had 2 days off. We're trying to be as productive as possible. So I think we're going to see a new team today.
And it feels like a different Liquid right now. We saw it. We saw you guys kind of ascend throughout the games. Do you feel like you're ready to go all the way this time?
Yeah, I'm super confident. So we're just going to wait and see what happens.
All right, we'll wait and see what happens on the server. Guys, shake hands. Take your seat. Thank you very much. It's time for us to see how it's going to go. A little rematch, but in a very different environment and a very different way. Liquid taking on Apeks. Let's get it!
Liquid and Apeks both into the ring, but only one will ride the waves all the way to the semi-finals. A historic occasion for both of the teams entering the server today. For Apeks, it is the surprise factor of them even being able to make it here. For Liquid, on the other hand, almost 4 years since they have graced a major stage. This is a huge opportunity for them, Jacob, to be lifting the final ever CSGO major trophy.
And as Nitro said, he feels confident. And I remember Elise saying in Abu Dhabi at the World Finals that he finally believed that Liquid is a championship winning team again. That belief we haven't heard from Team Liquid in quite some time. So not only do we as observers, not only do we as analysts and fans believe in Team Liquid, we think that NA finally have a great team again the way they're playing right now. But it actually strikes me that the players themselves for the first time in quite some time as well believe in their own project. It has felt a little bit flat for Team Liquid for quite some time, but I will argue that in this tournament, with the turnaround they did after the group stage, I can once again believe in Liquid winning this game.
I can believe in Liquid because they've actually made the necessary changes to look like a consistently better team. When they aren't getting the results, what did they do last Cologne? They brought in Yakindar, they brought in Daps. What did they do when they still weren't getting the results? They switched up their map pool. What did they do again when they weren't still getting the results that they wanted? They switched in-game leaders. Liquid are looking every problem dead in the eye, and they are addressing them wholeheartedly. They aren't holding anything back in terms of, we'll just see how the next tournament goes. No, they're enacting change game to game, event to event. It's exactly what you want to see from a team that prides themselves on being fluid.
And it's paid off every step of the way so far this major. We saw the man over on the left-hand side of the booth. We spoke about NAF struggling in the initial duel versus Apeks to kick off the challenger stage of things. It has been anything but for NAF ever since then. He comes into this stage as one of the third highest rated players of that Legend stage.
You said it yourself, Mari, one of the worst games NAF has ever had. I was just looking it up. The T-side Ancient against Apeks, NAF had 1 kill in that first round. He started off the major getting 1 kill in 15 rounds, and ever since he's been playing like an MVP candidate. So yes, the turnaround for NAF has been fantastic. There's one player I want to put under the spotlight though. If there's some new viewers out there who doesn't watch a lot of Counter-Strike, I would say there's one player on the server who candidates to be the best in the world at what he does, and that is Yakindar.
Yeah.
He is the difference maker. He's aggressive with the rifle. He's an entry fragger, and he can dictate the game with the rifle. I've said that before. There's very few players who obsess the qualities to dictate a game with a rifle. Normally it's the AWP players who can do it, the likes of Saivu, Simple, Device, you name it. But Yakindar, we've seen him done it at this tournament. We've seen him done it before. That's a player you have to be afraid of if you're Apeks.
Yakindar, I almost can't even believe we haven't really been saying his name, but yeah, such a difference maker. The fact that he left the Eastern European teams behind, that he had the opportunities in Europe, he joined this North American organization, recognized that this was great for his brand and for creating a further legacy for himself. what he has done with Liquid has once again reaffirmed, like Pimp was saying, that he is one of the premier entry fraggers in the world. He is still keeping that up to this day.
Maui, I think it goes without saying who you're going to be rooting for in this match, but tell us one more time, who have you got?
I'm just going to say the last time Apeks played a LAN before the Armors was Fragadelphia. They lost in the semi-finals. They couldn't even beat Tier 3 North American competition on their home soil. They're not going to beat Liquid. It's Liquid all day, Freya.
Well, you heard it here first. It's Liquid to be taking this quarterfinal, but we have to get this show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ancient, it's Overpass, and it's Anubis. If we do so need it, let's get this game underway.
It was amazing talking to Yakinda. I looked him in the eyes and said, you guys look like two different teams. You know, you came in, it looked like the worst Liquid. Now you look like the best Liquid. He looked me straight in the eyes and said, 4 more. Chad did the maths for me. You explained what that meant. I didn't quite piece it together as quickly as you.
Yeah, at the time, just needed 4 more best of 3s to pick up the major
Crazy.
right here, right now. And well, now that turns into 3. But has Apeks given life to Liquid? Let's find out.
Let's get this party started then. Apeks take to the T side, Liquid on the defense. And we got a lot of utility in the mix as well. Interested to see who is going to be the brute force to kick off this quarterfinal.
There's a ramp push as well as the aim push here as well. Fight towards ramp. Bomb's going to be spotted. Flash forward.
Oh, and that's a lead with the first. Nork onto OC as well. Keeps it level. Smokes are forced out, but it is JL advancing through that cave position. Damage inflicted onto Nitro and Elige. They're wobbly, losing bodies. And there you have it. That should be the sight. That should be the round. Now, Naf could cut down at least one here onto JL. Doesn't catch Nork with that bomb. Kicks in on the site as well. He's supposed to be escorting them through. Good. Oh, catch a bullet. Great start. Cuban happy with that one. Apeks flying out of the gates.
Yeah, fantastic work there to kick things off. And well, last time round with these two teams, we were speaking about that best of one. It was exactly this map here of Ancient going in the favor of Apeks. And talk about Apeks the ones to thank for giving Liquid life. Well, that NAF stat, right? You know, getting 1 kill the T side of this very map, and then you look at his performance throughout the rest of this tournament. And with both of these teams, you have to include the challenger stages. You can't just look at the Legends stage. Even with the stats, because both of these teams have done the hard graft through the challenges into the Legends and now into this quarterfinal. Look at a force ball back here, starting 2 towards B. Elysian Cave, Nitro alongside for the ride, and a defensive incendiary to stall this one out. And this is it. Apeks are a whole lot more direct now. In their starts, they can reroute, they can dip on over to the other side, sure. But this is very heavy pressure towards B early. Now, Liquid might not know it yet, but we can see all those bodies as the scout will whistle past. OC would love to get out the gates early.
Ooh, there's a couple of opportunities for Yakinda on this dig. And Nork, he gets spotted out. Jiggle from Nitro. He has that smoke, hasn't opted to deploy it, but you can see Red Room vision obscured and progressing towards OC's position. Only working with the scout, but a tag can condemn you, but not on Jacob's watch. Highlighted as a star for Apeks. His opening attempts at the top and delivering when it matters most. A second round conversion can get hot and sweaty, especially against teams like Liquid. So far already taking down the first. Should be able to play the numbers game. I say that as actually we've got 3 regrouping, clearing middle together as a unit.
Yeah, it feels way too late on this. They're going to be in towards B here, no dramas. So as they waltz on in, the mid push comes through. Jacob goes down, a 4-on-4. Need to get into the site here.
Could go wrong. Yakinda, all he needs is one dig and not on Kixon. With that Mac 10, advances Apeks into this second round.
And an important second round. We got some details to discuss here, but hold up, Seiko might be looking for a little bit more. Nitro fishing for a gun. Might be unknown right now, and the perfect weapon for the job up close and personal. But this
got me all excited about those numbers.
Yeah, well, look, Apeks compared to Liquid a little bit shakier in the second round.
Oh, they are?
And we have to reflect on the head-to-head as well, considering it was on the same map. Well, Liquid won both pistols when they went toe-to-toe last time round, but Liquid on their T side won the pistol, lost the force. So there's a few factors here, but this is a great start for Apeks. This is what you want, is Nitro will get the jewel he was looking for. Needs to run real far away. That bomb radius is going to try and hunt him down here, but it's going to be 2 Galils and a scout carried through into round number 3. So this is tidy for Liquid.
1 HP on Nitro on the way out, by the way.
I'm actually curious if they wanted to go for a full buy here. Nitro might be able to drop a rifle, and they could get out rifles for almost everybody in the server if somebody wants to operate with a FAMAS, but good to see some Liquid fans in attendance.
And Apeks jerseys, and maybe we'll have to do a quick litmus test. Accor Arena, Paris. Let me hear you if you're cheering for Liquid. Okay, and how about Apeks? Ooh, it's competitive. It's competitive, as should this game be. It's Apeks pick, and already getting what they needed to get started.
Scary round here still. Remember those save galores, that scout in play, and now aggression again. Steeko and JL down here.
This could be exciting for Orlige. JL gets the chance and converts. He will go down, though. A perfect flashback. Oh, Nitro steals another. Unfortunately, Yakinda gets overcome without contribution, and that leaves Naf again just charging, trudging through the water, but the bomb's going down, and he's only got a 5-7 and a Kevlar vest to his name. Very hard to get anything done with this one. Again, maybe the similar kind of state of affairs as before.
Yeah, damage would be nice. Grabbing one of these AKs would be even better, but let's see how much gets offered up. Steeko, the closest to investigate this at NAF. Trying to get cheeky with this one. Steeko, how diligent is he? Bit of a robot, old Steeko, and there he is. That'll be all Steeko's. All right, a clean start. You don't get better than that. Pistols with conversion without too many worries. That is great guns here for Apeks. And this is how they hope to go on here on their map choice. And this is where we need to see if Liquid have a bit of bite to them today. The individuals want to come online early. You know, they can pack a punch. They've all played an awful lot of maps here. Liquid's played 16 maps to get to this point, 14 for Apeks. Jake being the highest rated. You heard from Banks there in the intro. He's the name of the tippy top. Well, let's see if he can keep that up today. Returning to the majors since the first time. Starlight of Berlin 2019.
Well, funny you should mention Starlight of Berlin 2019. Liquid, that was the last time they were in the playoffs. Is it only a quarterfinal, though? We'll see. It's up to Apeks as well. OC shuts down JL as he tries to crack open A. That was a lot of ground covered. They've lost the bomb on the site, and Yakinda has already addressed it. So 2 casualties and a disadvantage. Jacob could lose it, and Elige contributes.
Important, really important kill there. Donut's no longer a problem. Elige is able to cover off mid, and Yakinda steps out. A messy spray, but Kixon will go down, and just Steeko in the clutch, a 1-on-4.
Should be just a formality at this point. Already aware of what's available, covering their bases. Now maybe one frag would have been nice. OC, though, misses his chance to close it clean. God, rounding that corner is a death sentence. Does he dare? Oh, he does. An OC prevails. Liquid are on the board.
Important from OC here. If we can get the OC that got Liquid here to this playoff stage. Right, he was hitting absolutely everything. We got to cover off some of their matches throughout the Challenger and Legend stage, and it started bleak. I think Liquid were going to be the biggest disappointment for all the teams in attendance, especially with that 0-2 start. Everyone thought, what the bloody hell is happening here? But they've turned it around, and now hoping to be, well, one of the bigger names to tussle. The winner of this matchup takes on Vitality tomorrow in the semis. And, well, Liquid, they'd love to go toe-to-toe again in a playoff. Back in Katowice, they took down Vitality earlier in the year, so something where they might feel favored. Again, stalled out in middle. 3 players ready to break through. Yakinda, Naf, and Elige would be the prongs to defend against this.
You could see he was considering Yakinda with an aggressive flash, or just actually throwing out for cave side. Elige goes looking for info. Nothing to report, but it could be bad. Kixon's already rounded the corner as well. Look at Jacob. An audacious aggress from this entry fragger, and oh yeah, fires off a warning shot. Doesn't get confronted by Yakinda. Goes looking now, and Jacob, yeah, sent to the Nether Realm. On the way out, ooh, Yakinda tickled heavily, down to just 7 HP.
Now they want to fight this here, or they definitely want to deny red presence. A defensive smoke now, so that's going to keep Steeko planted and rerouting with the bomb over towards B on the back of Nork. JL's going to have to join the fun here. OC's AWP redeployed, and well, it's going to be up to Steeko's timing on the lurk here. That smoke, they'll know that the timer on that is about to fade, so it will have to be considered. 45 seconds left on the clock, and Steeko starting to activate, and OC's weapon for the job could be perfect.
Yeah, he's going to keep him guessing on that smoke, and Naf will have confirmation that CT... Oh, it's still a threat!
Had to win that one.
Had to! Had to! What a great frag, and Nork in the same time catches OC Nitro on notice, but delivers a double ready for Steeko, worried with Nork, and that's a distraction. Leads to his execution. They're looking for a big round here now, and Yakinda, he doesn't really have the health to work with. This is the damage Jacob did earlier.
I don't even know if he considers this here. You can see him starting to park the bus right now and hope that they aggress a little bit too far, but with the room that Stiko has, they can play together. Stiko and Nork, massive impact for two of them on those kills that you highlighted. That was OC transitioning back towards the long side over towards B at the block. He went down. Here it is, highlighted on the boost. You see AWPers, they love to get boosted up here and being patient because the CTs eventually will have to rotate back through in that avenue. Nitro does his best, but Stiko's lurk activates, gets that frag. He does everything he could and more. It's just not enough. So Apeks, they're going to make this 4 now.
Oh, and they're going to make Liquid work for this. You know, they talk all about form. I think it's amazing, this idea that OC, he's chosen very well of what event he's going to start performing at his very best. His highest rated performance at a big event, and it's here at the last Global Offensive Major with a sold-out crowd in Paris. He certainly chose wisely. And if he can maintain that, that remains the question.
See immediately here, Daps getting on the mic in the early stages. Don't want to let this one get too far away from you.
Right.
So Daps, coach of Liquid, take a 30-second breather, and you can see with a bit of discussion on what the approach could be. Yakinda did save that rifle. There's enough money to get the buys across. I think a FAMAS drop, some upgrades into M4s. So they're going to try and contest here before the money gets too far out of control on the Apeks side of the server. Now they won't have an AWP available unless Nitro is feeling extremely generous. And there, look,
oh,
Mr. Thomas.
Thomas the frag engine. Give him your love.
Finest.
Yeah, absolutely. A good lad, that one. And we're ready for our 6th round.
All right, not prioritizing the AWP here. Going to keep it with the rifles. Would have been some omissions for Nitro in that regard regardless. So out mid they go. Wanted to biff in, fight for control.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have a real head-on collision there for a second, but Jacob thinks better of it.
You can see Kixon dropping back to... Oh, he was considering dropping back to spawn to try and line up some flashes for a re-aggress. Alicia's been smoked off now, but with that exchange, who's going to break? JL's done some damage, but Alicia back gives up his life.
Big frag. JL caught out. Nitro, the Avenger.
They're going A. This space from Stiko's huge here. Great reaction from Stiko, considering that B lane aggression.
Really cool. Gets across the temple before Naf can confirm it. OC will have to acknowledge it. Naf trying to contain them. Jacob gone, sure, but Stiko still sneaking. 2 main and 2 on that A site. Stiko. He should have at least 1, but the trigger discipline on the main stage. He's holding his nerve. He's holding his nerve. Oh! Double trouble. Stiko, efficient with his ammo. And he's opened up the site. Now they know there's likely 1 more, but where? Stiko locking down the rotations. Nitro, he would have to hit a perfect headshot, but it's Stiko's day. That's all him. He came to play.
Massive work right there. They had no idea about the flank and even gets away with it in a game like this. The pressure, you know you got to pull the trigger a little bit quicker. But Stiko's going to take them all.
Quad kill for Stiko.
Massive round. This is another one of these Counter-Strike journeymen putting his name on the map right here. He's had a big time between majors, but Stiko's back with us, and this is the opener. JL will punish Elige. You want to spam back? This is my cave. Sits him down, and this flank, I can't believe he gets away with it.
4 kills, a round delivered, and his 4th major.
It's the initiative there, though. It's the initiative that he takes to go for the space. Once they know that fight towards middle, the aggression down B lane, Stiko just takes a risk and forces Liquid now down to a couple of pistols.
This is a great T-haul.
Already looking magnificent, isn't it?
Yeah, they're cooking. And they've got cash now to splash. They've forced Liquid into a humble, though aggressive, A-side lean. Jacob, this could be a nice opportunity to farm some frags, but he has to be precise. He's losing health. He's lost his weapon. It's Nitro on that 5-7, but JL doesn't need to see to frag. I say that as Yakinda's good for the first on this defense of the B bomb site. Don't forget, there's now 2 rifles in play. This could get awkward. This could lead to a red face for Apeks. Good one back. Stiko cuts down Yakinda. They are surely going to be anticipating this ramp presence, but the whole squad is here. No kits. They have to get a bit of a wriggle on. Hurry up and line up for Kixon. He knows where you are, Nitro, hiding in the corner. There's nothing for him to do, just helpless as he's executed in front of us. The North Macedonian takes his turn.
Yeah, nice round here, and going to be good for the confidence of the in-game leader of this team, right? He's a newer, fresh face. on the world stage of Counter-Strike here, and this is where momentum can really help these underdog teams in a way. You know, we come onto this stage, you grace it. Well, Liquid have all the advantages there. Nitro and Elige have been in a major grand final. They know what it's like to find themselves on the stage.
Was ist das?
But here we go. Liquid will get the guns back out, and they need to start putting some rounds together here, says Captain Obvious. Again with the aggression towards mid. Now Yakinda through the smoke. OC to try and set them up with a couple of late flashes. Some wallbangs here from Stiko, so pressure to this Elige and Nitro.
Whoa, look at Jacob.
Just going to walk on out. Jacob's in B?
He's already in B. That is a gap. That is a cavern? A ginormous space. That's what I'm trying to say, because they're already in. And I don't know how he got the sixth sense to just accelerate like that.
But you've got to be ready for Apeks to run at you, right? This is what these guys do. They're more direct. They're in your face. They're taking these gaps, and they're willing to fight. As
peculiar.
Wait, hold up. Yakinda might get here. Oh, I was going to say in time. And look at that. The door has just slammed shut in his face without him knowing it. And Jacob has considered this. Whoa.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, damage exchange to the corner of the door. And Yakinda, that's enough. He can't go any further. Smoked off and just has to chill. Has to drop back. Has to save. 7 confirmed for Apeks here already. And this direct approach in some of these scenarios from the individuals, right? Not being afraid to push. Not being afraid to take risks that they traditionally would. It's paying off for them here.
I mean, that is another high-impact round. Look at Jacob. I mean, this is his 3rd frag, and it's round-defining. Bang. He's got a bloody smoke in his hand.
But that molly there is something we've seen Apeks throw before. As they go for fast B plays, they land it off the wall. It lands perfectly. They can scale to the left of it. So what it means for the CT, they think it's blocked. They think, of course, they're not going to run through it. They're going to run at them again. So looking for the hunt here. OC's going to have to drop a defensive smoke. They're under pressure.
OC, he could get run down here. He is. Oh, no! The AWP taken away. JL denies an OC signature weapon is unavailable for round 9.
Oh, dear. Yeah, the max loss bonus is in play, but this is looking bleak now. Another timeout necessary. Daps thinks he's going to call the second 30-second breather, and Cuban on the other side. He's having great guns at this. No dramas whatsoever for the coach of Apeks as JL in between the smokes. Pips the gap, the self-flash, and they are getting owned right now. Liquid, where are ya?
I have a question for you, Chad. When we talk about pressure, you'd think it would come down to experience. You know, the more times you encounter that pressure, the more times you grow familiar with it, and you become more comfortable with it. But is it not also a framing that Liquid have the pressure of not wanting it to fall to a quote-unquote lesser team?
And if they came in today with that mentality, they are going to have some real problems, right?
I mean,
you can't come in with a mentality like that.
Especially when you consider that Apeks and their climb, this ascension from November 2022, ranked 129th in the world, and now here in the major quarterfinal. Shout out to Pimp for that one. This is a team that is on the rise, and now Liquid are feeling their wrath. Oh, Jacob, he's up to no good, but Yakinda is too. Nearly found him, 20 points of health left on the Latvian. But an opening kill for Liquid. They have to be able to translate this into victory. They are limited in their funds.
Yeah, they're not full bought behind these saved guns here. You can see just some light upgrades and, a boost here. Really trying to punish, but has been spotted. We sent packing for now, and now they know there's a 5-7 and an MP9 over towards Cave. So with this number disadvantage, they need to work out as much information as they can, as quickly as they can, but Liquid might get ants in their pants and feel the need for a re-aggress. Stiko needs to be careful, as we can see.
Util sails out, kicks in, throws up. At least one, and it's Stiko that lays another to rest. He is having a good game here. That's his 11th frag.
And an equalizer.
And look at this reaction. They're ready for it. They're even flashing for it. Already aggressive. Nice from Nitro. 1, and Elige 2nd. This is a competitive round, all things considered. Liquid are making them work for this one.
OC needs 1 here.
Oh, yeah, he does. Stiko versus OC, and he prevails. The P250. Not enough. Can Yakinda make anything out of this one? Look at that smoke. Yeah, that seals his fate,
and
maybe.
It's been consistent. When you watch Apeks play, they have the stubbornness. They always want to push up to the backtracks. Okay, Yakinda. Is that enough?
It might be, you know. Nork getting a cruel game played with him here. Yakinda looking for trouble. Overthinking! And he executes Nork! Saves them with the opener and the close. There should have been no way. That will get under their skin.
Yakinda just used 10,000 people to clutch.
Yes, he did.
So all of you, Yakinda can give you a bit of a thank for that one right there.
These wiggles, we were just talking about experience. And he just drives into Nork.
And that's against Nork, who's been fantastic in the clutches. He's won 9 1vx situation so far over the Challenger and the Legend stage combined here. So a huge clutch, and a round that Liquid should have never been in. That one, when you just look at the tail end, yeah, Yakinda has an AK against rifles. It was 5.7s, it was a MP9, it was just the saved guns. So Liquid, that's something to work with, but again, consecutive rounds important here as we go back to the same play through middle. Back and forth with the exchange of U2, Naf, Yakinda ready to fight. Kixon's coming through, and they're caught off guard.
Oh, it's a messy spray! Jacob saves him! And look how many bullets!
But look at Stiko again, he's just going to take this space. Oh, he thought about it, he thought about it.
Understandable, but there are space being taken elsewhere. Look at this, Jacob now investigating. His
huge gap.
The CT side from Liquid is being pulled around.
It's like a sieve right now, this is real leaky. Alish is going to get caught off guard here. He can't be noisy about this rotation, and even still, diligent.
He's looking for it. Great placement and executes.
Real important.
That should lighten the load for this defense. Stiko, oh, doesn't quite finish. It's Naf with the double up. Now that bomb is loose, Nork is nervous, Kixon low. Shouldn't be too easy, but that's a headshot back. Interesting now, Nork side to the scope.
They can plant here. The bomb should go down.
He's not picked up the bomb yet. Kixon's in donut. You do have a bit of leeway on that clock. How far does OC and Elige push this information push? He's looking for trouble. He's looking for bodies.
Can't plan anymore.
Oh, Elige, this is really switched on. They're not going to expect this at all.
Elige isn't denying?
He is. He's going to get a bomb.
Didn't deny!
Oh, no, they get the bomb down. Kixon, really? Really? Against OC?
Oh!
And Apeks will steal one back.
Liquid are making a mess of this.
That is revenge from Yakinda's clutch. They come right back with a vengeance. Cheeky.
Yeah, this is day one of the Challenger stage. Liquid right now.
When you see that Elige lineup, you think that it's all said and done.
Oh, he was disappointed with himself when they qualified for the playoff stage.
Oh, great.
It's got to be, like, Kixon was planning low on HP. You've got to hit that one. I know Elige was very unhappy with his performance in that match to get them here. And that was a sitter, so this is...
awkward.
Yeah, a lot of pain as the boost is through. They're going to fight. They're going to try to take this duel, but a defensive molly there will burn them away and send them sailing. Oh, the AWP seen him cross. You got to be careful now, Nitro.
Damage. Look at that double spray. He just brought Naf and Elige down to half health. One was close by the boards. Naf was way downtown. Now the smokes will rain out. Molly is too. Don't have to commit behind this one, but they have got 4 members of Liquid attending to it.
Yeah, and they're not. We can see right now, Radar, look at the bomb, it's just dipped back. They've done everything they needed to put this pressure on the B side. Now an execute to keep the feet planted, and Yakinda, most further forward, he's got so many issues to worry about here.
He's putting himself on the line. He wants to take all of these fights, and he only ends up dead. Gone. Buried by the AWP of Nork. Gets one, Kixon does. Spot out Elige. He knows at least another in that cave position. Now Naf is hedging his bets towards the A site. But that rotation could be cut off if Naf goes down. So could Liquid. That's a big one. And now this is the rotation. This is the fight. And that's a big one from Elige, but JL's got it on lock. And OC, what can you possibly do? Or not destined for this kind of duel. JL lives to tell the tale as Apeks keep on racking him up.
I'll have to see if we've got Liquid some hand warmers down there, because right now it's some of the micro here that's a problem, right? In terms of how they're taking these fights. They're being, I wouldn't say necessarily outmaneuvered in a lot of this. It's just when they are coming for these duels. You just saw Elige there. He gets one kill, he pulls out his knife immediately. Same with Naf. He got one kill, runs straight into the AWP. They have no idea where Apeks is in a lot of these scenarios, which is definitely playing into them getting caught off guard. But because you have no idea, you should be prepared for them to be everywhere, which sounds insane. It's very difficult to cover all your bases. It just means stop quick changing, stop pulling out nades, keep the gun out. You're not going to kill him with a knife.
All right, Crocodile.
But this half is already away from them here. This is a commanding scoreline right now. I don't think anybody expected to see this. Maybe they expected to see that version of Liquid. But this is looking rough around the edges.
Oh, this is peculiar. Most definitely. Now, we will at least acknowledge that there is a recoverable half here. But this timeout would have to be something special. You know, we saw it when Yakinda just popped off and when Super Saiyan to reignite the fire in the belly of Team Liquid, and they have ran with that. Even kill distribution, you could say. Nitro at the top, never a good sign.
but last time they played, Liquid got both pistols, right? That was the key, right, to some of their rounds in that, I think it was a 16-12 scoreline. Apeks were on top in terms of first kills and clutches. But right now, Liquid have, they've had a clutch, it's not like that, and they've also been involved in the opening kills.
They had their prep.
Yeah, they've just been losing out in a lot of these mid-round scenarios here. Their finances haven't been great, but that's what happens, you haven't been saving enough guns to keep the drops coming through. The max loss bonus is in play here. They have had opportunities that they have fumbled, so Apeks have full control of this game right now.
Delayed red smoke, and 3 out towards that lane. Nork charging, posting up. Wow, this is aggressive AWPing. He's burning. He sacrifices his life into Elige. Both of them go down. And a little bit of hope for North America, as Elige's multi-kill could catapult them up to that third. Dare I say should.
You see this boost here, so trying to do the most of it, but we know that AWP is on the deck, and so does OC, so going to dismount. Rejig the setup a little bit here, but the pressure only going to be coming to one side of the map. Elige will be flushed forward by this. His smoke is quite shallow, so if Stiko and Jacob see that, they might have an understanding it was flood, but look at them just straight out mid. You get a back turn, has to hit one here, scoping, can't get it done. You can see this, the nerves at play.
Yes,
Yakinda was running away back turn, just got bopped.
On the mouse. This was a 5v3. It could still go wrong. It could still fall apart. Look at the division of their defensive resources. You can see OC thinking twice about that A defense.
Nitro's essentially giving them the sign. He's playing retake here, so the push up, maybe he gets one, but the other two will be able to lock him down. And luckily OC's gotten here in time, but kicks in past. The boots have been spotted, and OC will hit a shot.
Stiko will too, though. And if they can clear out Nitro, hard shot to hit for Stiko. That FAMAS, though, making him work for it. 15 HP. Doesn't feel like much, but it's plenty with Elige. On to 4. To give Liquid a little more.
But that's what they're going to need, the individuals to start showing up here with the multi-kills. Going to be delivering. Individuals on Liquid, we talk about the potency of some of the names. Elige, Yakinda, heavy hitters in the rifling department here, and a really big one from Elige. That should be able to shake off some of the worries that he had before with a flub shot on the planter. But this is a committed call. And this is the type of call where I'm sure Nork said, I've got a good spawn, let me go pick K. And then the round falls apart. So when you're Kixon, you've allowed your AWPer to make that play. You want to have faith in him. You want to try and enable him as much as you can. But when it falls flat like that, back to regular programming, I'm sure. Great guns here from Elige, taking some chances as well. And there we go. There's the OC roar.
Yeah, I mean, he has been the motivator. The loudest voice on Liquid.
Well, Liquid are lucky that even though these rounds have gone against them here, they have kept the cash somewhat close. A few players staying alive, punishing them while they're saving guns. And Apeks are rough around the edges, around as far as their buy. So no Nork AWP. It was a really important round there to take a risk like that. And that recovered half, a 9-6 available if Liquid can win this one right now, because Apeks will have no money in the next round to play.
This is a must-win for Liquid. And already, starting with a bang, Yakinda sprays, commits to it, straight through the smoke and through the boards. Nearly vengeance is found. You can see Stiko, and Elige, he wanted to, didn't get the gap he was hoping for. The counter bang, good. Connecting. Oh, Elige is bleeding and hunted down by Kixon. Still operating at disadvantage, but on the jiggle, Nitro gives it up. He's going to be mad about that one. And Naf advancing. Stiko, what have you got? He's got bullets. Sprayed on down by Naf. And keeping it dynamic is Nork. He brings the fight right back. Yakinda second guessing the full flank. And that's the bomb. Nork, okay. Nork on the rifle to give Apeks the edge.
They can just group up now. They know it's OC. They know he's on the AWP. OC has no idea where they can go. And look at just how much time there is on the clock. All of this has gone down in the first minute. There's like 50 seconds left for Apeks to find the finish. And Liquid, after fighting for a couple of key kills, it all comes down to OC.
Let's see what OC can do. Kixon slings through. Potential flank. Nork in a rush, and it's more from Nork. He will catch OC, just looking away, just averts his gaze. Nork up to 11. Kixon, Stiko, 15, 11. It's glorious from this Apeks squad as they have taken 10 on their T side.
It's so funny how the crowd, like, OC's probably hearing the jeers, right?
Yeah.
And he's turning, worrying about the flank, and that opens him up and he dies. Look, he goes overexposed, worrying about behind him. So he's dying, trying to play the game.
Yep.
Hey, you want to take the risk, go for it. Trust the information.
It goes both ways.
Yeah, right, that's it. Trust it at your own peril.
Look at this aggression. Legion Yakinda mad. They put the pedal to the metal and they just flop. Look at Yakinda. Forward position. Dead. Now, of course. And it's already 4 versus 2. There should be no way for this to shake up. Look at Sneeko. He's poked, he's prodded, and he's fragging. Only OC now and Liquid. Shadows of their former selves in this first half.
There he is.
Hello and goodbye. Gigson escorts OC off the premises. And the Apeks fan section likes that one.
I wonder if they thought it was going to be this easy when they stepped onto the stage. Hey, we beat them once already. It was a best of 1. It was in the challenger stage. It was the first game. Oh, okay. Let's just take them on quarterfinals.
Right.
Big match.
Well, this
in
is
front of all these people.
This is whole dialogue, Chad. You know, Liquid. Oh, challenger stage, different team. Now they're in. Got through the legends into the champions. But right now, yeah, I'm not sure which Liquid has walked on into that stage.
Well, this is looking more like the challenger stage Liquid, right? The one that almost lost to Fluxo. The one that had to just get easy opponents of Complexity and Greyhound. But it's not the one that dumpstered Na'Vi. That's not the team we're seeing here. The one that challenged Heroic is Naf. Into Sneeko with some A-main aggression, sure. But I don't think the opening kills have mattered too much in this one. This is just to salvage a bit of respect here, and self-respect. I don't think you've got the respect to your opponents. They've had no issues dealing with you time and time again.
Solid haul. And in the absence of Jacob, it hasn't really cost them. You got Kixon and Sneeko doing the heavy lift.
Precisely. I think Steeko's earlier round where he flanked the A site through Temple, that's key. That's changed this whole game.
Yeah. And OC, good chip damage. OC limping. Oh, excuse me. Jacob limping. The hands of OC. But Yakinda, this is a nice element of surprise here. They're not going to be expecting him, and it's only Nork with the bomb, no less. It hinges on this opportunity. They do continue to aggress. And the Legion Yakinda, well, they'll impress for our 15th. Nitro to clean it up, tidies it up, and recovers just a little bit of pride at the end of this half. Looking for 4. And they'll take it. And so a very, very exciting half for Apeks. That pistol could be condemnation for Liquid. The Apeks Predator. Let's see if they can close their pick.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly.
If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Arama, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything for me. I'm fucking ready.
Bonsoir Paris. Vous êtes prêts? I am. As we got 11 already in the bank for Apeks as they take to that CT side. Liquid, shaky. It would have to be one hell of a run here. Looking to start with a bang. And then race to tie it all up. Paris trying to will them into a competitive Ancient. Let's see if there's anything to be said about that one.
Smoke and Molly to work with here for Liquid. Pretty passive start, just going to leer out mid and take a little bit of a look. They'll have to deal with Stiko and Jacob. So it's a red smoke. They'll definitely be fighting Donut here.
Give him a little love tap, Nitro. Got a Molly for that. Gets it done. Trying to fight though. Jacob comfortable on that USP. Nearly finishes a second. Forces Stiko off. They have Donut. And the Americans, are evacuating now. Back and forth we go. Elige, he's trying to get his team back.
Yeah, they're going to jump up. Kixon can try and stop this. The Julie's coming out of range. There's more fights coming. Osi with some big shots.
Okay, that is Liquid. Back in business. It was Osi. A round-defining headshot. He had to get both of those in order to survive.
He looked calm there as well, didn't he? He didn't panic. Understood it was a long transition back up and just taking these fights. So this is Kixon desperate with the Julies to win that duel, and Stiko walks straight into it. Elige understanding the space he needed to take as well, and that is a massive round for Liquid to win here if they want to get on this campaign of the comeback.
Here we go.
Well, we know Apeks, they love a force buy, so this is no surprise here. 4 Deagles, a 5-7, even some HEs, and they love to harass B with HEs. They love to throw them over the wall, try and harass that B lane, but they're going to hold on to them this time. So as they're at the ready, this could be perfectly placed here.
Looks good. They run away, turn tail, behind the smoke, they have the sight, it's perfect. Look at this deep push from Nitro. He's already pressuring them as they get smoked, deep mollies. This is awkward, uncomfortable for this second round already. Liquid have seized control of that site. It's theirs now, theirs for the taking.
Yeah, I think this will just be a double dip situation for Apeks here as more flak damage is done. Kixon and Jail will probably want to get out of dodge, and Naf's about to have a fight towards Spawn down the long alleyway. Mops that one and immediately turns around to help out his team. But Apeks just want to hold on to these investments, right? No point throwing them away here. The bomb's already halfway gone. If you can grab this gun, it might be a heist. Better run, JL.
Yeah, he's got Yakinda in hot pursuit and does not allow that one.
That's what I want to see from Yakinda, though. Happy to take these fights, right? Backing himself, backing his mechanics here. Oh, the Jacob from the side.
Nitro actually goes down to the bomb, so Jacob gets 2 for 1. The bomb steals his kill. Couple of rebuys on Liquid, but nothing to be too upset about. As the 7th should be a little less effort.
Very true. It's hard to argue with the facts, isn't it?
Those classes as well.
Well, his power level's over 9,000.
He's asking for a fit.
Well, how far can Apeks push this? Are Liquid really going to start this comeback early? They would love to get 3 clean and up the gates.
Heavy contact on A side. This could be the end of the round. Watch out, Jacob. Brings it down. Look at Nitro. Handles the ramp push, and the round will fall into place.
Yeah, I want to see how Liquid deal with the B lane aggression from Apeks here. So as I spoke about previously, they love to harass the B lane with nades over the top, stall you out as you're going to go towards cave. So it's going to be Kixon and JL holding B. Right, JL will be the cave defender. Kixon will be supporting him, playing over towards the B long area, towards the back of the block, as Nitro did in that first half of play. Over towards mid will be Jacob. And then you have Stiko, who's going to be more flexible as that A defender. And Nork, well, he can go wherever the hell he wants with the AWP. He can be aggressive A main, he can be starting over towards B, he can play mid if he has a rifle with the team. It just depends on how Apeks want to open up these rounds. But they like to be aggressive once they know where you are. So if Liquid are going to announce their presence on the B lane, expect pushes time and time again. Out mid, jumping up, pushing cave, pushing down the ramp. They're happy to take the fights here.
Nork hoping to catch a late exit. Keeps Elige a little busy.
Yeah, Elige, he forgot if he left the oven on or not there. You know, you got to go back and check the bomb. Are we sure? Are we sure no one's defusing? Well, they're sure now. 4 rounds the gap.
Oh, with split pistols this time. And you can see fans from around the world are in attendance to witness this battle for that spot in the semi-final.
Yeah, Vitality's waiting, huh?
Yeah, Vitality waits in the wings, probably watching this one.
All right, 5 rifles start here, no AWP. Jacob out middle, standard from him. Smoked off for now. They want to flash him forward for the fight, apparently not. Lane control has been established here this time. Apeks not just ramming things down, they're actually going to take it a bit more standard. Smoke exchange, JL committed towards Cave here. And we saw how this Biff and battle went in the first half. It felt like JL was at least beating Legion in the spam head-to-head.
Yeah, they're not in a hurry, though. As it seems Liquid have worked out how they plan to finish.
Well, if they were hoping to force something here out of Apeks, they have not done that whatsoever. This is a pretty strong hold from Apeks here for what is about to come their way.
Oh, Kickson, I just saw a straight conversation. He actually just sent Nork to the A-bomb site.
It's too quiet towards B. There's no spamming, there's no util, there's no nothing.
And Kinder going to be on that slither, spotted out.
This could go horribly wrong for Liquid.
Yeah, look at this, perfect from Nork. He's delivered, and right back does OC. Into the site they flood. And now looking for blood. Nitro, safe plant. Calculated, sprayed unsuccessfully. As Liquid do cut that clock in half. Getting out is a problem for Nitro.
They have only this temple control.
Really awkward. Might have to be OC taking some contact as Yakinda's going to wait for it to come to him. Flash off for info. Oh. It's nothing. And no, it's falling apart. Liquid have taken the A side, but it takes all 4. Still standing from Apeks on the way back in.
Yeah, maybe you're asking, why do they take that initiative? Why do they flash and fight? Well, the site is hard enough to hold on to in an equal numbers situation right there. Being down a man, only having temple space, the flash and the fight, they had to offer something. But unable to get anything done whatsoever here, and Kickson really punishes Nitro. He's just trying to get away. He has no cover after the bomb goes down. Copying bullets through the spam, and Kickson steps out, continues to find this impact here.
All right, well, that's a big one back. Apeks immediately proving to Liquid that they are here to play 4 alive as they post their first CT round.
Kickson's having a great game. 16 kills, but 6 assists as well, so finding damage.
Solid util set, you can see from Apeks. Molly to stop the bleed through, the disrespect of the smoke. Yakinda, heavy damage inflicted to him from that HE. Kickson on the jiggle. Forward position from Stiko. He will be the canary in the coal mine to alert them to presence on that first letter of the alphabet. Action incoming. Naf, solid. The star of the show for Liquid.
They're surging A now.
In Paris.
Oh, called it off here. Looked like they were just quickly going to make their way into this site. That molly has slowed things down for now. Rotation for Apeks.
Rotation.
Yeah, at least, but there's 50 seconds left. It's Nitro who's that flank. OC has the bomb here, needs to be careful, and Jacob Nork, they activate for 2.
Jacob gets another! Naf flattened! Problems for Liquid. Even just getting that bomb is a problem. It's currently covered in flame. Yakinda doesn't have the health to brave it. Barely the health to get away from it. And so he walks away from the objective. Tail between his legs as Apeks, they know what's coming. Delayed by the clock, but a 13th is inbound.
You can just feel it's Apeks setting their tempo all the time in almost all of the fights that have been taken there. Liquid, they do get the room. They were defaulting early. They take the space. They come out mid. They get themselves in towards the donut position. But Jacob comes out and picks left side of donut. And at the same time as their front side player, I think it was Nork, picks right side of donut. So they did that as a team. And then Jacob goes out. He knows that Naf was towards main and takes that fight. Was it a risk? Yeah, a massive risk. You expect that position to be locked down because Naf has that pressure from A main. But Jacob doesn't care. He braves it, knows they have to take that little chance, and it pays off. They are running away with this here, and they forced the final timeout out of Liquid. They used 3 in that first half, bludgeoned on their CT side, and now here, left wondering. Can buy again, sure, but really running out of opportunities.
Wow. Khobu. We prepare ourselves for war then.
And I feel that's exactly what Liquid need to do. Go aggressive, get in their face, set the tempo, take a fight. Look, it might all go against you here. You might just get caught off guard. I'm talking about Apeks loving to take that aggression as well, but it feels like Liquid are never the ones setting the tempo in these rounds. They're the ones being dictated to time and time again. Letting the underdog dictate to you. Well, now they're the big dog.
Aggressive util to contain. And
Kix is pushing.
He is going straight in for it. Kixon charged down off the back of his own util. And he's got JL side by side as well. His ride or die on that B site. As Yakinda, he is up to no good, sneaking into a forward position, and only Stiko in a very interesting angle, investigating the corners of his smoke. He might call for backup. He's been caught out. Pants by Yakinda. Jacob to rotate, but already Liquid in. They slink in for a plant. Molly to contain Temple. Can't do anything with that, Jacob. Surely this one should be Liquid. A recovery after 2 consecutive out of Apeks.
Nork has util here for this retake, but they have to get out of Temple first.
And Naf stands in their way. Can he hold the door? Looking for more. Naf gets away with it. Apeks surely have to wave the white flag here. Kixon sure onto Nitro, but the round will be Liquid's. And they're hunting as well. Yakinda catches Nork upon the exit. And Yakinda, got to give him a nice extra gold star for that one.
Okay, well, right there, it looked like the game plan worked. Like the prep, understanding how the CTs are going to be moving across the map here. That gap was very easy for them to identify. Stiko had absolutely no idea that they could be that far through Donut already. That little timer in his head. Yeah, that smoke, it's not a wall. And you can see this here, a minute 13 on the clock. He's through. Stiko backpedaling, not awares, in the open, goes down. And Naf reserved with that swing. Important that he doesn't overstep that mark. Would have been traded, no dramas whatsoever. That's an important round here for Liquid. Need consecutive. They can break the finances in probably 2 rounds' time if Apeks keeps saving, right? If Apeks loses sight and they save some guns again, they will be able to buy once more. So Liquid still with some hard graft ahead of them here is Stiko and Jacob taking the fight right now. Expect some more pressure towards B lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of aggression and action in mid. Deep smoke to contain it further, but a lot of action off that ramp. Nitro accelerating. Oh, it kicks him. He falls. Nitro, he's beckoned the squad in. Perfect util as well to facilitate full entry. OC1, but look at Stiko. He's cut down Nav. He'll be fast on the flank. Maybe a wallbang, not far off the mark. OC to reposition. Look at the health. Elysian, Nitro. Wishing they had a little more if they do give this a go, but there's a lot to be put at stake if you do have a look at this one.
Yeah, they're just going to shy away from this. It's a retake where you really don't know. It's unconfirmed damage. You go into this, you lose everything. You get the loss bonus of, what, 2,400 into the next. Sure, there's a couple of players who might be able to get themselves into that buy department, but not every single member. So an important entry there from Nitro. The captain, a big one onto Kix, and he had to brave through the smoke as Nork wants to do some more damage.
Ooh, you don't want to lose that AWP after conceding the round and pursuit of maintaining it. Well, Liquid are closing that gap. A reminder, an 11-4 half. Mytha, I'm sure he doesn't believe in Zonic's law. Mytha's law is that 11-4 is an easy close.
Yeah, and that's how most people should be able to piece this one together here, especially with it coming on the T side, right? Yeah. We know that Ancient, it's always up for conversation in terms of, you know, which side is it? Is it CT-sided, T-sided? Well, at the moment, it's slightly CT-sided. Only just 52.5%.
Creative. 10 points to Gryffindor.
Stiko ate one of those in the other round, so we'll have to ask him after the game how it tastes. Apeks will take their second timeout, so Kuban still has a whole lot of chances here if he wants to change the discourse of these strategies. But with those saves, they can buy. It's only JL who has an omission here in the purchase department, but from where he plays in Cave, that auto shot, he could be going great guns.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not even too worried about it as long as they come his way. Retaking, however, with an alligator.
Yeah, probably less than ideal, but Yakinda's going to fight mid here.
Yeah, already going for it. He pays a heavy price to the blood gods. And Jacob, he's running out of bullets. They've been counting. Elise will start to move upon the reload. Oh, and there's potential for early friction. Lining up something is Elige. The molly will force him out, though. This should be a fight. Jacob's forced it, and no smoke available. Elige dead at the hands of Jacob. Awakening now. A slow start on that T side, but he's tying up his score with the rest of the boys now. CT side from Jacob to pull Apeks across for the conversion.
And it's not just the opener, it's Yukinda being so low as well. 37 points of health, having to operate, and he's just going to hang around mid to make sure that they can't jump up. So sure, dealing with any late to mid-round aggressive plays here. They don't have a whole lot of room to Liquid, so back over towards B. Nitro, good luck with this fight.
Deploy the utility B ramp, so shaves time off the clock. Liquid are going to have very limited time for this final flourish.
Jacob's coming over as well here. 3v3 on B. Not just dropping back. If you're going to reroute, it has to be now, Liquid.
It would have to be now, and Yukinda is going looking, and on Nork's search, he is rewarded. They're on their way anyway.
Stico can win the round right here. They're just going to have to save. Yeah, they have to save. There's no way.
Okay. Liquid, they lay down arms. Didn't go their way. Their greatest enemy, the clock. And Nork, he does get the frag necessary to call off the hunt. Those three going to have to lay down arms and accept 14.
Oh, this is great from Apeks. You know, it's not looking like a team where it has, what, 4 of their players? Let's make it 3. It won't be 4. We'll keep Stico out of that conversation. Yeah. He's definitely been to a major before, but Stico and Jacob, they're the only 2 with any major experience. Nork, JL, Kixon, this is their first major. And they're here on the stage, easy as you like, 14-9, a great first half, no issues, just pedestrian, not having to celebrate too much, not having to get crazy with it, just knowing that this is how we play Counter-Strike. We're going to work right now, and we're putting in a shift.
Dare I say it, Chad? Apeks are playing their own game.
Yeah, they're not having any issues with it. This is great. Everything they're doing, it's not random Counter-Strike. Jacob gets 2. They just fall over.
And Yukinda, sure, he'll shut him down, but the damage is done and the bomb is lost.
This is what I'm talking about with the aggression. Pedal to the metal, in your face. Everybody falls, and it keeps coming. Fighting you in spawn at 1:30.
That is cruel. It is so cruel. Look at this. Naf just desperately trying to hold on to his honor. As, yeah, they're already running and gunning at him where he started. Like, what is the call out of spawn? Hold W, lads. The frags come through. Jacob a double already mantling up the boxes as they start to emerge from those B doors. And the rest falls into place nicely. The mid-fight seals the deal, kicks in the one to find the 3rd frag. And yeah, well, look at them now. Nav, helpless.
Yeah, well, if Liquid want to get to that semi-final, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to go into their own map pick of Overpass next, and then they're going to have to go to the final of Anubis here and get things done.
Liquid doing it the hard way, Chad. It is becoming a recurring theme.
Yeah, right. And this is an Apeks who might be able to run with this momentum. They get to start on the CT side of Overpass coming up next, right? So they close the game here with a shutout, or close enough, right? They're throwing Liquid around the server here. Liquid win the pistol, they get a couple of conversions, maybe a couple of gunnies in there, sure, but this is exactly what we spoke about with the CT approach of Apeks and what to expect. And they saved it until a moment where Liquid thought, okay, well, they haven't thrown too much crazy aggression. Kixon's run down the B ramp, they've been contesting mid a little bit, and then just get stuck in. Something that they've run plenty of times before, and to great success again. So 15 now confirmed, 15-9. You know, there's always a chance that Apeks could put up a fight here today, but you know, you ask how many people really thought they could take down Liquid with this level of experience, because this is where it shifts, this is where it changes. The conversation once you get into an arena is about how do you handle that pressure, how do you handle the moment. But when I saw that team walk out onto the stage, and you could see they were enjoying it. Every time Banks was reading out the little detail about their name, there's a little smirk on the face, so they were soaking it in, they were understanding exactly what they're here to do. And I think the crowd can sense a little bit of blood in the water right now.
Is this the last round of Apeks pick? Look, it's a force Liquid. Oh! Stico seems to think so. Back from OC though. Nice find. But already damage is dealt. The walk-in wounded gets worse. Could have been more from Nork. Util dump for survival. Integral. Yukinda! He just walked through the flame.
Excuse me?
It could be. The element of surprise! He has got an opportunity. Nork, though, misses his chance, and Yukinda's got away with murder there.
He's found his balls here in a big way. It's just JL and Kixon. Do they want to give this one a go?
He went from 100 to 10 for that element of surprise, but it's led to a plant. It could lead to a round.
Yeah, this is the thing. If they wanted to give it a look in, this would be great for Apeks to try and close out a number disadvantage clutch, but they just don't know. They just don't know how low on the HP they are.
Nork couldn't believe that. I mean, you take a panic shot, you just see that flashing bold head over the box. You're like, what's going on here? How has he done that?
What a risk taken.
I'm impressed. I am impressed. Yeah, OC goes down, but still Yakinda.
That's the Hail Mary.
He's playing He's playing a different game mode.
He's had a great map, hasn't he? Kixon, 20 kills. Stico, 20 kills. 18 for Nork, 15 for Jacob, and Nitro does survive.
Good to take the AWP through. They've got to get a full run of 5 here.
But that's a Hail Mary. Hey, boys, all 5 of us run out mid and hope that we don't all die.
Look at this. So he goes the long way round, and this is the element of surprise we saw. Nork misses his shot, and on the repeat, Yakinda just controls the spray.
Yeah, if he doesn't take that risk, they don't win the round, do they?
Right.
And Kixon here, just tapping it in, using the M4 like an AK with a couple of tidy ones of his own. Can you do that again, though, Yakinda? The Firewalker.
Yeah, that's not too shabby.
Only need 5 more consecutive rounds here, so only.
Here he goes. Oh, swallows a grenade. But that didn't stop him before, did it?
No, and you can see he's had to unleash himself.
Yeah.
Someone's going to take some space. Someone has to take a risk.
Good time on that smoke. You can see what that does to Elige. Might try and counter bang. Of course, Tracer's visible.
They just need to hold them at bay right now. Give the information to Yakinda of what you're hearing. Right? How many bullets are being spammed? Other 2 players? What nades have been thrown? Relay that information, and as quickly as possible, because that is key. That will allow this position that he's just taken to whir into activation, but Nork does first.
Yeah, that's a big opener. OC forced to watch, as this could still be the final round. Is Yakinda up to no good, and 1 and done. And with that, the advantage for Apeks extended. Held on to, maintained. Elige staring at a smoke through the cave. JL.
Oh, look at Stico as well.
Yeah, he's here.
Look at this.
He's here, clamping shut. He's containing, and a Nitro brought down. Another from Stico, and it's all good in the hood for Apeks. 16 to 10, taking Liquid for a walk on Ancient. And now they just got to win one of the next 2 to send that Liquid horse home in the quarterfinals.
I think what makes me proud of myself is actually not so much like the trophies and the winning moments. I think it's more like how I behave as a leader.
Hjælp hinanden i dag, gutter! Det mener jeg fucking! Støt til den! I hver en beslutning! Kom så! Let's take it away!
It's a bit like narcissistic, but sometimes I would wish I had a leader like me when I was like playing at a younger age, because I think that my career has definitely had like a really bumpy road, and I think like under different reigns, under different leadership, there's a chance that things would have been different. I guess you can say I admire to try and be the leader that I wish I had early on in my career.
Apeks dictate the pace on the offense, leaving Liquid almost no room to be breathing on theirs. The scoreline settles at 16-10 and even more dominant than the last time these two teams faced. And Jacob, that comes off the back of a lightning-fast first half for Apeks, where they were just able to dictate Liquid every single step of the way.
They owned Liquid in that first half. They completely controlled the pace of the game, completely controlled Team Liquid as well, and had them exactly where they wanted them. Again, a great showing coming out of Kixen. We highlighted him coming into the game. Perhaps the best signing of all of 2023. The way he's conducting himself together with the rest of the Apeks boys right now has been nothing but stellar in this game so far. They were prepared, they were good. There was a lot of fast strats, there was some more set strats from the beginning of the spawn. So overall, just a complete package, and I felt like the game was already over after the first half.
Apeks have shown that they are, in fact, a good Ancient team. I was painting the picture, obviously, that I think Liquid are going to take the series. I still have some faith in that, but I would say that what Apeks is doing on a couple maps right now is showing signs of what we're seeing in the Tier 2 space, where some of the efficiencies in terms of nades and protocols are just a little bit more efficient than they are in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. They are being just bred to actually become as good as possible, as quick as possible, because if you need to find every single edge you can in online matches, and Apeks, they just have more nades that they can use than Liquid.
You mentioned his name. Let's put Kixen under the spotlight. We're talking about an in-game leader who's some stellar calls on that T side, and also putting up the numbers big time as well.
Yeah, individually speaking, he had a great showing here in the first game. Great to see he can frag out as well. We talked about it. The T side looked very well structured. You talk about the utility usage. We talk about some of the reach coming in from Kixen and some of the individual players as well. It just looked like they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and that's a nice thing. All these teams, they're preparing a game plan. They're coming into a game with a certain vision of how do we want to win this game? How do we want to approach it? How do we want to make it play out? And I have a feeling that if you ask the Apeks players, it played out exactly as they imagined. They were prepared coming against Liquid. They knew exactly where to hit him, and a couple of times it felt like Liquid didn't know what was hitting them whatsoever. I remember a round where Nitro was standing with a nade in his hand over on the A bomb side, getting caught off guard. We saw Stuku sneak out on the B bomb side, so it just felt like Apeks were always one step ahead.
Well, let's roll it on back to that first half and take a look at a particular example from the T side of Apeks, where they're looking proactive with the Mahone zone.
That's correct. So what I actually want to talk about is this round from Stiko, the one where he actually sneaks into A. So first, let's take a look, because what I want to actually tell you guys is that it's actually very calculated and off the back of some homework. So first thing we're going to see here, I'm going to show the round. Initially starts out with Stiko. He sneaks all the way towards Temple, and he finds these two kills like we remember. One towards OC in the back here, as well as a player towards that donut side, and then lastly finishing off the round onto Nitro here. Now what's interesting about this round is that a very similar round happened in the last time they played against each other. If you look at this moment right here, last time they played against each other, 13-12, it was a BO1 on Ancient. Same situation, because if you look at the radar right here, if you look on the radar right here, Liquid have gone for their standard 3-2 push towards mid and B, meaning that the A side is open. Now, obviously for this first time, Stiko isn't quite sure whether or not A is open. So you can see that the very first time he goes for this, it's very hesitant. He isn't quite sure whether or not he wants to go in. But it does pay off this time when he does it in the last BO1 against Liquid on Ancient. But you see that today, in this exact same situation, look at the radar again. 3 people pushing towards this B side, 2 people towards mid. Look at the reaction from Stiko this time. As soon as kills start happening towards that B side, he immediately runs towards A. He knows right away there's a very good chance that the A bomb site is clear, so he runs. And this is why he's able to get that advanced timing, is because he understood from last time what this round was from Liquid. And on top of that, Apeks, they further sell it. They throw nades as if they're all just behind this choke point here. They throw Molotovs, and all that does is just buy time for Stiko to wrap all the way around, because Liquid, they're focused on A main right now, and that allows Stiko to then find these 2 kills in the back. So although a very calculated risk, it was really off the back of some homework from last time, and that's really the value, where you have to make sure, if you're going to play an opponent from the last time, make sure to learn from your mistakes and make sure to learn from what actually worked last time. Stiko did this here. Brilliant job from him.
Brilliant job from you, Danny, as well, because you literally took the words right out of these two gentlemen's mouth that they said in the green room. It was very clear that Apeks had done their homework coming into that particular round, and so many in that round.
There's two sides to that coin, because as much as we want to praise Apeks, which we already done, great play by Stuco, great preparation, come on, Team Liquid. You're playing in a major quarterfinal. You already played them once, and we speak about it all the time. When two teams are facing each other in the same tournament, when you're on the losing side, you're going in, you're diving into that demo, you're diving into that game, figuring out everything that went wrong. It doesn't seem like Liquid prepared themselves for Ancient, at least not as good as they should have.
And the thing is that also, when we talk about rematches, especially on the same map, we usually give it to the underdogs or the team that lost the last time, because we say that they're going to learn from all their mistakes. But what Apeks did is they also learned from a win. Learning from a win takes such composure. The coaching has to be there. Everyone has to be on board, because usually when you just win a map, you just walk on it off and you just say, yeah, that was us, all us. We don't need to learn from that. Let's just move on to the next match we're going to play. So for Apeks, this is something that I've been consistently finding to be a theme for them. They've shown this also in their vlogs, that they anti-strat heavy. We could see how the fruits of their labor were able to find them that round right there. And for Apeks moving into the next map too, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Liquid, because it simply feels like Apeks were more ready for this map than Liquid were. The nades on top of that on other rounds, they're just using less utility. Liquid's dumping so much in the beginning. Apeks has so much more for mid and late rounds, and it's allowing them to go for retakes. It's allowing them to find map control later. They're splitting up bomb sites better, because they're just holding onto their nades better, because they know what Liquid's doing and how they can play off of it.
And in that round as well, Jacob, we get to see one of just a plethora of highlights coming out of Stico. We talked about him to be, you know, one of the more experienced players on this lineup. So he knows exactly what it means to be playing on a major stage.
Well, that's the thing. He's also the weak link in the lineup in terms of firepower, but you couldn't see that whatsoever in this game. Individually speaking, he came in well prepared. He won the duels that he was supposed to win, and he even won a couple of duels that he wasn't supposed to win. I'm sure this highlight reel is going to do Stico justice, and that's a good thing. We speak about him. We highlight him saying that individually speaking, he can't be targeted. He can be a weak link within Apeks lineup, but when he has a game like this, then everything is just coming together. Everything is working. I even said it in the green room to you, Maui. I saw Nog at 16 kills, 9 deaths, and I said to you, I haven't even remembered a single Nog kill in that game, and that's because it wasn't really needed. It was Stuco, it was Kixen, it was the team just coming together, gelling together, and it just looked like it was too easy for Apeks.
And then we come into the later stages of that game, and I want to reflect back onto something that Mahone was talking about as a danger of Apeks coming into this particular ground. The explosivity that they are able to deploy as a squad. Round 24 really showed that, because they really upped the tempo, Jacob.
Yeah, look at it, look at it. We have the round for you in front of you right here. It takes roughly 10 to 15 seconds, round done and dusted. It's full on aggression. You see it right here for Jacob getting a nice multi-kill. You have another player rushing down here, and Kixen going for the duel, winning the duel, and just continuing all the way down in T-spawn, and you have JL peeking out as well. This is a team that is not afraid to play Counter-Strike whatsoever. Kixen inside T-spawn in a 4v2, 15 seconds into the round. You're Apeks. You're supposed to play like an underdog. You're supposed to respect your opponent, but they didn't in this game whatsoever. You're up 14-9, you're playing with confidence, and you basically was just punching Liquid in the face time and time again.
There's one thing I want to show in that clip once again. Take a look at the very beginning of this round as it's commencing. Jacob is flying down. He gets that kill all the way towards Tetris. But then I want to talk about the second kill, the one that Kixen finds as he's pushing down the B ramp. Right here. This kill right here, you could just pause it right here. He's not supposed to be here. Kixen is not supposed to be there. Just rewind it 1 second, and what he is doing is he's playing off of the fact that Liquid aren't conditioning him to play back. What Apeks did in that first half is they mollied that top B ramp every single time. They always do it, so you couldn't run this same play against Apeks. But Apeks, because they know Liquid aren't throwing that extra Molotov, then that allows the CTs to enact plans like this.
Just an incredibly prepared map for Apeks coming into things. But just to contextualize this whole quarterfinal series, we were saying coming into this, Jacob, Apeks needed to win Ancient if they had any hope in this series, right?
Yeah, because we're moving into Overpass now, and it is a map we've seen Team Liquid play at a very high level. It's a map they often win, but also a map they have shown, I'd say, weaknesses on a little bit in the tournament. They had a game against Into the Breach where it went into overtime, where they really had to fight for it. Again, you're looking at the win percentages as well for Apeks. Yes, they have 59% win streak or win rate on the map, but the last 4 games coming into this tournament, they won on Overpass, and they win against some pretty decent teams. They've lost at this tournament to GamerLegion 16-9, but as we've seen today, GamerLegion is no joke whatsoever on a map like Overpass. So as much as I want to say Liquid are the favorites, I'm starting to get a feeling that Apeks perhaps have what it takes to win this 2-0.
I will say the one thing that we've been talking about as a theme for Apeks is knock, and just kind of that he's not necessarily explosive. And when you don't have an opper that's always taking charge on a map like Overpass, that's when your defense can feel a little bit flimsy. If you play too far back to the site, which Knock likes doing, Knock likes playing all the way back, then Liquid, they're going to find so much more space. We saw that the Riflers can be very forward in terms of their play for Apeks, but on Overpass, you actually just need it to be your opper. You can't always rely on the rifles, even if you're throwing good utility to disrupt your opponents. And so for me, that's why I actually give this as a huge advantage to Liquid, just because I haven't seen Knock take the same liberties as many of the other world-class oppers do on this map.
The stakes still incredibly high for Liquid coming into this one, but you guys get involved at the action at home. Head on over to Blast.tv because you can have a say in what map we're going to be playing in the show match ahead of the grand final on Sunday. I'm just taking a look around the camera. Mirage was banned out. Man, I hate that.
No, I like that.
But maybe we're going to get Anubis. I don't know. What would you be banning, Jacob? This is your time.
I've already banned Vertigon, so I'm happy.
Yeah? That's all you don't want to see.
I just hate
Maui, what do you want to see them play?
I want to see Anubis. I want to see Anubis.
Hell yeah.
Give me the new map.
Make me and Maui happy at home.
Make us happy.
Go ahead and vote for that. Maui, are you worried? Are you sweating? Are the nerves getting to you? Do you feel like this would be Liquid losing 2-0 in a quarterfinal?
No. Not 2-0. Not 2-0. Anubis will be another story. We'll get to there when it comes, as it will.
When it comes.
When
yeah?
it comes,
okay.
as it will. I have confidence that Liquid are going to be bouncing back here on Overpass. Honestly, when Liquid are shaping their map pool, I think this is one that has actually done them very well in terms of just the calling. Yakinder has surprisingly just impressed me as an in-game leader on this map. I think that has to do with calling your own number, getting into the zone, and we'll see actually if this roll. Oh, what the? I was going to make a bet on that one, but. Never mind. You know, get your
you win some, you lose.
together.
There we go. You
okay.
can do it again. If you get
right.
to blue,
if
what
this
happens?
is blue, Liquid wins. If it's purple, Liquid wins.
Oceans all around.
If
the
it's blue or
tides
purple, Liquid
coming
wins.
together.
No.
And
Liquid win. That's it. That's it. Liquid are winning it.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that. I think Team
knows.
Liquid. I think Team Liquid is going to win as well. One thing I do want to point out though is that we saw Team Liquid play against Into the Breach, and they got 5 T rounds. 5 T rounds in that game, but they were up 4-0 on the T side. They won the pistol, they converted, and from that point onwards, they only won 1 buy round on the T side. Apeks is starting on the CT side right now, so unless Liquid is coming out and playing much better T side play, they need to step it up. Liquid could lose this one too.
Liquid's tournament life truly on the line, but their map pick of Overpass on the horizon. Let's see if they can turn the tides.
The Vitality fans are watching, and they want to find out who they'll be facing in that semi-final. Apeks 1-0 up, Chad. This is getting spicy.
Yeah, this could be over in 2. I agree with the desk. One of the two teams have come to play today, and one of them still needs to wake up. Liquid with a slow start. Suddenly becomes synonymous with the name right now, but this is their map choice. This is their time to turn things around and take us to that third.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Second map, Overpass Liquid. It's do or die. It's sink or swim. They'll be starting on the attack. Bring in the heat. And Apeks up against them. We all know how a pistol round goes. It's in the name. But who will leave with the round? Liquid have intentions. Look at this off the rip. It's only Yakinder separated from the pack. Looking to sniff him out, nose to the screen.
Some big gaps here, being acknowledged by Nork now.
And Jacob, oh, I think he caught a whiff. He's aware his mouth is moving, just the one though. Nork might need backup, and he gets a lot more than just one spotted on his screen. Can pivot though, especially now. Their route back to B is opened up by Yakinder. Stiko may have a lot on his plate here. And look at this crossfire though, JL. Primed and ready. OC catches Nork going, looking at Stiko. Oh, Stiko struggling, can't finish his meal. Yakinder gets away. And Gigson on the side has taken 2. Another precision, look at him goes, precise on the pistol, Yakinder clean, nice with it. And a triple from Yakinder on the Julie.
That got nervy for a moment, didn't it? A real nervy there. That kill in towards Connector, the Glock, he picks up the Julies, is the perfect weapon for the jump to stop them coming through the door. That is all great. But Kixon, these are monstrous shots. And the fact that you've got Yakinda dealing with all of this over towards Connector, and Kixon is almost making a round out of it. Yeah, nervy, as JL not happy with that one.
Yeah, probably felt like he could have got a bit more done. We will see the force back. Looking for trouble was Jacob. Only gets a white screen.
Nade wasn't bad. Decent damage onto OC here. Gobbles that one up as there's 3 players towards the bathrooms. Divider, Kixon, Jacob, Nork together. So the gap is long right now, but they want to take this fight together, and that's what Apeks have done so well throughout. They have multiple traps set up here.
Yeah, and you want to let Nork work as well. Players saying they'd rather die than be tagged with a scout in game, that is.
This is very default out of Liquid here.
Yeah, containing anything early.
Yeah, their classic A control. Nitro and Connector now outside B, and now they're going to pivot back as a unit. This sets them up for the clean 3, but the second the hardest to get past, considering the type of purchases, is JL on the jump spot. They don't give anything away just yet, but if he jumps again, ooh.
Yeah. He's got nothing to report, and they are crawling. Perfect timing.
Really well timed.
They're going to push. They have to push. The flash was there, but the headshot comes through. JL 2 bullets. And Stiko only needs 1 for Elige's head. Eyes roll. Stiko run down, gets away with 6 HP, tucks into the site. What do Liquid do now? Yakinda hanging on by a thread. A single bullet will make him dead. And Kixon could provide it, but it's Naf to clear. Good find.
14 seconds, they gotta go.
Nork, that scout. If he can just find Naf light attack, maybe insufficient. A Deagle could finish. Oh, Stiko providing. That's 6 HP. And takes the round. JL shuts them all down at the end of that one.
That's a backbreaker early out of Apeks here. And down to the tiniest details. You look at this, holding onto that smoke, the jump spots, it denies it was going to be the B play. Liquid at 30 seconds left, they're scrambling. Running into A, 14 seconds, OC has to plan, no options, Yakinda, too late to deny.
Stiko, I mean, some magnificent Deagle work from him there. No doubt about it. Feeling lucky. Or not. Apeks. This is quite a quick response from them, and Liquid, yeah, they're in a tailspin if they let this one go. Chips to the center of the table, trying to battle for that economic control.
Yeah, the force fight back after not getting a plant in, it sucks.
Yeah, it feels rather
You're on
limp.
that 1400 loss bonus. You know, look at this type of a buy here. You have to wait out. Oh, Jacob, you'll get caught out right now.
He's just standing. He ran out of bullets. Look at the damage, but Sean, he hasn't found anything lethal. So that's something the Liquid can work with. More gaps in that defense. Stiko's response is to hold fast on that B short pipe.
They're expecting a bit of re-aggression out long here to try and get this rifle back, but Nork posting up. He's going to help out Kixon and Stiko. So you can see this is quite a central defense here from Apeks. They're grouped up. They can all chip in and help each other somewhat.
There is a rifle to be retrieved. Of course, no idea what awaits around that long corner.
It depends on how they want to use these smokes coming into the site here. So flash forward, upper bathroom's cold clear. They will grab the rifle now. 40 seconds left on the clock and still 3 smokes left over. They can smoke bang, they can smoke drop down. They can smoke themselves off. They're going to push into the stack here.
Not the perfect weapon for the job. Now does go down. Kixon sprays it in and found the M4. Elige plies his trade nicely with the recovered rifle. Oh, his forward position is all in, and he's going to have all of them. Sprays them down on the FAMAS. Still awkward though, with 13 seconds. I don't know if Yakinda can really get this.
He needs to die.
He just was looking for death, looking for destruction. There it is, provided by Nork. He'll build another. 4 kills from the Swede. Apeks in control now.
Yeah, and control of another round here. We're about to have a full eco out of Liquid.
How lovely is that for Nork?
Yeah, it opened nicely here, but that one death goes on down. You know, they get funneled back, they run into it. They're not expecting so many bodies. You can see how frantic it is. And this was Apeks gambling together, but playing together, right? It wasn't strung out. It wasn't individuals. They were clustered as a unit there, so they could try and trade off of each other. They didn't need to. Nork just goes ham. They try and knock on this door of B here. Yakinda with some nose flashes available for Monster. JL might get to farm this one up.
Hold on, JL, he is getting overrun. And not many to respond immediately. It might be Stiko, perfect position for at least one, and Nitro makes sure he's done. Jacob catches Yakinda rounding the corner, Nitro next victim, and clean. No stress.
Yeah, and the fact that they don't get too worried right there, knowing that they're up against the full eco, it's just these Glocks and whatever they can scavenge off the ground, they're going to surge forward, take those fights, add them to the tally there. And I agree with the sentiment from the desk. Like, I think Liquid are in trouble. Their scoreline, I don't think it reflects how one-sided that first map felt.
I'll check in with the arena. Paris, do we see 3?
Miles.
Okay.
What are the kids saying? Mid?
Yeah, I think that was mid. It was a maybe. That was a maybe.
Yeah, we need a bit of proving right here. Naf taking space on the jump spot. Has been noted now. Lots of pressure towards B, but look at this CT setup. It's actually quite far back. Somewhat retake right now. Stiko going to fortify it a little bit more. Slinks behind the pillar. And a reboost over towards Sandbag. So Naf, you need to be careful about how you transition. They're coming in.
Oh, this whole squad is here. Liquid galloping through that monster tunnel, but where is their health going? Stiko forced onto the sidearm, but JL will finish what he started. It's Nitro that extends into the side for Liquid. Bleeding out, though. Some well-placed bullets from Kixon and Jacob, just like that. And that was OC. He was one of the healthy ones. Nitro worried. Naf the same. Kixon staying active. He's looking for Yakinda, and they'll find him. He was supposed to be the hero. Now Liquid wanting, hoping they can find something. 33 points of health. What are they supposed to do? Between the two of them. Bomb in front of the defense. Norg posted, crossfire established, Nitro crawling, and Kixon just holding, spraying, connecting. 4. Sends Liquid back to spawn. And they have not got the funds to try that one again.
I just love watching Kixon play at the moment. He's really feeling himself. He's more than happy to take the fights. He's really getting stuck in a lot of these environments. See, look at this, coming through smoke, straight into the jewels. And that has been key for Apeks. Again, tempo was the word I was using on map number 1, but they're setting it here. Happy to fight, just consistently in the face of Liquid. No respect being shown, and now a little bit of fire in the belly as 4-1 the score reads. Another light investment here for Liquid. Got to start getting this bomb down. It's been 4 rounds, no plan. That has to change here. At the desk talk about the lack of T-sided rounds. Well, it is overpass. It does suck to be on the T-side here, but Liquid, you might blink and you miss it. I think this was all a bad dream. It could be over real quick here today.
You talk about how beautiful having T rounds are, and few and far between they may be on this map. Well, Liquid, you won the T-side pistol.
Exactly. You have to convert on a map like this. You can't be dropping the ball here going into the set. Well, you didn't drop the ball, Apeks.
Yeah, took it by
force. They played it very well, right? How reserved they are as here he is again, Kixon. This time doesn't need to see them, spams through, OC down. There's 4 more to find. This Tech9 buy, it doesn't really have any room. It's not being given any room. Just walking into fight after fight. Stiko grabs 2.
That's glorious. And hopeless for Liquid. 0 damage inflicted.
Yeah, take a timeout after this.
Right.
Someone needs to give a speech. Someone needs to fire the team up.
Yakinda has his head removed, and now surely a similar fate. He'd love to take one away, and that's all he'll get. Stiko accelerates up to 6. And Apeks, they are so comfortable. You'd think they'd been doing this for years, and certainly have been playing the game, but not on the major stage. 3 of them. 3 of these names you're witnessing here in the quarterfinal. Kixon, Nork, and JL. Their first taste of a major playoff, a major at all. And now in the quarters, battling for the semis against Liquid. I mean, what a huge name in Counter-Strike. We've talked about Grand Slam winners, the fastest to ever do it. You've got Yakinda in to try and get them up to speed with that ever-evolving meta of Counter-Strike. Where Apeks, they've been on nose to the grindstone, working it out for themselves.
It feels like we've been tricked by Liquid here, huh? We had day 1 Liquid, they were rubbish, right? They didn't look like the team that could compete. And then that way back through the challenger stage, you had Fluxo, a team that they should beat every day of the week, regionally, right? You were coming from the Americas. That was a game where they could have lost. They could have lost on Inferno there. It could have been done. Liquid could have been removed from the tournament. They go up against Complexity, another name where you think, yeah, Liquid are favored, and they take care of business, and they almost 16-0 them. They almost completely silence any Complexity fans that might still be out there. And then Greyhound, they make light work of them as well. They turn things around. They get straight through in towards the playoffs. And now well, they're not fired up. They're not playing the type of Counter-Strike that has gotten them to this point.
Change of the setup, change of the stance. Kixon surely going to be intermittently checking.
Yeah, and Liquid have to do this together. Once noted in connector, Nitro has to activate, but they've just blocked in the boost. The timing is great.
And that's an advantage seized by Elige. Trades off of Yakinda, making the space. Underpass, flying the Liquid flag now. Nitro at the staring at a smoke, will have to respect it. Doesn't know what lies on the other side.
Stico can really change the dialogue of this round, and the fact JL is spamming might not be cleared here.
That's what they're hoping for.
It's all on Stico. JL is leaving it hanging, and now noted.
And wallbang back. Stico on notice. He goes down to Elige as he makes 2. Doubles his kills so far. Leaping for Liquid into their second, unless JL can disrupt. He hasn't got it. OC gets the connection, and that should be their second round. Locked on in, and just with a 1 casualty as well. Shaping up nicely.
Yeah, not a bad round at all. It was all coming down to that timing with the connector fight. They've smoked front bathrooms. Apeks exchange went down in towards connector. They try and boost in time. They get caught off guard. Trades go against them, and that's really all Liquid needed. So a good round here, and played by their approach, right? It didn't do anything crazy. It wasn't fast. It was a put-together round. They'll have to put together maybe 1 more of those if they do want to break Apex's financial situation here, as we're on board with Nork trying to hold on to this AWP, and the good graces from Team Liquid will allow it.
Hey, a bomb plant and a round, Chad. Things are looking up.
Yeah, there you go. Nork can drop for kicks in here, so they can get a full buyout. Rifles for everybody. How do Apeks want to operate into the next round of play? This is what I'm talking about. You see the boost is just at the worst possible time. It couldn't have been more horrible there. And Stico seeing them coming through, trying to make their way in towards B, it kind of undid his position, and Jacob a little bit frustrated with how that one unfolded. Same with JL. We know that he's a very emotional guy in and out of the server, but great to see a personality happy to share a little bit of that with us.
Yeah, it's so good to see Apeks soaking it all in. The atmosphere, brand new to some.
Orb starting B here. Nork might want to go aggressive. Looks like they're going to get his AWP over towards Monte now that they play on the fades. They push out short. How do they use him? He started towards B for a reason. Oh, they're going to start the triple boost. So Nork is going to cover off towards Monster while they boost up to isolate Naf in the backyard. And you can see how passive Naf is here. So if he steps forward, if they want him to take any room, this is really not a position he will consider. And they've dismantled. So you can forget those worries, at least for now.
Yeah, progress for Liquid. Run boost out long. OC and Elige to crawl. They're escorting the bomb as well. That's OC's responsibility. Elige given the freedom, and we are about to see a head-to-head here. The North American rifler, Elige, voicing his concerns in his own performance last time we saw him on Overpass, taking to Twitter. And thanking his team for filling in those gaps.
45 seconds. Liquid have map controls, sure, but there's no pressure towards A.
In the fade, JL. Okay.
The bomb's going to go A, though. This is a fake.
He has incendiary. They get this frag. It looks great for Yakinda. Kixon, though, denies, and it's still Jacob on long side. He was not distracted by that contact on B. They're trying to Scarpa now back towards that second letter.
Nitro needs this.
He has to have it, has to provide it. Look at the active hold. Kixon again. He is so good, a thorn in Liquid's side. And charging through the flames to try and catch OC as well. He wants to take it all away from them. 5 seconds, OC desperately trying to hold on to his rifle, but he has to fight his way out, does so. Will maintain the rifle.
This performance from Kixon is inspired here.
Right.
It can't be overstated, right? You need to be shouting it from the rooftops right now. This kid is putting in a massive haul in back-to-back maps here. He is just feeling himself, and the confidence, in-game leader, just getting it done on the big stage. He's not whimpering, he's not shying away from the moment. He's embracing it with both hands, and he is just an absolute nuisance for Liquid to deal with.
Oh my goodness.
Got a couple of familiar faces there, a bit of Swagger Souls, Fitz, Anomaly. Maybe we can go on their podcast.
Chad? Maybe. Indeed.
The Sea of Blue.
Ooh, where did Naf's health just go? Yes, spams from the smoke. Forward position from Jacob as well. We aren't going to be seeing it tested. He's got support from Nork. Chev telling us that story as long as taken. And it's Kixon.
Again.
I can't believe I'm saying his name again.
Keep saying his name.
I think I'm really not doing him justice. Again, it's Kixon. Straight through the underpass. Nitro's crawl cut down, and Nork holding on. Extends their advantage. Now he can retreat, pulls the ripcord as the flank comes through. Jacob, he's ended the round with that one. Naf, worried for his health, worries for himself, and his back is turned as Jacob gets another. Kixon's coming. Yakindo would have to pull off the impossible. Trying to get that bomb down. Kixon can deny and will. As Apeks up to 7.
Get him out of here.
The desk were doubting whether we'd see 3. Jacob even, he started waving that liquid flag at the start, but not so sure anymore.
No, this one here, looking like it's going to be a quick day at the office for Apeks. This is beautiful Counter-Strike.
Undeniably so. It's really running Liquid through a loop, and the way that these players are dying, it's...
They don't even have a chance in a lot of these fights, right? There's no opportunity for them to even exchange back here. And try this one on for size. Yakinda, the man on the screen right now, is probably questioning, guys, how are you dying every single round? I'm 5-0 in opening duels.
What?
Yeah.
Yakinda is 5-0?
Yeah, apparently so.
I mean, you know how we used to sit back and do desk chat and I'd say win conditions?
Yeah, what happened? Yakinda happened.
Yeah. Well, you'd sit there and go, well, if Yakinda's getting openings, and then the rest can close.
You got to be converting off the back of those. So 5 Yakinda openings. Now, look, they've come in a mixed bag of things. We just saw an Apeks timeout for them to have a chat into a Liquid timeout. So Dapsia needs to hope he can steal a little bit of this momentum because he is just running away from them here. I understand that this is CT side overpass. And look, if we're going to set par for the course and we're going to be fair about things, if Liquid can get 4 or 5 rounds, that's more than enough for them to turn things around once they flip on over to the other side of the server. Sure, they can still be competitive, but right now it doesn't feel that way, right? They're getting blown out. They're not really putting up too much of a fight here.
This looks like something straight out of a strat book, right? You've had a timeout, and look at the very considered utility.
You'd hope you'd have a pocket strat up your sleeve right here. Now, whether it's just the call out of spawn, something quick, probably not. But if they want to go for some map control with the Tech 9s, then put themselves in a position to be explosive, that would be a little bit more ideal. And yeah, you can see here. So the extinguish over towards A. That's to make sure that they think there's players taking playground control. Nitro and Connector has lobbed out some of his own utility here. Or will hope to do so at some point. As that's a heaven smoke. They want to explode B.
Spam does chip away at Nitro underpass. Pressure. Explosion coming in. They're boosted. Someone has to hold short. Already back to turn. And still Stiko defends him. Another from Stiko. And Liquid get nothing going on this Tech 9. Nothing at all. 8 already secure. Couple of pistol upgrades given over to their adversary. Liquid gonna have to make this next rifle round count. Here it comes, round 11. You'll see this is comfortable. And I thought perhaps with the boost there might have been an opportunity, but you can see they're very satisfied with the way that one played out, understandably so.
What have there been, 2 plants in total? I think one of those maybe even came on the pistol round.
And then, yeah, that previous gun. What do you do now?
Oh, they didn't even need to get the bomb down on the pistol round, so they've had 1 plant. They've had 1 plant this entire time.
And there's already aggression from Jacob. Jacob cooking up trouble.
North looking at the playground entrance here, so he can focus towards the T stairs.
Oh, this is cool.
Yeah, Kixon's in connector. This is a kill.
Oh, quick to adjust on that one.
Another opener. They need to convert these. They need to start converting. If Yakinda's going to provide, the rest of the team needs to step up.
But look who's here. You've got to get through Kixon, and he's standing in the open looking for trouble. Naf is dead on B. And they know Nitro likes to linger in the underpass. Stiko does take the chance. Going aggressive here in steps. Elish looking for it and gets it. Headshot back.
But here comes Kixon.
Yeah, and it's JL as well. Kixon, what are you up to? I thought he was going through. He is going through. OC's dead. And now Elish as well. Every member cut down to size. It's up to Nitro in that 1v3. Kixon, he's going to fight you. And he's not. Oh, okay, he'll take you from the grave. The Molly secures a 9th. A double from Kixon. And 19 frags for the North Macedonian leader. Just to clarify, currently 173 average damage per round.
It's mental how much impact this kid is having. I can't believe it. I'm actually a little bit stunned just by how they're ragdolling Liquid right now. We've had so many streaky games of Counter-Strike here throughout the Blast TV Major. There's just been these matches that have just been one-sided slogs of rounds, and then, you know, another team will do the same, but Liquid aren't putting up any resistance here.
He's tossing them around, dude. This is so interesting. Throwing Liquid around like ragdolls, sure, but can he get any more?
He's zoned in right now, like the conviction is well behind his moves, and that's for the rest of the team.
Oh, that's a lot on his plate. It doesn't get better.
Getting the kills and setting his teammates up. Jacob says, thank you very much to the in-game leader. I'll take those every day of the week.
That's effective flash farming there.
Going from bad to worse here for Liquid. Double digits have to be secured right now. What are you going to do, Yakindo? You're finding the openers, but nobody else here is to play for Liquid.
We're going to have to start putting the Liquid logo on the milk cartons if this continues. Missing. There's Yakinda. He certainly isn't. We'd have to find a whole lot more. And Stiko happy to contest that bomb. He's got JL as well working to join him. Naf holding. Surely they can just draw this line in the sand. Yakinda once more. And okay, Naf has combined. Now they've paid a heavy price. The nade could do it. Yakinda on his head. Now he's dead. It's Kixon. Again, we say his name as he bowls them into an advantage. And yeah, Naf should be dead. Yeah, perfect. It's all Kixon, baby. A triple, or excuse me, the double.
That was the flash that got him the triple kill. Jacob was the one who profited from all of that. And as Liquid is trying to make a round of it after it's already done. Right, sure, they draw it close again, they get a couple of kills. This is how it started and essentially it ended a minute 30 again all over it. Catch that one, straight into the guts of Yakinda there.
And I don't know if I've ever seen this before, Chad. He has 21 and 8, dominating performance, 23% headshot ratio. He's using that M4A1S and his spray control body shots. He is murdering them.
And look at Kuban, he can't quite believe it here.
Oh man.
He can't believe it.
He does look like
he's seen it all, has Kuban, and he's here today witnessing the decimation of Liquid, not having to say an awful lot. Daps calls the third time out, another chant, 10-2 is the score. There's 3 more rounds to play within this half. And if Apeks grab them all, they're gonna be sailing to that semi-final.
Semi-finals at a major. Most players dream of walking out onto that stage. The major, head and shoulders above every other accolade. And Apeks making it here in the last of Global Offensive, 10 years on from the first.
4-man B start again here. What tricks up the sleeve? Last time we saw Apeks do this, they had a little boost. Around there, so they're going to set up the double stack. JL will need to come back if they want to do the triple, and I think Stiko, by looking at him, has been summoning exactly that. Different tricks, different moves to isolate Naf.
Surely Naflight's going to be a dead man. Gotta work it out. Still plenty of time.
And here it comes.
And he's walking straight. Oh! Goof on that one. Okay, problems now. Ring in the alarm bell because Yakinda's coming and he's head hunting. Woof! Makes me bark like a dog, and Naf will finish. Naf will finish stylishly. That's okay. A third is nice. But they've got to really just round off these rough edges of a tough half, Liquid. They've got 2 more they can collect, and this was an unforced error.
Yeah, premature right there on those shots, just thinking they could take advantage of it, but Yakinda with another opener. Let's make it 7-0 in that category. Nobody in the server is even close to Yakinda as far as these headshots on the openers are concerned. He's been ripping them off time and time again. So far, hasn't proven to be enough, but if they can grab 1 to 2 more rounds here, maybe, just maybe, Liquid is still in with a shot.
You know Yakinda's in with some shots. And Naf has had such a magnificent upswing. Where did Leash just go? And Kixon seems ready to go. Oh no, 1, and OC's back. Quick on the AWP, good to see the T-side AWP in play. OC, can he make any more space? Peeking into the pillar. Advantage Apeks though. Can they maintain it? The pressure's on Liquid to make that space, make that kill. And they're sending Yakinda shopping. Searching as OC looks to maneuver into dangerous water. Back was turned again into Jacob's shutdown. leaves Yakinda and Nafly.
Yakinda might be able to thread the needle here. Nork has to consider an awful lot. They know where Jacob is. If Yakinda can get a timing, the barrel going to be spotted, but Nork ready for it nonetheless and gets the second. Naf down 2. Call that 11.
He likes that one. How can you not enjoy this from Apeks? They are playing up to their potential with all of that additional pressure. The crowd in front of them, chanting your opponent's name, it doesn't seem to mean anything to Apeks.
Yeah, showing you hard work pays off here. The preparation on display, highlighted by the desk with Ancient in victory, nonetheless, from that head-to-head to kick off the Challenger stage. They learnt, and they gave Liquid a bit of a hiding, and now we've seen how this goes. If you're going to take all the timeouts in the first half, you give yourself no buffer room. And sure, the CT side on overpass is going to be a little bit easier, but not if you don't have at least 4 here, because you lose the pistol, it's all going to be for naught.
Well, I mean, that's the clear indication that Liquid are being told right now. I mean, we are burning through our last timeout because that 4th is so compulsory.
Can't be more valuable right now.
I mean, essentially, Daps has got to say, hey lads, do you want to see a 3rd map? Do you want to see a semi-final? Win this round. You got the AKs out. And there's the first spot. No frag, no blood, but an AWP shot fired.
At this point, just stay alive and let Yakinda go searching. Allow him to have a look, as Nork has donated a little bit of utility to fortify this B play, and Yakinda, you're not going to do this. Straight into Jacob. Can't find the opener if you're in the grave.
Is that his first opening death? Yeah. And it's handed to him by Jacob.
Finally, felled first. And now back towards A. How is this one meant to play? Apeks have been in control. They started 4B yet again. Jacob got to play in connector, so there's so many gaps towards A, but Liquid is scared. They're scared to take that space, and now as they quickly try and grab some room over towards long, Nork posted up with the AWP, ready for some more.
I love this full role reversal. You got Liquid cowering, fearing for their lives against these individuals. A boost, though. We might get an AWP head-to-head, and OC makes Nork dead.
They have to move quick here, Liquid. They need to move real quick, but they're not going to. They have no idea what the defense looks like.
Jacob's got time to reposition. Kicks him too. We know he's not afraid to push a smoke. Waits for Stico and JL. Rounding the corner now. Jacob confirms. Nothing across. Now starting to connect. Nitro spotted. Boost erected. And the planting bankside. They're planting bankside. Stand up. Hit your shot. He does onto Elige.
But look at Naf. Look at Naf.
Oh, he could do so much with this. Hold your horses. Hold your Liquid horses. As Naf is gonna turn around on him. Still, a tickle of the bomb. Naf needs to check. They don't have answers. OC reveals himself.
Panicking.
Now hits the shot. OC steps up. Running him down and denies the 12. Pandemonium at the half. And Liquid is 4 enough to hold on.
Where do you begin with Vitality? Dupree, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
Sideways, already a legend of the game. He's so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
Because for me, I'm just much able.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much out of play. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
Bonsoir, mes amis. I ask you again, do you really think we see 3? Oh, I think you've changed your mind. I think Apeks have changed your mind because we sit at 11-4 on the half here at the Blast TV Major. Liquid, hot favorites, and I wouldn't say a hot start.
Now, this could be prime for a fabled comeback right here, a classic Liquid turn of events. Let's see. This pistol round is going to mean an awful lot. As Elige is about to get an awful lot of company here. Spot one out on the cross with the P2K. Pivots back as Naf.
Look
on
at this.
down.
Ooh, this is going to be interesting. This setup. It's going to hinge a lot on what Elige reports.
But considering how well Kixon has been playing, he now has to call out this T-half. Right? His feeling of the game right now is on point. He finished the half with 23 kills. The next closest on his team was 11. And the only person kicking and screaming on the other side was Yukinda with 16. So if Kixon is feeling the game, this is great for a leader, right? You're in that flow state and you feel like your calls are perfect and the team would be entrusting in you even more. My leader is fragging right here, right now in a quarterfinal match. You are going to trust everything he has to say.
And even with a performance like that in the first half, he will take the utility. He'll let those stars work, and it's Kixon that takes first contact, spotted out by Elige. Will have to recede.
Has not been noted here. He has gotten across. Doesn't have any util to his name, but does have a big weapon for the job to activate late. Elige pushing again. Pushing again, this time with the company of OC.
Got flash connects, but...
Jacob shot a bullet.
Nah, not too much else to report. A Glock towards the toilets, that's more. P250 now spotted out, and it's Elige. He's sticking around. He's looking to rumble. And Stiko too, struggling to connect the dots long range. It's nice from OC. Liquid, this pistol, compulsory, and Elige continues, but so does Nork and Kixon. Hold on.
Time's a problem here. They got to get a move on right now.
Yeah, they have to charge him. They have to run into him, and he's playing the time beautifully. He's even got support here. Looks great for Liquid, and Elige will finish it. 3 in total.
Yeah, but that means nothing. That means nothing without the conversion, and that is something that Liquid struggled to do within that first half of play. They even struggled to do it in map number 1. This second round means so much for Liquid here. And Apeks, without the plan, do you go for the force buy?
Yeah, you need the stress ball, Jason, that's for sure. He's hoping to see Anubis. And Prof taking notes.
Apeks is going to give it to him. Apeks is going to give them the good graces here. Here, have it. We'll allow you to have the conversion. We're not going to force buy in without the bomb going down. We'll get the AK out in the next. And this is just going to be one Deagle, a P250. Hoping to make a whole lot of noise here.
That's one way to get info quick. A flash and a 2-man push.
You gotta be careful.
Oh, he's got the bomb as well. Yeah, this is not shaping up to be particularly potent.
Well, they're corralled and they're going to come back to take this fight. Yukinda's overextended on his own here.
Get that smoke right.
They might come through it.
Yeah, they thought about it. Well placed by Yukinda.
Especially under pressure as well. That's not a bad nade either.
Oh. That will leave a mark.
But this is exactly what Apeks want. They want you to use out your Yuto. And now you've... okay, yeah, why not? Let's see what we can see, shall we?
Maybe. Some innovation. Or attempted innovation.
Yeah, well, you know you got a minute and 55 trying to milk out grenades from the other side, so why not?
You really don't want to run all your players into an SMG. Well, looks like Nav might force it. Comes to join the party. Crashes JL's mood for sure.
Well, come on back. They want some more, and slower to this are Liquid, but they will be chasing the ghost here of Apeks, who are rerouting now. They will need to die, as silly as that sounds. Next fight is Stiko versus Naf, so check this out.
Be a good time to see Naf get online. Deploy Liquid. Back in, spraying them down. Takes all 3. And just Nork, he's been the first in, and he is the last out.
Well, they know what that means, Liquid. You go up against no armor, just a Deagle, a P250, not a heavy investment. You know right now Apeks will be buying, which means your bonus round, or let's say your round with a few missions, you've got some choices. Do we upgrade with the players we can?
Right.
Do we just keep these MP9s and hope we can do something aggressive? Well, apparently they want to bring out the AWP for OC here. So the big green. For Liquid, available in round 3.
Works out nicely with Naf's SMG frags in the previous. He can facilitate that while maintaining his utility. So let's see if all of this is in vain. Oh, Elige. Jumping into the game with aggression. He pays a heavy price for the first. Caught by Nork. OC cannot lose his AWP, and he takes Jacob down out of the equation on long.
Important kill. OC's looked shaky in moments with the AWP, so a steady one, handles it, gives them another advantage yet again, and it sends Apeks over to one site. And that one site has Nitro and Naf ready to lock them down. That smoke, well timed, well placed, and JL will have to consider his options now.
Gonna be difficult with the tools they have available. It's just Nork smoke and a flash. And they could use teammates as another way to peek into this site.
I don't know how much they're going to see here with the positioning of Naf and Nitro right now. With the fade of the monster smoke, there's no redeploy available. Unless OC wants to drop back and throw it from spawn. And a sound cue has been made there, so that might be enough to call. I was going to say the thing's off, but they will knock on the door.
Give it a go. Smoke heaven, counter molly in. Immediate reaction is nice from Yakinda. He maintains that three-man hold and chip it away on that SMG was Nitro. Oh, they only get one. Something to be said about this. If Stiko can win that head-to-head, and put it in the head on Yakinda. It's slipping through their fingers. OC looking to close back. A 1v2. Can he hold his nerve on the great stage? The North American AWPer looking for Nork. And he gets nothing but hot lead instead. Nork will take that AWP, thank you very much.
And Nork can add that to his clutch tally now, building and building. I'm sure he's in the double digits at this point. 9 before coming into the series of 1vx situations converted. We'll make that one 10. But this is some big shots, and Stiko with some impact. It was Kixon in the first half. It was all Kixon, but now Nork with a clutch finds impact here, and we just spoke about that Liquid investment. They brought out the AWP. OC hit a couple of shots. It felt like Liquid had a hold that should have been strong enough, but couldn't trade efficiently. Losing out on that B site, and that one feels good. Just 4 more rounds.
I'll tell you what else feels good is just seeing the faces on Apeks as they truly are starting to believe. I'm talking that full Matrix moment. Starting to believe that this could end on Liquid's pick.
And this next round could spell the beginning of exactly that. Liquid have gone all in. Loss bonus against them here. Have to shove, have to purchase what they can, and it's profited in 3 M4s, an MP9, light U2, and poor Naf chilling with a 5-7. Liquid have to fight hard for this one. This is not a round they can just give over.
So much at stake for this one, and Liquid, they go for something else, something rather familiar. And this time it's Elige gets away, ducks away after the first. He's taken down Jacob on their fountain aggression. Kixon caught in the smoke, perfect find from OC. Smoke-o vision.
And I wouldn't feel comfortable as Liquid just yet.
Yeah, especially now the discomfort grows. Nitro feeling the pressure on short side. A couple of shots do get fired off, but they will not go for the full commitment. Apeks, how do you dig yourself out of trouble here? You got no information about that large part of the map.
There's a push coming here. Nitro and Naf are going to push through the smoke here.
You have an advantage. Liquid looking for trouble. And they're going to lose one at least.
Pin to the right side, at
Give
least
it a
one.
gift.
They know.
They can isolate. JL, it's all on you. He hasn't got enough on the Galil.
There's 2 right side. They know there's 2 right side B.
Not expecting one of them to have a look for answers. You've got time, 40 seconds. There's no hurry. Stiko, what is this? Considering aggressive push. Now the shadow, it's caught him. OC, magnificent. 2 frags. He hasn't seen either of them. Just a flash of shadow, and it seems it's enough for Liquid. A 7th and a must-win round will go their way, and it's a team effort, most notably OC on that rifle. 2 heavy contributions, and you saw their attempted response. There was definitely a way in which that could have gone wrong.
Yeah, this is clear though from Liquid. In back-to-back rounds with this aggression over towards A, flashing Elige forward, OC there this time to support him a little bit more. An important kill there from Yakinda. They were under pressure from JL.
That was a full Counter-Strike golf clap. I didn't know we could do those.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Sometimes, especially when you see a 20-second save, you've got to give it the golf clap.
Yeah, it's exactly the time for it.
Still 2 timeouts for Apeks to work with here. As we spoke, Liquid took their 4th and final timeout going into the last round of the first half to get 4. And they secured it. And I'm sure Daps is very happy with that. Apeks, they get to pick and choose. And right now they've chosen to invest behind Nork's save. An AK, some pistols, and a similar approach spread out across the map. This time not leering too far forward as far as the A site is concerned just yet, because, well, they've been conditioned with aggression. So allow them to have a look, call nobody home. Maybe they'll regroup, maybe they'll drop back, maybe they'll consider this is going to be a B play. Small group of Elige fans down there, I think.
I feel like I'm back in Rio. Heard that one.
Well, late to take the space. Yakinda has been watching long this entire time, so nobody's gotten parts just yet. But with how quiet it's been, it's going to make you worry that it might be the B finish. The front bathroom smoke does tell something else. You can't lose a round like this, Liquid.
Not on Yakinda's watch. He's not watching. Jacob takes him. That's a rifle.
Wrong place, wrong time.
It could get worse. Rotation through. Summon Elige. OC needs to continue to find rifle contributions here.
He's got support.
He has. But can he find blood? They're coming at every angle. Nice onto JL. Has support as well. Elige and OC combine into a potent blend as it's all North with only 8 for Liquid. A nice double out of the 2 rifles there. Recovers an AWP as well for OC. And Apeks fumble.
Yeah, a little bit of breathing room right here. Dealt with the force fight, dealt with the save. Good job from OC again. You see this just comboing together. A great little crossfire from everybody involved. And OC again just trying to really will them into action. I don't think he ever chose to be the hype man of this team. I think he had to pick up the virtue of the rest of his teammates here, but regardless, he's doing the best job he can. Just some pistols to upgrade for Apeks, so this should be Liquid's round.
Yeah, clean onto the first. Of course, you'd love some economical damage. Just keep those Liquid passes light. Ooh, just like that, Elige forced to rebuy at the bare minimum.
Yeah, JL's been pretty quiet in this series so far. He hasn't had to do an awful lot. If he could have a scorcher of a round right now, maybe we can be screaming his name, and maybe, just maybe, on a bit of a timing here, Yakinda and Nitro again with a reaggress is going to be into the den.
Yakinda, perfectly timed, headshot into Nork, and he's got support. Nitro lays down the law. Jacob is no more, and JL, sure, one Deagle headshot was nice, a second certainly would be nicer. Not in Liquid's interest to provide.
All right, well, these last patch of rounds here, well, actually this entire half has looked pretty damn decent for Liquid. Pistol with the freebie conversion, the round they lost, they probably should have won. And now 3 on the trot. Coincides with the 3rd timeout, and that is a bit of a banger right there, isn't it? But the only excitement for Apeks in that round, you even get it from his POV, so yeah, exactly. That's the type of reaction we'd all have, losing our dome.
Well, this is where Apeks can't lose their heads. You've got yourself something to work with here, and I think this is where Cuban steps in and tries to ensure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, let's see what he hopes for the team here. Are we looking more direct? Is there a gap that he's witnessing? Is there something that he wants to try and punish? And the arena starts to find its voice here.
I think the Liquid fans have been slowly permeating the hype. They're trying to spread across the arena.
Oh, try not to leave OC2 alone.
Yeah. He needs all the help he can get.
Double connector here. They want to try and deal with Elige. Maybe this is going to be quite quick. Zico up close and personal. Through the smoke again, but Elige has got him.
That's Deco again, dead to Elige. Becoming somewhat of a successful head-to-head for the American rifler.
That was a whole move. You take that timeout, you discussed that, but Jacob has the space.
What?
And the good grace. See you later, Yakinda.
Caught off twice by Jacob now in that toilet fight. 4-on-4, Elige limping, 20 HP left for him. Might be Naf to step up, but they can still hold their crossfires. They can still control their engagements. You got about 60 seconds coming up for this T side to work out that final commitment, and for the CTs to try and have a finger on the pulse of where they're going. You can see Nitro in limbo right now, uncertain as to where he needs to be.
Yeah, well, the bomb will need to be picked up here. Nork's heading back for that. And I was going to say, there's a decent amount of util to try and execute, but Jacob has the smoke, and he was much further forward in the bathroom. Now Jacob, Elige is low. Oh, tight line held from Elige here. Jacob's across. He could try and sell a fake from long with his nades. He's just going to fight.
Yeah, that angle, good adjustment. Punished by the earlier damage.
They're in B. OC just left. OC just left. The side's completely open. He's rotated completely out of position here.
Jacob sold him. Just
on his own. 2 big kills from Jake and they're in.
Oh my God, Liquid. Alarm bells ringing. And for Apeks, it's the dinner bell. They might have time for a nice sit-down dinner if they can keep this
They're still looking for Jacob. Are they going to go for the round? Are they hoping to save? Jacob's not here. Jacob's waved goodbye, and yeah, look at you. You're just going to turtle up and bank. Not your pennies.
I mean, we saw Jacob find Yakinda and then proceed to single-handedly convince his opponent with chock-a-block experience, by the way, that they were coming to A. Brilliant gift he's given there for Apeks. No one else has to do a thing. No one else has to lift a finger. Okay, maybe use that finger to punch in the digits, but job done.
The opening gambit didn't work. It didn't pay off. Seiko, through the smoke of their own design, trying to find the gap, take the fight. Elige wins it. But Jacob, he was the one given the room to work, and work he did. Wow. Cuban's going to take a timeout, and they're going to win a round. You can see it right here. That one's easy. Might be a shock to Yakinda, not expecting the disrespect through connector, having to take a risk, and he's been taking some throughout this map. 20 kills for Yakinda. He was doing his best in that first half with opening kills, but they were rarely converted.
I just thought about it. I wonder if he was hoping that Elige's frag successful onto Stiko was going to stop them and force them away from that position, but it was someone else, and it was Jacob with a magnificent contribution.
Well, this might be the turn of the knife here. Lots of presence over towards B early here. Kicks in Nork, JL. And work on some control, and JL has been the one set up to take out this short area. Spams through Stiko. He's all good. No dramas for him. Connector control and short control now, so this is going to feel real good.
An audible for JL. Jumping for info was Naf. Who's he going for? A small investigation. Trying to keep his crosshair dynamic for the potential wide swing close. Everything hangs in the balance here. You could hear a pin drop. The server, Yakinda, puts his name in the feed. Jacob, some revenge for Yakinda. Do Apeks have a recovery in them? OC could reveal the double orb. Surely Yakinda's presence alone has done so.
Yeah, precisely. So they should have a pretty good idea that it's functioning with this. But if OC misses, Nitro will get overrun. The two of them here, 38 seconds. The fight's coming.
OC good for it. His flick of the wrists are starting to get comfortable, and so is this round. Kixon forces Nitro into the splits, but what? Kixon and JL. No way in. He's having a look. It's held at bay by so many bodies here from Liquid, and that's the end of JL. Maybe Kixon can try and pull off a plant here.
Yeah, yeah, considering if he runs into the site, he gets heard by all the players below him on B. And Elige's already here, Yakinda as well. So there it is, double digits for Liquid again. So far, holding Apeks to just 2 rounds in this second half. Kixon just 2 kills, so cooling off a little bit. Wow, maybe more than a little bit, 23 in the first half of play, but this is the thing, he was never meant to do it alone. But now the double orbs... Oh, no, I was going to say now the double orbs are in play. We've seen this from Yakinda before. I think Anubis is a map that he likes to do this on as well. So he'll use the AWP and then get rid of it into the next round. Because what you're expecting now, if you're Apeks, we can overrun them. You're expecting a double AWP setup, so you'd probably go with something quite B fast to get into the site, make sure it's difficult for the AWPs to retake here. But because Yakinda has dropped that secondary AWP, if they were to go quick, it would be a bad call.
It's cheeky. Mind games from Yakinda, hoping Apeks do overstep or overcook it. And you're right. Does feel like somewhat of an all-in here. They're trying to punish, and they've got 3 rifles here.
OC's rotating right now.
Oh, Liquid. They certainly know what's up, and through the flames for the element of surprise, and they get nothing but pain. The spray from Nitro solid. Zico dead, and more to be added to Nitro's list. He's got them all lined up for him. And Yakinda's there in support. Look how perfect this defense is. Liquid holding on. I'd be cautious of Kixon, but Yakinda, he's not scared. 24. In the absence of the rest of them, he was there. And he's responsible for getting them to that 11-4 scoreline. That is, I mean, those last two of those last 4 in that first half came in the last 3 rounds of play.
Yeah, starting to find a bit of rhythm here, aren't they? Right, and this is just in terms of dictating what's going to come next or reading what's going to come next. And some of these little tricks, like dropping an AWP after having a double AWP setup, it can really start to play into the minds here. And with the financial situation as it is, the last time out of this map will be burnt here. Kuban is going to chip in the best he can. Now, you're probably partial buy. Max loss bonus into the next. There's the honorary American right there. I'm going to hope he can do an awful lot more of that if you want to get to that third of Anubis. It is waiting in the wings, but we are just 2 rounds the difference now.
Le double cheval. Well, maybe Liquid can fill that void. Fan favorites.
Hold up, if they run something similar yet again, Liquid are only 2 players over towards B this time. Last time they had 3 and they rotated over a 4.
This is a cool call.
So smoke's available, flashes as well. Nitro and Naf, they're coming in.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for the flash. Spray good. Nitro down after 1. It's Naf as well. Can save him with 2. JL did take down Naf on that dig, and there's space now to stretch their legs and plant that bomb.
JL didn't get a weapon. It's just the deagle. It's just the deagle for the legend.
He can work with that because he needs the space. He needed the timing. And Yakinda, he's a diligent gamer. But does he check up? With Nork as well. OC losing health. Looking for trouble is Liquid. Scope heard. And nothing to report. As the crowd betrays JL. Tough scenes on Nork. He's only got 1, 2. OC nervous. No way!
Oh!
Nork! Again he stands up. The clutch master in Paris. Dirty tricks will get you nowhere here.
Oh, Nork! Putting a name, the clutch master! What is this?
Like, 1 is great, and then he suddenly changes the whole game onto Yakinda. And OC just quaking in his boots.
Out of bullets as well. Bap, bap, bap. That's 14.
Knobbly knees. They couldn't get past him.
He's yelling at the crowd as well. You got nothing. That is a huge round. That level of investment. It was a partial buy.
Oh, Nork just silenced thousands live with a clutch that could secure a semi.
Double AWP again. Liquid trying this trick once more. It worked for them once. Can it work again?
Drew, Jacob, big one. OC, oh, he's in trouble. Overwhelmed by Kixon. They have opened the site. Naf holding on tooth and nail. Nade in his face. Needs help. Needs it fast. Stiko spotted. Another nade brings him low. Elige, though, healthy as they run at him. Overwhelm him. Stiko styles. Elige has got him trapped. Stiko confirms presence, and it's only the 2 of them. A 2-on-2 with so much at stake. This is for all the marbles. And Nork, misses his chance. JL won't. Yakinda, though, he's up for the chance. Up for the chance. JL beheads him. They are within touching distance, Chad. 4 opportunities to take Liquid's map pick.
And they got no money. Liquid have nothing left in the bank balance. Apeks have them right where they want them. And look at this, the tenacity. We know where you are. We're coming to fight. This is our semi-final. We want to take on Vitality.
How can you not get excited for them? Apeks have got it on a silver platter, adorned with rubies and emeralds. It's the perfect opportunity for a semi. Liquid trying to defend their chances at the last CSGO major. Bodies behind Stiko. Nitro, he's pushed onto Kixon. That is a brilliant delivery from the captain against the odds.
So there's no rush here. No rush for Apeks to close this out. Sure, they've lost one. But now the Puppet Master played a great game. Stico, chance, takes the fight, takes the second. They're all falling apart!
It's only on one! Nafly and Nitro side by side. He's got 7 HP. Could be Jacob. Should be. He's been delivering time and time again. The Norwegian strikes. One. Onto Nafly. One bullet to land it and secure the semis. Apeks. I am in disbelief.
First major, first stage, no problems. Bask in the glory of this. Hard work pays off.
Liquid lost. Cut down. Quarterfinals, their first playoff appearance in years. 2019, the last time we saw them. And this is the first for 3 of them.
Look at the joy. Look at the elation. This is what it's all about. Bask in this, soak it in. Jacob, we're talking about Star Ladder, we're talking about semi-finals. He's been in one. He knows what it takes to get here, and he's here again.
This is a story you write movies about, you write books about. Put your hands together, Paris. Apeks will face Vitality in the semi-finals of the major. Let that sink in. Never gave up, did Stico. Returned to form for Nork. A clutch when they needed it most, and now we will turn over and hear that other side of the story, both euphoria and despair, here in Paris.
Elise, this is obviously not the ending you wanted to the journey, but we did get Liquid back into the playoff side of a major. I want to just start by talking about when it comes to this Ancient. We've seen it been a bit of a weakness from you guys. You would have expected it coming out from them for sure, but they were still able to outplay on the utility. We didn't see the same Liquid. What did it feel like in game at that moment?
Well, I think on Ancient...
They love you. They still love you, bro.
Thanks, guys. I don't know, I feel like Ancient was just like a really hard map in general for us. It was a map that we had a lot of confidence in coming in from the boot camp, but it just never ended up getting anywhere. And we had rounds where we had like man advantages that we ended up like throwing away. And even on Overpass, we ended up giving up the entry a lot of the rounds, and it was really hard for us to, get our foot into the game because of that, just being down so much.
And then when it comes to this Overpass, it has been a good map for you. It's been a strong one. We've seen some closer games on it for sure, but it seemed like they just had your number time and time again. What point, though, did you think that you could make the comeback? What point did you feel like it was happening? Because it was so close, so back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, we really just need a couple rounds on T-side, and even though we didn't do as well as we wanted to on T-side from giving up so many entries and being down 4v5 a lot of the rounds, we still had a chance because we got pistol rounds and we had reads on what they were doing, but we ended up just not being able to, deliver it individually, I think.
And for you, Elise, right? You've had 12 major appearances. We've seen you win the Grand Slam. We've seen you be the best team in the world. You've had 8 years on one team, being the front man, being the dominant one. So I just want to let you say your final piece here at the last CSGO major to everyone out there, everyone that loves you.
Yeah, I mean, this was an awesome major. There's so many fans here. This is such a crazy stage. And it really sucks not being able to go any further, but CS, it's always going to be there. We're going to be here still. CSGO's not gone, it's just getting an upgrade. So we'll be here for the next major, and hopefully we'll be back.
8 more years on Liquid, CS2?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
I love it. Thank you very much, man. Well, Jacob, what a journey it has been on the other side for you. You guys come in as the underdogs. We look at this Ancient. You beat them last time, you beat them in a better fashion this time. You guys have a huge amount of confidence. Did you expect Liquid to make more changes or adjust more between the games of when you played them last?
We expected definitely them to do a little bit of changes. I would give a shout out to our team behind us.
Yeah.
that found and did our anti-strat. We knew what was coming. You can see in our reaction. You even see like one smoke flying. We know which smoke it is. We just run into B because we know he's alone. So we definitely had really good reads, and some of the new players on the stage was playing fucking amazing. So yeah, shout out to everyone on the team. We were so happy.
Yeah, when you say about the new players to a stage, Kixan, first majors, absolute dominance game after game. How was he calling with this type of pressure in this arena, in this place? Because you've been here before, but he certainly hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, this was his game. Both him and Nok played amazingly.
Yeah.
Stico on the first map as well. I don't know, he has no nerves. He's a man of steel, and I've seen it in a couple of games, but today was really, really impressive, and he's one for the future.
He definitely is. Now, I want to touch on it for you, Jacob, and the fact that we haven't seen you at a major for quite some time. It was Berlin 2019, we last saw you there. You were in the semi-finals back then, you're in the semi-finals now with a completely different team, new surroundings. But what's it feel like for you to be back in this stage once again where it's been so long?
I mean, it's been a while. I never expected, honestly, to be in a semi-final again. I had hope of being at the major again, but here we are. We've been working our asses off and it pays off. And I'm just very fucking proud.
You should be proud. Guys, are we proud of him? And finally, mate, I have a question from the Blast TV viewers at home. You can't choose your own sticker with this question. It says, which Blast TV Major 2023 sticker do you think is the best?
Like player?
Yes, but not yours, and not from your
Mine is the worst.
Yours is the worst? Okay.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought I sent in the new one. And then when it came out, it was my 2015 one. I was like, what the fuck is that? But the best one, maybe Cadian. Cadian is a pretty good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you like Cadian as well. Thank you very much, Jacob. Welcome to the semi-final. They may not like Cadian, but maybe you can eliminate him tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. Guys, give it up for Jacob and Apeks!
Against all of the odds, Apeks part the waves. They dissect Liquid in just 2 maps, and they net their spot in a well-deserved semi-finals place. A story of the underdogs truly taking a bite out of the big guns. And man, we can just see pure elation on the faces of every single member of the Apeks squad. Because Jacob, they do it in style.
They do it in style. I think Chat summarized it pretty well. You could see the joy, you could see the happiness. It felt like an out-of-body experience for all these Apeks players. I love the fact that JK is standing there on the stage thanking the team behind Apeks as well. We talked about it. We see them, everyone from the player to the coach to the vlog team who's creating vlogs every single day. It does feel like Apeks is coming down here with a family, and it shows on the server. They are playing exceptionally well today. And I do want to point out 2 things right here. JL and JKim have been the 2 best performing players for Apeks throughout the entire tournament. They were the 2 worst performing players in this game, and they still won with ease against Team Liquid 2-0. That speaks to a team that has a lot of different strings to play off, and my oh my, that's a team you have to respect in a semifinal.
Oh yeah, the way that Apeks were able to decimate and tear apart Liquid across both maps showed a level of preparation, a level of calling, and the fact that everybody was able to contribute in their own ways. This is a legitimately comprehensively strong team. It's one that definitely flew under the radar for a long time. They didn't give us too much to be really too excited about going into this major, but it's been nothing but excitement once they have hit this stage. What a game to send Liquid home. And for Apeks, I think that they have to recognize the fact that Kixan is an exceptional in-game leader. I feel like the story of both of the games we've watched today, with Shuhei winning for GamerLegion, with Kixan for Apeks, both of these guys are bringing incredible strategies, incredible reactions, and very strong individual play on top of it to bolster their teams in both tactics and in firepower.
Yeah, let's run some Kixan highlights just to relive the magic that he was able to deliver on the server. Maui, you are so right, not only in the strats that he was calling, but the actual individual frags that he was able to have impact in as well.
There's so many highlights coming out from Kixan, and what I love about him the most is that he strikes me as this modern, new day and age in-game leader. The fact that he's leading by example. We saw it on Ancient. All these aggressive plays, he's the first guy in. He wants to be involved. He's not calling something, then standing back, watching it, observing it, and not being part of it like some of the old school in-game leaders sometimes have a tendency to do. Now he's in your face. When he's calling something, he will lead that team by example, and he did that throughout the entire game. The first half right here on Overpass, I believe he finished with 22 or 23 kills. That was absolutely outstanding from the in-game leader of Apeks.
That's absurd. Yeah, if 20 kills as an IGL on a half, that's just monstrous performance out of this guy. Excellent stuff from Kixan. I mean, the change that Apeks made to bring Kixan on this roster to rethink things, I think it also was one of those ones where probably people in the Tier 2 space saw it, and given the record that Blue Jays had, that Northern Macedonian team, and finally Kixan just opening him up to international offers, going with it, leaving his fellow countrymen behind, it's lifted him, it's lifted Apeks to a new high that they are willing to ride, and they want to ride going into the semis.
Jacob, you coined it as the best roster move you've seen in this year.
Yeah,
it's paying off.
It's paying off massively. It's been a while since I've seen a roster change that had so much impact, especially when you think about the context of it, right? You said it, Apeks coming into the major, I don't think anyone really expected him to be part of the playoff. Anyone didn't expect him to be part of the Legend stage, but every single round they've been punching above their weight, I would say. They've been playing better and better, they're growing as a team, and as I said tonight on the stage right here, we saw Jacob and JL being by far the two best performing players throughout the entire group stage for Apeks. They weren't even needed in order to win against Team Liquid. That speaks volume to how good this team is.
And it was such a dominant start from the side of Apeks as well. I think we need to put one moment under the spotlight. It's round number 9, where it's literally everything, everywhere, all at once for Apeks.
Yeah, incredible movie, but an even better round for the side of Apeks. I mean, just defaulting out, you see that by getting this player in connector early on, by having a player deep in Party and Jacob, that they were able to just find, after some of their set pieces worked on the CT side, after they were able to build some momentum, they started taking a lot of risks, and it started becoming unplayable for Liquid. When you have a team that's so empowered, what Apeks was doing on Ancient and earlier in that half was with teamwork. They were throwing nades, they were joining up onto a site, they were actually working together in tandem, but then that's a round where they're just going everywhere. And you can't, like Pimp, when people are just running in 5 different directions at once, it feels like a pug. It feels like, how am I supposed to know what's coming next? And I think that's what Apeks wanted to do in a round like that. They just wanted to throw caution to the wind and see if they can gamble, push in every direction, and it worked.
They wanted to simplify the game. Sometimes Counter-Strike is about winning your duels, especially on a CT side like Overpass. You can allow yourself to do it because it is very tough as a T player to win some of those duels. And yes, you can cook down Counter-Strike to the most simple game in history ever. You win your duel, you most likely will win your round if you play like this. So yes, it was sort of like a Poggy style, but I love the fact that you're able to do it. We taught Liquid as being the better team in terms of individual powers, in terms of, you know, the playmaking they had on the team, but in this game it felt like Apeks were the better players.
Well, it almost looked like Liquid were going to be able to turn the tides coming into that second half, obviously moving on to that favored CT side, and then Nork said, hell no. Just an absolutely unholy clutch to net Apeks 14.
Oh, he was so clutch in this one. Yeah, we've been talking about the fact, or at least it's been a kind of an underlying storyline that Nock has been one of the most clutch players. I think he has the most 1vXs now after this one. And look at this, great clear from Yakindar using some of the crowd to his advantage, but this is a blinder from Nock, and he's now knocking at the semifinals door.
What you're watching right now in this round was where NI died. That was what, sorry, where NI died. Liquid died in that one. You look at the buy, you died as well.
I literally died in the green room. I'm surprisred I'm here. You resuscitated me. You had to get the shock paddles out. You're like, I was like, no.
I was desperately trying to find the mute button for you throughout that entire game, but it didn't work out for me. I'm not gonna lie. That's exactly where Liquid died in that round. 13-11. They were coming back into the game. You see the buy from Apeks as well. It's pistols, it's armor. It's a round that you cannot lose if your team Liquid. And I think that's where we should steer the direction as well.
Yeah.
We praised Apeks a lot in this game, and they played fantastic Counter-Strike. Rightly so, yeah. But Liquid, you cannot be proud of this performance. You cannot be happy for this performance. I know the silver lining, yeah, we got them into the playoff for the first time since 2019. Congratulations. But you're supposed to be one of the best teams in the world, and you were not in this game.
I hated actually watching Liquid for the first 6 or so rounds, even the one that we highlighted earlier on, because it felt like they were scrambling into positions a lot of the time. So many times, Apeks just would peek into a tunnel. I think round 2, they were able to reset Liquid because they just started peeking in multiple directions, and Liquid are just, they have their nades out all the time. They're not ready to trade. The amount of times they were caught with nades out is ridiculous because Apeks were just going for peeks here and there. After a while, if you're Liquid, you need to just hold your nerve a little bit better. Call for a hold call, and I think now it may be said that with Yakinder switching to in-game leading roles, and if that's supposed to be the big voice on the roster, when he's the one that's actually winning a lot of the duels, he feels like he's in control of his motions, what he's doing. Sometimes it's still hard to be an in-game leader and be outputting on the fragging side of things, because the calling in this game from Liquid was simply not up to par with what we even saw in the Legend stage, where Yakinder was calling. So the big stage moment for Yakinder, sure, he performed as an individual, but you could tell that Liquid were a little bit in their heads in a lot of the moments of transition.
That's the thing. Yakinder was trying as he might, trying to get those openers to work. He was, you know, sometimes getting a little pick here and there, and then Liquid just weren't able to capitalize upon basically any of the openers he found.
I feel like Yakinder was the only one trying on Liquid's T side, and yes, maybe he's calling, maybe he's setting himself up for success, but his rating on the T side in this game was 1.29, which is somewhat decent in a game that you're losing in this fashion to Apeks, and the next one on the Liquid scoreboard is Nafly with -3 KD and 0.99. It felt like Yakinder was the only player on the server, especially on Overpass. Nothing came out of Nafly, nothing came out of Liquid, nothing came out of OC. We praised OC for having a great group stage. We always talk about the player of OC coming into clutch. He had 0 impact in that game. I never saw him make the difference with the AWP, and we even talked about it against a player like Nog, who's also defensively installed, who's also not a guy who's out there going for the peaks. There was so much space for OC. He could have done whatever he wanted to, but he didn't, and that was a massive issue for Team Liquid.
And it's just such a disappointment when we were looking at Liquid, you know, ramping up into this playoff stage. We're talking about a team that were down 0-2 in the Challenger stage, that somehow, some way managing to run it all the way back. I was, you know, thinking maybe a little bit of copium in my blood, thinking maybe we're going to see a Cloud9-esque level performance, making it all the way to the grand finals, and then Liquid just crumbling in this situation.
It does feel like they finished as they started. We talked about it, right? They came in, they lost unbelievable games in that first stage of the major. 0-2 down, you lose the first map to Flux, so you're 1 map away from going out in the Challenger stage, which in itself would have been an absolute disaster for Liquid. Then you have this string of games where you win 5 out of 6, you almost beat Heroic as well in a best of 3. We think to ourselves, we're standing right here, very positive around Team Liquid, thinking that's a team that can contend for the title, and then they finish in this fashion. At least we made a sour taste, because I don't know where to put him.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at them and where their future is,
where do you want to put them? Yeah,
it's tough to see that they're anywhere but just kind of, you know, a top 8 team. Like they're definitely not title contenders like they may have believed they were based off of recent results. And it feels like Liquid have done a decent job at creating consistency in terms of at Katowice they made playoffs, you know, at the World Finals they went deep, Fall Finals they went deep. A lot of tournaments they're going deep, but we see where their ceiling is. I think we've seen it once again, and to lose to Apeks in this fashion, I'm not sure if changes are on the horizon for Liquid, but I think it's time to take a step back and recognize that whatever's going on right now, even after the multitude of changes, changing IGL, changing map pool, bringing in Yakinder itself, like this 5-man lineup might not have what it takes to actually capture a title, because this road for them here with Apeks as their first opponent in the playoffs, that should have been a semifinals berth at least.
I want to contextualize it, right? Because I agree with you. When you look towards Liquid, when you look towards the budget of Team Liquid as well, the player material they have to work with, just being a top 8 team is not enough. You as an NA resident would be the first to agree with me that they should be better, right?
Yep.
You need to have a team that can contend for titles. But then again, you look at the situation for Team Liquid as well. A lot of the viewers out there may not know it, but practice environment in NA right now is not good. It's very, very tough. For them to constantly be traveling back and forth from Europe, having Yakinder stay in Europe, the rest of the team going back to NA, there's just this, you know, we speak about Heroic having the best synergy in the world. Maybe Liquid have the worst in that regard, right? There's no plan, there's no red line in how they approach the game, and at some point you as Team Liquid gotta make a decision. Are the players willing to perhaps move to Europe? Can you bring Yakinder to NA? Can you rebuild NA? Like, the work conditions for Team Liquid is not laid out for them. It's not easy to perform in that environment, but still, just being a top 8 team, it's not enough. There's being put so much money into the squad. Losing to Apeks in the fashion they did today must be a disappointment.
And a team where we're talking about, you know, the man on our screen, Elige, we were looking at him alongside Naf to be lifting this trophy to end out their CSGO careers, because they are amongst, you know, quite a hefty list, but a list of names that we feel like deserve to lift one at some point in their career, but that Liquid just didn't show up to the server today.
Naf, Nitro, and Elige remain the only 3 people to win a Grand Slam, but never capture a major trophy. We obviously have to look back at what happened in Berlin in 2019, and that was probably the run that they needed to make to capture their first one, this was another opportunity, birthed out of a seemingly miracle run in the Legend stage to come back in the Challenger stage from down 0-2. It felt like they were capturing all the momentum that they needed or should have wanted to make a finals run to try to actually go for this major trophy, and they fell at the first hurdle.
Yeah. Listen, Liquid will go down in history as a legendary team. The players you're mentioning right here will go down as legends of NA Counter-Strike. That's why it leaves us with a sour taste that this is the fashion they exit in. But as Lily said, there's going to be Counter-Strike 2 coming out, and there's going to be many, many more opportunities.
Yeah, at least the Legion isn't going anywhere. We got that at least guaranteed down on the stage. Unfortunately for Liquid, they will be leaving Paris brokenhearted. But that does wrap up all the quarterfinals action here at the Blast TV Paris Major. I think, yeah, the biggest upset of the day has to be Apeks taking it 2-0 fashion, no less. But GamerLegion progressing on forward as well. Obviously, we didn't get your thoughts, Jacob, on that one. That was a decisive affair on map number 2.
It was the fashion they did it in. You know, I call it a 50-50 game, at least according to myself. I didn't anticipate GamerLegion to win it, especially not in that fashion, but they dominated their opponent. And I think they installed a bit of fear inside Heroic as well. That semi-final tomorrow is going to be exciting.
Okay, do you think they have a chance against Heroic?
Not at all, to be completely honest. But you know, never say never.
Of course, we will be seeing Apeks taking on Vitality, no less. Of course, we've seen that, you know, the Apeks army out in full force for both sides of the equations. I think that is going to be an incredibly loud arena.
Oh, yeah. I mean, every time the Golden Hornets are rooting for Vitality, it's like this is a completely different beast. The stadium changes, it morphs into a concert hall.
Gentlemen, let's take a look at our unicorn predictions to round out today's action as well. I'm interested to see, oh lordy, just James Bang alone with the Apeks pick.
Congratulations with your 1 point, James.
And congratulations with your 1 point as well, Maniac. Shout out. Oh, no, this isn't cumulative. Okay, so we've got to add them up as we're progressing on forward.
Oh, no, it's not cumulative.
It's not.
I picked.
It is. No,
I picked Vitality. No, I picked
I'm on 3, baby.
Yeah, because I picked Vitality yesterday, so I should have at least one more.
None of us can clearly do maths on any side of this.
How
but
does
chances of redemption, gentlemen. How does Sponge
Let's just ignore those numbers for a second there.
Yeah, okay.
Because he shouldn't have 3 if I didn't get a Vitality point and you didn't either.
Yeah.
Because I got one there too. Okay, either way.
Crying like Liquid, man.
I know.
Gentlemen, something that we are certain
Excuses.
with are the matches tomorrow, so we can take a look at those because it is semi-final Saturday on the cards. And man, we have some bangers coming your way. Of course, GamerLegion taking on Heroic, as we preface, Apeks taking on Vitality late into the night. I am just so excited to see if the upsets will continue because this has been the major of upsets, Jacob.
It's a fun dynamic because you have 2 of the teams coming into the major as the absolute top dogs, Heroic and Vitality, and they've actually delivered. A lot of the favorites have not, and then you have 2 massive surprises that no one, absolutely no one, even the players themselves have admitted we never expected to go so far. So I love it. You have 2 sides of the same coin right here, 2 favorites, 2 underdogs, and guess what? There's been an upset every single day, so why not tomorrow? Question is, which one of those 2 games can you possibly imagine not going the way of either Heroic or Vitality?
That is the question. We will be getting the answers tomorrow. Another special treat for you guys at home, though, if you're watching on the Blast.TV platform, we have the Overtime Show, of course, hosted by Jake Lucky. We've got Good Guy Fitz and Stiko as guests over on the couch very shortly. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for the quarterfinals today. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Enjoy the Overtime Show.
man, what is up, folks? Welcome back to the Blast TV Major here at Paris. We are live after some heartbreak, brought to you, we'll get to you in a second, but we got some special guests, of course, in this post-match, introducing left to right. First and foremost, Fitz.
Fist.
It was,
I like that one.
It was bound to happen eventually. Fitz, a CS content creator, a content creator in general. Glad to have you on the broadcast.
Pleasure to be here, man.
It should be a fun one because you keep on talking to him more than I have so far.
He's a funny guy.
Our most important guest of the night. We speak of heartbreak. Stico, welcome to the broadcast yourself.
Thanks for having me. Hey.
This should be a super fun one, and I keep on referencing heartbreak because as an NA fan, that was certainly difficult to watch. I'm sure a lot of people at home feel that same way. But after this match, I know you got to be happy.
I mean, obviously, like people didn't expect us even to reach the second stage of the major, let alone the arena here. And getting a draw in form of Liquid, we felt really confident. We already beat them once today, not today, but at the major. And yeah, they didn't show anything too different from the style before. So we were just confident and we kept rolling.
Let the Americans cry. That's what I
mean, I'm just saying as it is, you know.
Yeah, I can expect that from an Aussie, and of course, you know, the guy who just took down NA himself. But you also had quite the highlight reel throughout this. You know, we mentioned on broadcast, first of all, that 4K lurk that you had on Ancient as well, but certainly plenty of highlights from yourself. Can you take us through how you were feeling throughout that whole matchup?
Obviously, it's a different style of game played on the stage compared to like online games or playing in the studio. The difference is mainly like you can get away with so much more stuff when it comes to like sneaking and not sneaking and shooting, and like sound cues are not as clear, let's say. And this was one of the play, the 4K, that I got like into really good positions thanks to like abusing this from the get-go. It was like first 5th round of the whole best of 3, and we kept abusing it, but it's like something that all players have to do. It comes with experience, and you have to like play a little different on stage, like here. And you know, with filled arena, it's hard to communicate, and it's hard to like get the comms really clear.
Yeah, and J-Chem actually in the post game called you a man of steel. How does it feel to have those kind of compliments come from a team? Obviously, you guys got to be kind of on a high right now, but hearing compliments like that.
I mean, it really, really melts my heart when he says like that, stuff like that. But I agree with him. Like today, we kept our cool. Like we used the energy from the crowd, but we didn't let it affect us in a negative way, which is surprising because 3 of us have never played on stage before, and this is kind of crazy how we handled it. Tomorrow we play Vitality, which is going to be us playing against the home crowd, and. I mean, I can't stress enough how we're looking forward to that.
Speaking of keeping your cool, I'm curious. I have one question.
Yeah.
Because obviously at Blast, the production is absolutely insane. Every time the bomb goes off, there's fire, there's pyrotechnics. Right. Can you feel that down there? Like, does it get hot? Like, or can you hear it go?
It actually doesn't. We can't actually feel it. But I know people close to the stage, they can. But we really just hear it and feel the thunder, basically, but that's about it. And this is another thing we abuse. When the bomb explodes, like you keep running, they can't hear anything. So.
And Fitz, you were actually talking about gun sounds earlier, too. You got any gun sounds for us?
Oh, my God, don't make me do it again. Earlier today, they were making me recreate gun sounds in front of the whole crowd. Do you know how hard it is to replicate an AK-47? It's like,
no, but you could probably show us again.
I would have never guessed that.
It's not good.
Yeah, if you had to guess the gun that he was doing right there. Let's bounce back to Vitality really quick. We were talking before the broadcast, and you told me, I don't know if I want to rat you out of here, but let's do it anyway. We're having a fun time. You said Vitality looks beatable.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Mainly through their first quarterfinal against Into the Breach. I had the feeling throughout that game, we were watching right here from the arena, I had the feeling multiple times that is actually Into the Breach going to beat them. In the end, they took it home, obviously, and they played well and experience showed, but I think we're going to put up a better fight than ITB, and Vitality should be ready for it.
I'm keen to see that, yeah.
It's going to be insane as we progress into Saturday, Sunday, and I don't mean to offense by this, but I think heading into today's matchup, you know, Apeks kind of played that ITB role of, okay, can they actually beat Liquid? We found out shortly on, you guys just kind of had a flow of things. The broadcast was talking a lot about counter strats today. When it comes to preparation for this Liquid matchup, it seemed like you guys were pretty finely tuned. Can you talk about what went into that match?
I don't want to go too much into anti-strat for the reasons that we might save it for the later, and we can meet them in different tournaments and they don't adjust it. That's what we saw, the tells. how we call it. But I can just spill the beans a little bit that basically we prepared for every 5 maps because we were not sure what they're picking. There were multiple options for the maps that, to be played. Kind of sad we didn't get to play Anubis against them. It was a 3rd map, but now that I'm obviously happy we didn't get to play it because we won 2-0. But I'm just positively surprised how well we prepared and how little they changed. Like, it was pretty easy to play against them.
Yeah, and also going back to the fans, Accor Arena, it's going to be pretty intense Saturday and Sunday. I think they actually found a fan of yours, Stiko, who is quite emotional in this postgame.
Look at this guy. That's our CEO.
Oh, no way.
Okay. I mean, these are the facts that you love to find out, too. I mean, don't you love seeing that kind of thing?
I mean, obviously the whole group of Apeks, the management is here. It's just hugging our ex-coach Polly, so he's here as well. These people standing behind us all the time, and we are happy to make them proud. And obviously, those were the hopefully tears of happiness. So I'm gonna be excited if you can deliver that tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we're expecting 12,000 strong in the arena for the remainder of each of these days, Saturday and Sunday. How has your experience been? Have you ran into any fans, Fitz, or how's it been here at the Major?
The energy here is crazy. I've never been to anything like this before. We have tournaments back in Australia, but the scale here is absolutely nuts, and the fans are turning up, dude. Like, yeah, it's exciting.
We're missing Shuis, though.
You are missing Shuis, not a single Shui the whole event.
Well, that's what happens when an Aussie team unfortunately isn't here, but you can make up for that. I mean, you guys were opening cases in the crowd.
True, it's on us.
Yeah.
I got to get Anomaly and Swagger doing a Shui.
That's a content right there.
Absolutely.
And I actually do want to stay on this whole case opening thing. I think the broadcast has been capturing not just you guys, but everyone throughout the arena. It's become an iconic moment. And hey!
Yeah. Oh my God, it was so difficult to get the 3 laptops up and running and connected to the servers, but we got it going here.
Yeah, I saw someone literally got a Steam connection error live on broadcast. And then, of course, you guys get the triple blues.
It's disappointing.
Stiko, you much of a case opening guy, or you kind of just focus on the game?
I just focus on the game. If you tell me anything about skins, I'm gonna be clueless as heck. Like, I legit don't care about skins. I don't have knife. I don't have gloves. Only thing that I have for this tournament, because people reached out to me to please play with it. I'm like, okay, if it makes you happy, whatever. But I don't even notice it that I have it. So I'm kind of really anti-climatic, boring guy when it comes to skins, because everyone is investing and opening and gambling. Like,
got the stoic approach.
I just don't see the fun in that. But
I actually love that answer from you. I mean, it's always kind of an easy question to ask about inventories, and I certainly throw it out there all the time. But you also have mentioned previously that when it comes to the game, and that kind of just proves your point, you really like to focus on the mental approach. Yeah. Can you kind of go into that a bit?
Yeah, it's something that I've been trying to develop and focus on throughout my career, because I know myself that I'm not going to carry the team into the finals. I'm not going to be the star player. I don't have roles for that. I don't have like maybe raw skill for that. But what I can bring and what are my strengths is that to keep people composed, to keep consistency, make people rely on me, help them in a way that is not only in-game help, but also outside of the game help. And this is something that I'm trying to share even through my content. I think it's important, because when I was younger, when I started playing this game like 8 years ago, I had no clue how to behave in a team environment. I was like almost like introverted, you know, borderline autistic and whatever. Like I didn't know how to work in a team environment, and I wish that young players now get to learn that, maybe through me, maybe through other content creators, but it's so rare that pro players share this. That's why I want to do it.
Let's lean more into the content piece. It's awesome having Fitz here, and you guys both create your own kind of content, and also ironically around Counter-Strike. Can you kind of elaborate, especially for the fans at home, maybe who don't know you somehow? Sure. You know, what goes into that kind of content?
Man, my content's on another plane of existence entirely. I am Silver 4. I am terrible at the game, but me and my friends love to play it, and we love to, you know, have fun and crack jokes. And so that's the approach that I take, and that's kind of how I carve my way out on YouTube. Seems like you're going much for more of like a tutorial, helpful, giving back to the community kind of way, which is so important to the game, obviously. What is your YouTube channel? How do people find you on YouTube?
It's just YouTube/Stiko. You will find everything there. I'm not consistent because it's really hard with this job to be consistent in content creation. But whenever I have an idea, I just notch it down into my phone, and then I suddenly turn on the camera, talk to the camera a bit, edit. It's there. It's a raw information, but it's my knowledge that I gathered over the years, and it helped me even sit on the stage behind us and stage right here. So I I guess I'm doing something wrong. Something right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Helping the next generation of Counter-Strike players.
I mean,
Beautiful thing.
I'm hoping that it impacts at least one guy, and that guy makes it into pro level, and I get a little bit of credit for that.
Yeah, I mean that's so neat in this space. That kind of informative stuff. You know, you see it even on the talent desk. All of these guys, they offer their insights, and you learn so many new things, even throughout like a single broadcast. How do you possibly balance the lifestyle of a pro player where you're competing and traveling so often whilst also trying to make content? Can that be a bit stressful at times?
It is definitely a bit stressful, but the point is, for me, I enjoy it. It's my hobby, because whenever I read a book, let's say about some mental side of any sports, really, I try to write down the notes and try to make use of it into my own little world, which is Counter-Strike, and then I share it with the world. Like it's not something that I do out of that I have to do it because I want to be content creator in the future. It's something that I do just out of passion, and I don't really care about numbers or anything, and that's the beauty of content creation. As soon as you forget the numbers and you just do the content, however it behaves on the social media, you will always be happy with it, and it just propels you forward. So this is how I do it.
I love that mentality. That's exactly how I felt when I started making content as well. I was like, look, this probably won't work, so let's just forget about the numbers and let's just have fun, and let's just put it out there.
And you're here now.
I guess I am here now. That's awesome.
Still Silver 4, but you're freaking here.
Silver 4, but we figured some other stuff out, okay? It's going well.
No, but that's I think that's a really important lesson outside of just the informative stuff that you offer for CS. And this kind of question goes for both you guys when it comes to burnout, because both you experience in your own regard, right? Whether it be for competing in Counter-Strike or for content creation, how do you balance regular life and avoiding that burnout over time?
For me personally, I have little routines and non-negotiable, I think that's a word, where I have to do something pretty much every day in order to avoid burnout. So whether it's morning routine, getting enough of sleep, it's something that I track every day, and it's so important to me. And as soon as I get off the track, it bothers me, and it can be seen in the game that I don't perform well. And what I want the most out of this game is to perform well, because it's my life, it's my livelihood. So there are some routines in the evening as well, trying to stay off the PC, get the fresh air, go outside, it's those little things, but I guess I can mention them all. You can find them on my YouTube channel.
Yes, please do. Please do. I mean, that's a great message. About yourself?
Yeah, I mean, very similar answer. It's just about balancing life and making sure that you're, for me, prioritizing life, because, that's why we're here. You need to have fun. You need to make sure you're working on your relationships and working on yourself. Keeping healthy, for me, that's everything. Burnout happens, but hey, as long as you can take a little break, come back and be funny, who cares?
and you do it well. We got also some stuff to roll on you, Stiko. Back in the spotlight, right? On these big stages in front of thousands of fans. Do you feel a pressure? Do you feel an energy? It seems that once you get going, you truly get going. But what's it like?
Well, we definitely feel the energy coming from the crowd, but honestly, when I play the game, I kind of block out everything for that 1 minute and 45 seconds or 55 seconds for the duration of the round. And I get to enjoy the glimpses of it, maybe during the freeze time when we're cheering up and you see the energy of people making their arms up and cheering your name or whatever. It obviously gives you an energy and a purpose a little bit for that moment. But if you have to live off of it, it eats you because it's too much. It's too overwhelming at times. And this arena is full. And if you can only play well when people scream your name, you're not going to play well.
Yeah. Can you speak to that at all? I mean,
yeah, in a sense.
Big creator like yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, ultimately, you need to rely first and foremost on yourself, right?
Yeah.
The energy is one thing, and it can give and take. But as long as you're solid, your game is solid, I'm sure that's the priority. That's how to win.
Yeah. When it comes to someone who's impressed you so far this major, do you have a player in mind?
I do. It's kind of bittersweet because they lost. But it was Boros from Monte. They lost today. Maybe I didn't really watch the game because we were preparing, obviously. But he didn't have that great of a game. But what he was doing throughout the whole qualification process in RMR in Copenhagen and then here as well in Paris in the studio games, the guy is machine. Props to him, and the whole Monte team is just playing amazingly. So.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see all these new talents. And I think with a lot of these newer teams, you know, you got a couple teams, GamerLegion and Apeks, I would say is a bit unexpected to be in a semifinals for a major. But with that comes the upside. Do you get any bit bothered by the storyline of these smaller, unexpected teams making it this far in the last CSGO major, or do you use that to kind of push you further?
I'm unbothered because I'm on one. You know, so I like it obviously, but at the same time, it just shows that the gap between tier 1 and tier 2 is incredibly small. We don't get too many chances throughout the year to really show it and play against these tier 1 teams because of the closed circuit that is happening sometimes in these leagues. It's really tough to qualify for this because there's so many spots, and if we don't grab some, you get no chance basically to show, and you can play only the other tier 2 and tier 3 teams. So now we're here. This is truly open circuit, and look, 2 teams out of nowhere made it into the semifinals, and that's a testament for it.
Yeah,
you, man. Yeah.
And I've loved it because Fitz, did you show up yesterday or did you just get here today?
I've been here the whole time. Yeah, I missed the games yesterday, but today, yeah, first time experiencing the energy here.
And that a lot of energy coming from some of these unexpected teams like Apeks.
Yeah, you love to see it. It's great. I think it's great for Counter-Strike. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice way to make new fans, especially, you know, again, I mentioned it back again, but the heartbreak of, you know, the NA favorites still left, but you also can hear it still in the arena that, okay, people are like, all right, we have some eyes on these kind of teams. But bouncing back to the more unexpected team names out there, or smaller teams as well, it's great that you mentioned this major kind of gets a little spotlight for those teams, but it's also such a difficult process to go through. You yourself have had a turbulent, a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah.
Difficulties as a CS pro, but that's the lifestyle of a CS pro.
If you're not ready for those lows, you don't enjoy those highs as well. So it's always like that. No matter what player you are, even Simple had those lows. Like he had a period and he's a GOAT. He had a period in his career where the things were not that great, and he bounced back, and that's what defines those players. And I've been around for 8, 9, 10 years, whatever. I was really close to qualify for the first ever major in 2013, and it just shows me that I'm able to bounce back, and the resilience that I'm having is making me proud.
Yeah, I would love to sit on that. We might have a few more questions after this, but we got a little special segment for you guys. This whole time, we've been waiting for our last jersey to show up. It was in the shuttle this whole way, so I appreciate you guys answering those questions at length. A little segment for all of you that we wanted to spice up a bit. We got our last 4 teams here at the major, but we also got a piece of them. We took these jerseys right from all of the players.
Stole them off the players' backs.
And that's why they took so long. So
They're shirtless out there right now.
We got 4 players out there who need jerseys. I'm going to hold these up, and I'm going to have you guys actually rank them in your favorite order. So we'll do your favorites over here, and then your least favorite. This is no offense, all right? These are 4 semifinalist teams. No offense meant by this.
We're talking about aesthetics only here.
Yeah. We're very subjective opinions. So I'll hold these up. We'll rank them best to not best, but they're still great teams.
Least good.
All right. So first up, GamerLegion, an amazing performance today. I believe I'm showing this camera right here.
It's clean.
Oh, Kiaz.
Let's go. It's clean. I like it.
Love the jersey though.
Hey, shirtless back there. So we got the GamerLegion jersey.
It kind of looks like, you know, in Avengers when they're like disintegrating. That's the vibe I'm getting, which is maybe not a good sign. That's all I'm saying. It's maybe not a good sign.
We got Heroic.
Clean, again. You love it. Heroic's logo reminds me of the Transformers logo. Am I crazy for thinking that?
Are you just naming a bunch of superhero movies that you can possibly reference for
They're paying me a lot of money.
Oh, this one looks familiar. We should have just taken the one off your back, had you shirtless for this segment.
Whose is it?
Who is that?
Is there any name?
No,
there's no name.
Yeah, so we took this one from a fan.
Yeah.
Lay that one out. And then...
Show it some respect, man. Come on.
Actually...
Show it some respect.
It was a reach. It was
getting it creased.
Last one for you. And, of course, over at Blast.tv or Blast TV chat, you guys can also have a chance to rank these jerseys alongside you. So we'll see if we line up with how chat does, huh?
Okay.
And also, lastly, for all of you viewers at home, I believe the jersey that wins this vote count, we're actually going to give away at some point during this major. So, again, I know it's tough. We got a bit of bias on the panel, right? But I know you're ruthless. So let's go best to worst, chat. You can vote alongside us. I'll keep my 2 cents out.
Do we have to agree?
No, you don't.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's probably the safest bet.
Okay. I start? How we doing?
Should we just, yeah, let's have Fitz go first, and we'll see how you guys defer, maybe, yeah?
Sure. But you have to be really careful with this one, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to be... Okay, so do I pick it up and move it? Is that the...
Yeah, why not?
Say?
Let's do it that way.
Okay.
I'm looking for heads up, but...
Okay, best jersey. I'm sorry, but it's got to be Vitality for me. It's bold. It's brash. I love the color. Do I put it over here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'll pick this one up for you.
Yeah, get that out of there, man. Come on. This for me is best pick. And then what am I doing? Am I stacking them?
No, you can just go this way.
Oh, right. Okay. Next best. All right. Let me get down here.
I like what I'm seeing.
There we go. Paying respects.
Apeks. Yeah. Beautiful blue. Love it. Next, honestly, it's got to be Heroic, man. Look at this.
Stico, you bothered at all, or?
I mean, I'm just...
We're still friends, right?
Yeah, right.
We're still friends.
Yeah, for like 5 minutes, and then
last but not least,
friendship's over.
We love GL, but
is that final?
This is final.
Fitz is gonna go Vitality, Apeks, Heroic, and GamerLegion. Stico, take it away.
All right, so I obviously don't have any chance not to put Apeks first. But this is going to be a little bit different because obviously I love the organization, what they do for us, and I think it's incredibly. It's one of the best I've been into, and I've been on Cloud9 as well.
I was gonna bring it up eventually, but I'm glad you did yourself.
What they do for us is incredible, and I'm not being paid to. Actually, I am, but you know what I mean.
Wait a second.
You know what I mean.
There's about to be some controversy of it.
For number 2, I'm definitely going for Vitality, and this is again for the balls they had to go international. They weren't happy with their French roster before, and they went into international with the Dupree and Magic and Zolnik, obviously, and then Spinks later on. I love their approach because they weren't satisfied with what they have, and they thought outside of the box, I guess. And I just like their jersey as well. Everything's fine. Now for these two, I'm going to put actually GamerLegion on third.
Okay.
And the reason is they have very similar path to us throughout the online cups, online matches, and the general like road here to the semifinals. And I sympathize with them a lot. Like they're hardworking players, energetic. We lost to them. They were better that day, and huge respect for them. But we also lost to this team, which doesn't mean they're the worst or anything. But I have a little grudge against them because I don't think I've ever beat them. So I'm just going for the number 4. But jersey-wise, I agree with you. They're clean.
All right.
And there we have it, the finals. Maybe we'll hopefully figure out what chat actually decided. You guys were a tad bit different. I like how you added the storylines in there behind just the aesthetically pleasing jerseys. But I mean, that was a nice touch for sure.
I mean, I overthink stuff. You know it.
I'm with you there, man.
All right. I mean, that was an amazing time. But we got maybe a couple more for you as we head into tomorrow. It's going to be a hectic weekend. We've already mentioned Vitality briefly. What's your plan the rest of the night in preparation? You know, you got any big dinner plans or?
Yeah, we're going drinking or what? What's going on?
There's no chance. There's no alcohol allowed for us until we're out of the tournament. So there's that. But I actually flew over my parents here and a girlfriend, and I didn't book a hotel for them, which is my bad.
Oh my God!
So I have to fix that right after the interview. So this is my evening gonna be. And then for just a rewatch, I want to rewatch this game from Liquid because a lot of situations we can learn from. For tomorrow's games against Vitality, there's probably going to be some similarities in the maps we're going to play. Probably Overpass. We will see. We never know. And yeah, we just have to use the time as effectively as possible. And we're going to rewatch with the team and do that.
Yeah.
Locked in.
Let's end on some easy questions. Shouts to Blast.tv chat. All the questions they've submitted. These are fan submitted for both y'all.
Oh, cool.
They're super nice and easy. So first and foremost, to both of you, thoughts on CS2? You guys excited?
I'm personally very excited. Yeah. I mean, looks great. I'm not a pro player, so I can't speak to how it feels, but...
You think that rank's going to change at all as we...
Man, I would like to think so. Maybe I'll watch some of your videos.
Silver
and
2, maybe. Back to...
Screw this guy.
I mean, It's definitely welcome change, but at the same time, I don't get really my opinion just yet because we as a team, we agreed that we don't touch CS2 before we are done with the season. And since the season is still going on, I get like 30 minutes of playtime so far. So I have no clue what is happening. But I like the change, and I hope they switch to the CS2 as soon as possible.
Cool.
We had some big peeps in the chat today as well. One of them was Swagger Souls. He asked how I felt about bananas as a fruit. I guess you guys might see some stuff in the future as to why he asked that, so I'll bounce it back to you guys. What's your favorite fruit nowadays?
Bro, there's a banana right there, man. It's tripping me out. You said that. They haunt you. They follow
I don't
you.
even think production can actually...
Yo, bananas every single day. Get the potassium, get the fiber. Go S tier fruit. S tier fruit.
I agree. Banana is probably the best.
Huge.
Huge. The thing
Banana
is,
boys.
The thing is, I saw tennis players always having banana, and I did some research, obviously, because content, you know, for the reason.
Oh my God.
And actually, it's one of the best fruits that you can have in between, like, performance type of thing. Just brain food. Good.
I had a sore tummy earlier, bit of a sore tummy. Ate a banana, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, you had a couple of them.
Okay, well, you know, no need to make me look weird.
Okay. Yeah, one banana is great. 2 bananas kind of weird. I heard they're good for cramps too.
So good for cramps, man. Oh. You get cramps?
No chance. Bro. Never.
Ever cramp during a game of CS?
Never.
Never get a finger cramp? Finger cramp.
He was very solid on saying never. Like, he would remember it if he had.
Yeah, this guy's rock solid, man.
Yeah, Man of Steel?
Yeah, Man of Steel.
Love that full circle. A few more closers for you. Favorite map of all time in CS? As a silver colleague,
bro,
if you're going to say Dust 2 with me.
Dude, over in the Oceanic region, man, we love cash. We love cash. I don't know, it's not in the pool, obviously, for a lot of these guys, but cash all the way. It's good fun.
Cash was really good.
Yeah.
But since it went out, the Australian scene as well.
Oh, come on.
No kidding. No, I really like Nuke, and it's going to be a boring answer, but the layout of the map, stacked on top of each other, it's really unique, and there's a lot of mind games going on, and I always liked it. We don't play it now in Team Apeks, but that's fine. Like, I still enjoy a good game on Nuke. So.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Last one from Glum. This one has certainly been asked over time to a lot of esports pros, but glad to have you two gents on here. What other games are you playing besides Counter-Strike?
Just mind games, really.
Okay.
Just like mind games, yeah. How about you? Probably the same, right?
When you asked me about the burnout, actually, and I said I'm not paying too much attention to computer when I don't have to. Like, I don't play anything else. I'm legit. When I have a free time, I don't play PC games or any video games, PlayStation, whatever. Like, it's very rare for me. And
locked in.
it's just because I have to avoid burnout, obviously, to perform the best I can.
Yeah. I don't think anyone in chat would have expected anything else as an answer from you, Stiko, after tonight.
Let me just say, shout out Age of Empires 2. That game rocks.
It's a solid answer, man.
Bro, do you like Age of Empires 2?
I was addicted at one point.
Yo, let's age later, man. That's
awesome. I don't know. I mean, I do actually hop on every now and again. Besides that, though, you guys have been fantastic. It was great catching up with you guys even before the broadcast to begin. Also, huge shouts to Blast TV for having us as we close the night out. We're going to close it on your picks for the jerseys right here. Chat, you guys, of course, had your votes and your questions here live from Paris. We're going to say goodbye. We're going to catch you back here tomorrow as the semifinals do begin for an incredible major. Fitz, thank you. Stiko, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And to the rest of you out there, thank you as well. Another solid good night from Paris. But we'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning.
Love you, chap.